voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. This may sound crazy, Lieutenant, but the fact is there are many substances in nature, hormones for instance, that cause startling transformations like this. It's not as bizarre or unusual as it sounds. There's a hormone called BST which turns a caterpillar into a butterfly. There's another called resotropin X. When a tadpole gets a dose of that, it turns into a frog in a matter of days. That's what's happening here, I'm sure of it. Only now we're talking about changing a human being. She paused. There's something else. Isn't this enough? Margo dug into her carry-all and pulled out some small scraps of burned paper, sandwiched between pieces of clear plastic. I found what looked like Kawakita's lab journal among the ashes. These were the only sheets with any legible writing on them. She brought out more photographs. I had the scraps enlarged. This first one is from the middle of the notebook. It's some kind of a list. D'Agasta peered at the photograph. He could make out a few scribbled words along the left edge of the badly burned page. Wisacon, dung-loving blue foot. Then, nearer the bottom, green cloud, gunpowder, lotus heart. Mean anything to you? D'Agasta asked, scribbling the words into his notebook. Just the gunpowder, Margo replied, although something tells me I ought to recognize more of it. She handed him another photograph. There's another one that seems to be fragments of code for his extrapolation program. Then there's a longer one. D'Agasta scanned the offered fragment. Can't live with the knowledge of what how could I, while concentrating on? Ignore the mental effects that, but the other one grows more eager by the day. I need the time to. Sounds like he was getting a conscience there toward the end, D'Agasta said, handing back the card. But what was it exactly that he did? I'm getting to that, Margo replied. Notice he talks here about the mental effects of glaze as something he hadn't considered. And did you catch that reference to the other one? I still haven't figured that part out. She reached for another card. Then there's this. I think it came from the last page of the journal. As you can see, besides a lot of numbers and calculations, there are only 3 completely legible words, with a period between them. Irreversible. Thioxin might. D'Agasta looked at her questioningly. I looked it up. Thioxin is an experimental herbicide, highly potent for removing algae from lakes. If Greg was growing this plant, what would he want with thioxin, or with vitamin D, which he was also apparently synthesizing? There's still a lot I haven't figured out. I'll mention it to Pendergast just in case he has any ideas. D'Agasta stared at the photographs a moment, then pushed them aside. So tell me, Dr. Green, he went on, I'm not quite there yet. Just what exactly was Kawakita trying to do with all this apparatus of his? He was probably trying to tame the drug by subtracting the reptilian genes from the M1 plant virus. Tame? I think he was trying to create a drug that didn't cause the grotesque physical changes. To make the user more alert, stronger, faster, able to see better in the dark. You know, the kind of hypersensory abilities M1 had, but without the side effects. Margo began rolling up the diagram. I'd need to test tissue samples from Kawakita's corpse to be sure, but I think we'll find traces of the M1 drug, substantially altered. And I think that the drug itself will be found to have some kind of narcotic side effect. You mean Kawakita was taking it himself? I'm certain of it. But he must have screwed up in some way. He must not have refined it or purified it properly. And the deformation that we saw in his skeleton was the result. D'Agasta wiped his brow again. God, he needed that cigar. Just a minute, he said. Kawakita was a smart guy. He wouldn't just take a dangerous drug for the hell of it to see what would happen. No way. You're right, Lieutenant. And perhaps that's where the guilt comes in. See, he wouldn't have taken the drug himself right away. He would have tested it first. Oh, D'Agosta said. There was a long silence, and then he added, "Oh, gosh." Bill Trumbull felt great. The market was up 16 points for the day, nearly 100 for the week with no end in sight. At 25, he was already pulling down 100 large a year. Wouldn't his classmates at Babson be surprised when they heard that at the reunion next week? Most of them had gone on to crummy management jobs, lucky to be making 50. Trumbull and his friends pushed through the turnstiles and entered the platform of the Fulton Street subway station, chattering and hooting. It was past midnight, and they'd put away a fine dinner at the seaport, as well as a lot of microbrewed beer, and had talked endlessly about how rich they were all becoming. Now they were in an uproarious mood, chortling about the dork who had just joined the training program and wouldn't last a month. Trumbull felt a puff of stale wind and heard the familiar distant rumble as two tiny headlights appeared on the track. He would be home in half an hour. He felt a momentary annoyance at how far uptown he lived, 98th Street and 3rd Avenue, and at how long it took to get home from Wall Street. Maybe it was time to move, get a loft downtown, or a nice two-bedroom in the low 60s. While a Soho address wasn't too bad, an East Side address was still better. Balcony on a high floor, king-sized bed, cream carpeting, chrome and glass. So she says, honey, can I borrow $70? Everyone roared salaciously as the punchline was delivered, and instinctively Trumbull laughed along with them. The rumble grew into a deafening roar as the express train pulled into the station. One of the group nudged Trumbull playfully toward the edge of the platform, and he leaned back out of the way of the approaching train. It came to a halt with a great shriek of brakes, and they piled into one of the cars. Trumbull lurched into a seat as they pulled out of the station, looking around in annoyance. The car's air conditioning wasn't working, and all the windows were open, letting in the stale, damp smell of the tracks and the deafening noise of the train. It was very hot. He loosened his tie further. He was beginning to feel lodgy, and a mild but persistent pain was gathering at his temples. He glanced at his watch. They had to be back at the office in 6 hours. He sighed and leaned back. The train rocketed through the tunnel, swaying, making so much noise it was impossible to speak. Trumbull closed his eyes. At 14th Street, several of the guys got off to catch trains for Penn Station. They grasped his hand, punched his shoulder, and were gone. More got off at Grand Central, leaving only Trumbull and Jim Kolb, a bond trader who worked one floor below. Trumbull didn't particularly like Kolb. He closed his eyes again, exhaling wearily as the train dove deeper into the earth, following the express track. Vaguely, Trumbull was aware of the train pulling into the 59th Street station, the doors opening, closing, the express plunging back into the darkness, gathering speed for the 30-block run to 86th. One more stop, he thought drowsily. Suddenly, the train lurched, then slowed, screeching to a halt. A long moment passed. Jostled awake, Trumbull sat in gathering irritation, listening to the tickings and creakings of the motionless car. "Gosh it," said Kolb loudly. "Gosh the Lexington Avenue number 4. He looked around for a response. Nobody was going to take his wallet, even if there was no money left in it. There was a sudden crackle of static, and a raspy voice came over the PA system. "Attention passengers, there's Thurlinal problem, Reshorquix, Hortley." "Yeah, right. Tell me another one," Kolb said disgustedly. "Huh? It's what they always say. A signal problem. We should be moving shortly." In their dreams. Trumbull crossed his arms, closing his eyes again. His headache was getting worse, and the heat felt like a suffocating blanket. "To think they charge $1.50 to make us sit in this sweatshop," Kolb said. "Maybe next time we should hire a limo." Trumbull nodded vaguely and checked his watch. 12:45. No wonder people jumped the turnstile, Cobb was saying. Trumbull nodded again, wondering how he could make Cobb shut up. He heard a noise outside the car and glanced idly at the window. There was a dim form in the humid darkness, approaching up the adjoining track. Some MTA repairman, no doubt. Maybe he's just doing late-night track repairs, Trumbull thought, watching idly as the figure came closer. Hope swelled, then ebbed. But if there's something wrong with the train, gosh, we could be down here until... Suddenly it passed by his window, soundlessly, a figure in white. Trumbull sat up like a shot. It was no track worker, but a woman in a long dress, running and stumbling down the tracks. He watched her retreating back through the open windows. Just as she disappeared into the gloom, he noticed that the woman's back was splattered with something that glistened black in the reflected light of the stalled train. "Did you see that?" he asked Cobb. Cobb glanced up. "See what?" "A woman running along the tracks." Cobb grinned. "One too many, Billy boy?" Trumbull stood up and thrust his head out the window, squinting down the tracks in the direction the figure had gone. Nothing. As he ducked back into the car, he realized nobody else had noticed anything. What was going on here? A mugging? He looked back out the window, but the woman was gone, the tunnel once again quiet and empty. "This is getting to be a lot longer than shortly," Cobb groused, tapping his two-toned Rolex. Trumbull's head was pounding now. God knows he'd had enough to drink to be seeing things. Third time this week had gotten hammered. Maybe he shouldn't go out so much. He must have seen a track worker carrying something on his back. Or her back. Some of them were women these days, after all. He glanced through the coupling doors into the next car, but it was equally peaceful, its sole occupant staring vacantly into space. If anything had happened, it would have been announced on the PA. He sat down, closed his eyes, and concentrated on making the pain in his head go away. Most of the time, he didn't mind riding the subway. It was a fast trip, and the clattering tracks and flashing lights kept a person distracted. But at times like this, idled without explanation, in the overheated darkness, it was hard not to think about just how deep under the earth the express track ran, or the mile of blackness that lay between him and the next stop. At first, it sounded like a distant train, screeching into a station. But then, as Trumbull listened, he realized what the sound was. A distant, drawn-out scream, strangely distorted by the echoing tunnel, wafting faintly through the windows. "What the hell?" Cobb said, sitting forward. The youth's eyes popped open, and the late-night waitress suddenly became alert. There was an electric silence while everyone waited, listening. No other sound came. "Christ, Bill, you hear that?" Cobb asked. Trumbull said nothing. There had been a robbery, maybe a murder, or perhaps worse, a gang working its way down the stalled train. It was every subway rider's worst nightmare. "They never tell you anything," Cobb said, glancing nervously at the loudspeaker. "Maybe someone should check it out." "Be my guest," Trumbull said. "A man scream," Cobb added. "It was a man screaming, I swear it." Trumbull glanced out the window again. This time he could make out another figure moving along the far track, walking with a strange rolling motion, almost a limp, as it approached them. "There's somebody coming," he said. "Ask him what's going on." Trumbull moved to the window. Hey, you!" In the dimness beyond the train, he saw the figure stop. "What's going on?" Trumbull called out. "Did someone get hurt?" The figure began moving forward again. Trumbull watched as it went to the head of the next car forward, then climbed up onto the coupling and disappeared. "I hate these TA jerks," Cobb said. "Bastards make 40 grand a year and don't do gosh." Trumbull walked to the front, looking through the window into the next car forward. Its lone occupant was still there, now reading a paperback book. Everything was quiet once more. "What do you see?" Cobb whined. Trumbull returned to his seat. "Nothing," he said. "Maybe it was just some transit worker yelling to a buddy." "I wish they'd just get moving," the waitress suddenly said, her voice tight with nerves. The youth in the heavy coat was slumped motionless in his seat, hands shoved in pockets. "I'll bet he's got his hand on a gun," thought Trumbull, uncertain whether the thought made him anxious or relieved. The lights blinked out in the forward car. "Oh, gosh," Cobb said. A loud thump came from the darkened car, causing the train to shudder as if something heavy had been slammed against it. The thump was followed by a strange sighing sound. Trumbull thought of air being released from a wet balloon. "What was that?" the waitress asked. "I'm getting the hell out of here," Cobb said. "Come on, Trumbull. The 59th Street station can't be more than a couple blocks back. I'm staying right here." "Then you're an idiot," said Cobb. "You think I'm just going to wait here for some gang to come busting through that door?" Trumbull shook his aching head. The thing to do was stay put and stay calm. If you got up and called attention to yourself, the only thing you did was make yourself a mark. There was another sound from the dark car, like rain pelting against metal. Cautiously, Trumbull leaned forward, looking ahead toward the darkened car. Immediately, he saw that the window was splattered from the inside with something like paint. Thick paint, running down the window in black clots. "What is it?" Cobb cried. "Some kids were vandalizing the car, splashing paint around. At least it looked like paint, red paint. Maybe it was time to get the hell out." And before he had even articulated the thought, he was up and running for the rear door of the car. "Billy!" Cobb was on his feet, following. Behind him, Trumbull heard something slamming against the forward door, the shuffling patter of many feet, and then the sudden screaming of the waitress. Without stopping or looking back, he grabbed the handle and twisted it, throwing the sliding door open. He jumped across the coupling and wenched open the door to the rearward car, Cobb right behind him, muttering "gosh, gosh, gosh" in a dull monotone. Trumbull had just enough time to notice that the last car was empty before the lights went out in the entire train. He glanced about wildly. The only illumination came from the faint, infrequent lights of the tunnel and the distant yellow glow of the 59th Street station. He stopped and turned to Cobb. "Let's pry open the rear door." At that moment, the sound of a gunshot echoed crazily from the car they'd just left. As the shot died away, Trumbull thought he could hear the faint sobbing of the waitress end abruptly. "They cut his throat!" Cobb screamed, glancing over his shoulder. "Shut up," Trumbull hissed. No matter what sound reached his ears, he wasn't looking back. He ran to the far door and grasped the rubber flanges, trying to pry them apart. "Help me!" he cried. Cobb grabbed the other flange, the tears streaming down his face. "Pull, for Christ's sakes!" There was a sigh of air, and the door gave way, flooding the car with a suffocating, earthy odor. Before he could move, Trumbull felt himself shoved aside by Cobb, who jammed through the opening and leapt onto the tracks. Trumbull tensed himself for the leap, then froze. Several figures were coming into focus out of the darkness of the tunnel ahead of them, shambling toward Cobb. Trumbull opened his mouth, then closed it again, swaying weakly in disbelief. There was something horribly wrong, something unutterably foreign about the way the figures moved. He watched as Cobb was surrounded. One of the figures grabbed Cobb's hair, jerking his head back, while a second pinioned his arms. Cobb struggled soundlessly in jerky pantomime. A third stepped forward from the dim shadows and, with a strangely delicate movement, flicked his hand across Cobb's throat. Immediately, a hose of blood jetted in the direction of the train. Trumbull shrank back in terror, falling to the floor and then scrambling to his knees, momentarily disoriented. He glanced back desperately at the car from which they'd run. In the darkness, he could see two figures crouched over the prone body of the waitress, working busily around her head. Trumbull felt an indescribable desperation suddenly pierce his gut. He turned and leapt out of the emergency door, stumbling onto the tracks, running past the figures hovering over Cobb, racing for the dim far light of the station. Dinner and beer came up together in a rush, decorating his legs as he ran. He heard sounds of pursuit starting up behind him, crunching and thudding footfalls. A sob escaped his lips. Then two more figures stepped out ahead of him on the tracks, cloaked and hooded, silhouetted against the distant light of the station. Trumbull stopped short as they began to move, loping toward him with a terrible speed. Behind him, the sounds of pursuit grew closer. A strange lethargy was turning his limbs to stone, and he felt his reason begin to give way. In a few seconds, he'd be caught, just like Cobb. And then, in the brief flash of a signal light, he caught a glimpse of one of the faces. A single thought, clear and quite unmistakable, came to him through the haze of a night which had suddenly turned to nightmare. He realized what he had to do. Quickly, he scanned the tracks beneath him, located the yellow warning stapes and the bright, clean rail, and thrust his foot beneath the shoe guard as the world dissolved in a flash of miraculous brilliance. D'Agosta tried to think of Yankee Stadium, the white orb of cowhide soaring through the blue July sky, the smell of grass newly ripped by a slide, the outfielder slamming into the wall, glove upraised. It was his form of transcendental meditation, a way to shut off the outside world and collect his thoughts, especially useful when everything had gone totally to gosh. He kept his eyes shut a moment longer, trying to forget the sounds of the telephones, the slamming doors, the frantic secretaries. Somewhere, he knew, Waxy was rushing around like a turkey in heat. Thank God he wasn't within squawking distance. Guess he isn't so sure about old Jeffrey anymore, he thought. It brought no consolation. With a sigh, D'Agosta forced his thoughts back to the strange figure of Alberta Munoz, sole survivor of the subway massacre. He had arrived just as she was being brought up in emergency exit at 66th Street on a stretcher, hands folded in her lap, pleasant vacant expression on her face, plump and motherly, her smooth brown skin in stark contrast to the sheets around her. God only knew how she'd managed to hide. She had not uttered a sound. The train itself had been turned into a temporary morgue. 7 civilians and 2 TA workers dead. 5 with smashed skulls and throats cut to the backbone. 3 others with their heads completely missing. 1 electrocuted by the third rail. D'Agosta could almost smell the lawyers circling. Mrs. Munoz was now up at St. Luke's in psychiatric seclusion. Waxy had hollered and pounded and threatened, but the admitting doctor was unyielding. No interviews until at least 6 that morning. 3 heads missing? The trails of blood were picked up immediately, but the hemoluminance team was having a tough time in the labyrinth of wet tunnels. D'Agosta went over the setup once more in his head. Someone had cut a signal wire just beyond the 59th Street station, causing an immediate halting of all East Side Express trains between 14th and 125th, leaving the one train trapped in the long approach to 86th Street. There they had waited, in ambush. The whole setup took intelligence and planning, and perhaps an inside knowledge of the system. So far, no clear footprints have been found, but D'Agosta estimated there had been at least 6 of them. 6, but no more than 10. A well-planned, well-coordinated attack. But why? The SOC team had determined that the electrocuted man probably stepped on the third rail deliberately. D'Agosta wondered just what a man would have to see in order to do something like that. Whatever it was, Alberta Munoz might have seen it too.
He had to talk to her before Waxy got there and ruined everything. "D'Agosta," a familiar voice bellowed, as if on cue. "What, are you freaking asleep?" He slowly opened his eyes, silently regarding the quivering red face. "Forgive me for interrupting your beauty rest," Waxy continued, "but we've got a tiny little crisis on our hands here." D'Agosta sat up. He looked around the office, spotted his jacket on the back of a chair, grabbed it, and began sliding one hand into an armhole. "You hearin' me, D'Agosta?" Waxy shouted. He pushed past the captain and walked into the hallway. Hayward was standing by the situation desk, checking an incoming fax. D'Agosta caught her eye and motioned her toward the elevator. "Where the really are you going now?" Waxy said, following them to the elevator. "You deaf or fum? I said, we got a crisis." "It's your crisis," D'Agosta snapped. "You deal with it. I've got things to do." As the elevator doors closed, D'Agosta placed a cigar in his mouth and turned to face Hayward. "St. Luke's?" she asked. He nodded in response. A minute later, the elevator doors chimed open on the wide tiled lobby. D'Agosta began to step out, then stopped. Beyond the glass doors, he could see a crowd of people, fists thrust in the air. It had tripled in size since he arrived at one police plaza at 2 a.m. That rich woman, Wisher, was standing on the hood of a squad car, speaking animated into a bullhorn. The media was there in force. He could see the pop of flash guns, the assembled machinery of television crews. Hayward put a hand on his forearm. "Sure you don't want to take a black and white from the basement motor pool?" she asked. D'Agosta looked at her. "Good idea," he said, stepping back into the elevator. The admitting doctor kept them waiting on plastic chairs in the staff cafeteria for 45 minutes. He was young, grim, and dead tired. "I told that captain no interviews until 6, he said in a thin, angry voice. D'Agosta stood up and took the doctor's hand. "I'm Lieutenant D'Agosta, and this is Sergeant Hayward. Pleased to meet you, Dr. Wasserman." The doctor grunted and withdrew his hand. "Doctor, I just want to say up front that we don't want to do anything that will cause harm to Mrs. Munoz." The doctor nodded. "And you're to be the only judge of that," D'Agosta added. The doctor said nothing. "I also realized that a certain Captain Waxy was up here causing trouble. Perhaps he even threatened you." Wasserman suddenly exploded. "In all my years working this emergency room, I've never been treated quite like that jerk treated me." Hayward snickered. "Join the club," she said. The doctor shot her a surprised look, then relaxed slightly. "Doctor, there were at least 6 and probably 10 men involved in this massacre," D'Agosta said. "I believe they're the same individuals who killed Pamela Wisher, Nicholas Bitterman, and many others. I also believe they may be roaming the subway tunnels as we speak."
It may be that the only living person who can identify them is Mrs. Munoz. If you really feel that my questioning Mrs. Munoz now will be harmful, I'll accept that. I just hope you'll consider that other lives might hang in the balance. The doctor stared at him for a long time. At last, he managed a wan smile. "Very well, Lieutenant. On 3 conditions. I must be present. You must be gentle in your questioning, and you must end the interview as soon as I request it." D'Agosta nodded. "I'm afraid you'll be wasting your time. She's suffering from shock and the early symptoms of post-traumatic stress syndrome." "Understood, Doctor." "Good. From what we can tell, Mrs. Munoz is from a small town in central Mexico. She works as a child care domestic for an Upper East Side family. We know she speaks English. Beyond that, not much. Mrs. Munoz lay in the hospital bed in exactly the same position she'd lain on the crime scene stretcher. Arms folded, eyes staring vacantly into the far distance. The room smelled of glycerin soap and rubbing alcohol. Hayward took up a position outside in case Waxy showed up prematurely, while D'Agosta and the doctor took seats on either side of the bed. They sat for a moment, motionless. Then, wordlessly, Wasserman took her hand. Dagosta removed his wallet. Sliding out a picture, he held it in front of the woman's face. "This is my daughter Isabella," said Dagosta. 2 years old. Isn't she beautiful?" He held the photo patiently until at last the woman's eyes flickered toward it. The doctor frowned. "Do you have any children?" Dagosta asked, replacing the photo. Mrs. Munoz looked at him. There was a long silence. "Mrs. Munoz," Dagosta said, "I know you're in this country illegally." The woman quickly turned away. The doctor shot Dagosta a warning look. "I also know a lot of people have made you promises they haven't kept. But I'm going to make you a promise that I swear on my daughter's picture I will keep. If you help me, I'll see to it that you get your green card." The woman did not respond. Dagosta took out another picture and held it up. "Mrs. Munoz." For a long moment the woman remained motionless. Then her eyes strayed toward the picture. Something relaxed inside Dagosta. "This is Pamela Wisher when she was 2 years old, the same age as my daughter." Mrs. Munoz took the picture. "An angel," she whispered. "She was killed by the same people who attacked your subway train." He spoke gently but rapidly. "Mrs. Munoz, please help me to find these terrible people. I don't want them to kill anyone else." A tear trickled down Mrs. Munoz's face. Her lips twitched. "Ojos?" "I'm sorry," Dagosta said. "Eyes." There was another pause while Mrs. Munoz's lips worked silently. They came, silently. Lizard's eyes, devil's eyes. A sob escaped her. Dagosta opened his mouth to speak, but a look from Wasserman restrained him. Eyes. Cuchillos de pedernal. Faces like the devil. How so? Old faces, viejos. She covered her face with her hands and let out a great groaning cry. Wasserman stood up, gesturing at Dagosta. "That's enough," he said. "Out." "But what did she—" "Out, now," the doctor said. In the corridor, Dagosta reached for his notebook, quickly spelling out the Spanish phrases as best he could. "What's that?" Hayward asked, peering curiously around his shoulder. "Spanish," said Dagosta. Hayward frowned. "That isn't like any Spanish I ever saw." Dagosta looked at her sharply. "Don't tell me you habla español on top of everything else." Hayward looked at him, one eyebrow raised. "You can't always roust in English. And just what is that crack supposed to mean?" Dagosta shoved the notebook into her hand. "Just figure out what it says." Hayward began examining it intently, moving her lips. After a few moments, she moved to the nurse's station and picked up a phone. Wasserman came out, closing the door quietly behind him. "Lieutenant, that was, well, unorthodox to say the least, but in the end, I think it may prove beneficial. Thank you." "Don't thank me," Dagosta replied. "Just get her on her feet again. There are a lot more questions I'll need to ask her down the road." Hayward had hung up the phone and was walking back toward them. "This is the best that Jorge and I could do," she said, handing the notebook back. Dagosta looked at the jottings, frowning. "Knives of flint?" Hayward shrugged. "Can't even be sure it's what she said, but it's our best guess." "Thanks," Dagosta said, thrusting the notebook into his pocket and walking away quickly. A moment later he stopped, as if recollecting something. "Doctor," he said, "Captain Waxy will probably be here in the next hour or so." A black look crossed Wasserman's features. "But I assume Mrs. Munoz is too exhausted to see anybody. Am I right? If the captain gives you any trouble, refer him to me." For the first time, Wasserman broke into a smile. When Margo arrived at the anthropology conference room around 10 that morning, it was obvious that the meeting had already been underway for some time. The small conference table in the center of the lab was uttered with coffee cups, napkins, half-eaten croissants, and breakfast wrappings. In addition to Frock, Waxy, and Dagosta, Margo was surprised to see Chief Horlocker, the heavy braid on his collar and hat looking out of place among all the equipment. Resentment hung in the air like a heavy pall. "You expect us to believe that the killers are living in those Astor tunnels of yours," Waxy was saying to Dagosta. At the sound of her entrance, he turned with a frown. "Glad you could make it," he grumbled. Hearing this, Frock looked up, then rolled back to make room for her at the table, a relieved look on his face. "Margo, at last. Perhaps you can clear things up. Lieutenant DaGosta here has been making some unusual claims about your discovery at Greg's lab. He tells me you've been doing some, additional research in my absence. If I didn't know you as well as I do, my dear, I'd think that—" "Excuse me," DaGosta said loudly. In the abrupt silence, he looked around at Horlocker, Waxy, and Frock in turn. "I'd like Dr. Green to review her findings," he said in a quieter tone. Margo took a seat at the table, surprised when Horlocker made no response. Something had happened, and though she couldn't be sure, it seemed obvious that it had to do with the subway massacre the night before. She considered apologizing for her lateness and explaining that she'd remained at her lab until 3 that morning, but decided against it. For all she knew, Jen, her lab assistant, was still at work down the hall. "Just a minute," Waxy began. "I was saying that—" Horlocker turned to him. "Waxy, shut up. Dr. Green, I think you'd better tell us exactly what you've been doing and what you've discovered." Margo took a deep breath. "I don't know what Lieutenant DaGosta has told you already," she began, "so I'll be brief. You know that the badly deformed skeleton we found belongs to Gregory Kawakita, a former curator here at the museum. He and I were both graduate assistants. After leaving the museum, Greg apparently ran a series of clandestine laboratories, the last one being down in the West Side rail yards. My examination of the site turned up evidence that, before his death, Greg was manufacturing a genetically engineered version of Lilichia majuanensis. "And that's the plant the museum beast needed to survive?" Horlocker asked. Margo listened for a sarcastic edge to his voice, but could not detect one. "Yes," she replied, "but I now believe that this plant was more than just a food source for the beast. If I'm right, the plant contains a real virus that causes morphological change in any creature that ingests it." "Come again?" Waxy said. "It causes gross physical alteration. Whittlesey, the leader of the expedition that sent the plants back to the museum, must have ingested some, perhaps unwittingly, or perhaps against his will. We'll never know the details, but it seems clear now that the museum beast was, in fact, Julian Whittlesey." There was a sharp intake of breath from Frock. Nobody else spoke.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction, do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production. ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "I know this is difficult to believe," Margo said. "It certainly wasn't the conclusion we came to after the beast was destroyed. We thought the creature was simply some evolutionary aberration that needed the plants to survive. We assumed that, when its own ecological niche was destroyed, it followed the only remaining plants back to the museum. They'd been used as packing fibers for the artifacts that were crated up and shipped back to New York. Then later, when the beast couldn't get the plants, it ate the nearest available substitute, the human hypothalamus, which contains many of the same hormones found in the plant. But I now think we were wrong. The beast was a grossly malformed Whittlesey. I also think Kawakita stumbled on the true answer. He must have found a few specimens of the plant and begun altering them genetically. I guess he believed he'd been able to rid the plant of its negative effects." "Tell them about the drug," D'Agasta said. "Kawakita had been producing the plant in large quantities," Margo said. "I believe that a rare designer drug, didn't I hear you call it glaze, is derived from it, though I can't be sure. It probably has potent narcotic or hallucinatory properties in addition to its viral payload. Kawakita must have been selling it to a select group of users, probably to raise money for more research. But he was also testing the effectiveness of his work. Clearly, he ingested the plant himself at some point. That's what accounts for the bizarre malformations to his skeletal structure. But if this drug, or plant, or whatever, has such terrible side effects, why would this Kawakita take it himself?" Holliker asked. Margo frowned. "I don't know," she said. "He must have continued perfecting new strains. I assume he'd bred out the negative elements of the drug. And he must have seen some beneficial aspect to it. I'm conducting tests on the plants I found in his laboratory. We've introduced them into various test animals, including white mice and some protozoans. My lab assistant, Jennifer Lake, is going over the results now." "Why wasn't I informed?" Waxy began. D'Agasta rounded on him. "When you finally get around to checking your inbox and listening to your messages, you'll find that you were informed of every freaking step." Holliker held up his hand. "Enough. Lieutenant, we all know that mistakes have been made. We'll leave the recriminations for later." D'Agasta sat back. Margo had never seen him so angry. It was almost as if he blamed everyone in the room, himself included, for the subway tragedy. "Right now, we've got an unbelievably serious situation on our hands," Holliker continued. "The mayor's on my back, screaming for action. And now, with this massacre, the governor's joined in." He wiped his brow with a damp handkerchief. "All right. According to Dr. Green here, we're dealing with a group of drug addicts supplied by this scientist, Kawakita. Only now, Kawakita is dead. Maybe their supplies have run out, or maybe they've gone wild. They're living deep underground, in these aster tunnels D'Agasta was describing, abandoned long ago because of flooding. And they're going mad with need. When they can't get the drug, they're forced to eat the human brain, just like the Yumbroan beast. Hence all the recent killings." He looked around, glaring. "Supporting evidence?" "The Yumbroan plants we found at Kawakita's lab site," Margo said. "The bulk of the killings parallel the route of the aster tunnels," D'Agasta added. "Pendergast showed that." "Circumstantial," Waxy snorted. "How about testimony of countless homeless, all stating the Devil's Attic has been colonized?" Margo said. "You'd trust a bunch of bums and drug addicts?" Waxy asked. "Why the gosh would they lie?" Margo demanded. "And who's in a better position to know the truth than they are?" Very well. The chief raised his hand. In the face of the evidence, we're forced to agree. No other leads have panned out, and the powers that be in this city want immediate action. Not tomorrow or the next day, but right now. Frock cleared his throat quietly. It was the first sound he'd made in some time. "Professor?" Holliker said. Frock rolled forward slowly. "Forgive my skepticism, but I find this a little too fantastic," he began. "It all seems too much an extrapolation from the facts. Since I wasn't involved in the most recent tests, I can't speak with authority, of course." He looked at Margo with mild reproof. "But the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. And what, pray tell, is the simple explanation?" D'Agosta broke in. Frock moved his gaze to the lieutenant. "I beg your pardon," he said. Holliker turned to D'Agosta. "Stow it, Vincent. Perhaps Kawakita was working with the Yumbwan plant, and I see no reason to doubt Margo when she says that our own assumptions of 18 months ago were a trifle hasty. But where is the evidence of a drug, or of the distribution of a drug?" Frock spread his hands. "Jesus, Frock! He had a stream of visitors out at his lab in Long Island City." Frock turned another cool stare at D'Agosta. "I dare say you have visitors at your apartment in Queens." The distaste in his voice was evident. "But that doesn't mean you're a drug peddler. Kawakita's activities, however professionally reprehensible, do not have any bearing on what I think is probably a gang of youths on a homicidal rampage. Kawakita was a victim like the rest. I fail to see the connection. Then how do you explain Kawakita's deformities? Very well, he was making this drug, and perhaps he was taking it. In deference to Margo, I'll go even further, and without any proof, of course, that perhaps this drug does cause certain physical changes in the user. But I have yet to see one iota of evidence that he was distributing it, or that his clients are responsible for these killings. And the idea that the Yumbwan creature was once Julian Whittlesey? Come now, it goes directly against evolutionary theory. Your evolutionary theory, Margo thought. Holliker passed a weary hand over his brow, and pushed litter and papers away from a map that was lying across the table. "Your objections are noted, Dr. Frock. But it no longer matters exactly who these people are. We know what they do, and we have a good idea where they live. All that's left now is to take action." D'Agosta shook his head. "I think it's too soon. I know every minute counts, but we're still in the dark about too many things. I was in the Museum of Natural History, remember? I saw the Yumbwan creature. If these drug users have even a trace of that thing's abilities," he shrugged. "You saw the slides of Kawakita's skeleton. I just don't think we should move until we know what we're dealing with. Pendergast went down for his own reconnaissance over 48 hours ago. I think we should wait until he returns." Frock looked up in surprise, and Holliker snorted. "Pendergast. I don't like the man, and I never liked his methods. He has no
Margo began to rise, but do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., Severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Sam dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Megan dialogue. Margo began to rise, but D'Agosta placed a restraining hand on her arm. She watched the door close with regret. Frock had been a visionary, the one person most instrumental in her own choice of careers. Yet now she could only feel pity for the great scientist who'd grown so set in his ways. How much less painful, she thought, if only he'd been allowed to enjoy his retirement in peace. Pendergast stood on a small metal catwalk, watching the mass of sewage moving sluggishly 4 feet below him. It glowed faintly green and surreal in the artificial phosphor of the VisniTech night vision goggles. The smell of methane gas was dangerously strong, and every few minutes he reached inside his jacket for a whiff of pure oxygen from a hidden mouthpiece. The catwalk was bedecked with rotten strips of paper and other less identifiable things that had caught in the metal slats during the last rainstorm. With every step, Pendergast's feet sunk into puffy mounds of rust that coated the metal like fungus. He moved quickly, examining the slimy walls, looking for the thick metal door that signified the final descent to the Astor tunnels. Every 20 steps, he removed a small canister from a pocket and sprayed 2 dots on the wall. The dots, invisible to the human eye, glowed a ghostly white when the VisniTechs were in infrared mode. This would help him to find his way back, especially if, for whatever reason, he was in a hurry. Ahead, Pendergast could now make out the faint outlines of the metal door, plated with rivets and heavy with a crust of calcite and oxides. A massive lock hung from its faceplate, frozen by time. Pendergast dug into his jacket, removed a small metal tool, and flicked it on. The high whine of a diamond blade sang down the sewer line, and a stream of sparks flickered into the darkness. In seconds, the lock fell onto the catwalk. Pendergast examined the rusted hinges, then positioned the small blade and cut through the 3 sets of door pins. He replaced the saw and gave the door a long, appraising glance. Then, grasping the faceplate with both hands, he jerked it toward him. There was a sudden shriek of metal, and the door came away, falling off the catwalk and landing with a splash in the water below. On the far side of the door was a dark hole, leading down into unguessable depths. Pendergast switched on the goggle's infrared LED and peered down the hole, wiping the dust from his latex gloves. Nothing. He played a thin Kevlar rope down into the darkness, fixing the end to an iron bolt. Then, taking a nylon-webbed Swiss seat from his pack, he stepped gingerly into it, locked on a carabiner with a motorized brake bar, and stepped into the well, sliding quickly to the bottom. His boots landed in a soft, yielding surface. Pendergast unhooked the Swiss seat and tucked his gear away, then did a slow scan with the VisniTechs. The tunnel was so hot that everything was burned to white. He adjusted the amplitude, and slowly the room swam into view, illuminated in a monochromatic landscape of pale green. He was standing in a long, monotonous tunnel. The muck on the ground was about 6 inches deep and thick as axle grease. Completing the visual sweep, he pulled open his commos and consulted the diagrams inside. If the map was correct, he was in a service tunnel, close to the main line. Perhaps a quarter of a mile down the passage lay the remains of the Crystal Pavilion, the private waiting area deep beneath the long-forgotten Knickerbocker Hotel, which once stood on the corner of Fifth Avenue and Central Park South. It was the largest of the waiting areas, larger than the platforms beneath the Waldorf and the great Fifth Avenue mansions. If there was a central hub of the Devil's Attic, he would find it within the Crystal Pavilion. Pendergast moved carefully down the tunnel. The smell of methane and the stench of decay were dizzying. Nevertheless, he breathed deeply through his nose, aware of a certain goatish odor he remembered all too well from the darkened museum sub-basement 18 months before. The service tunnel merged with another and made a slow bend toward the main line. Pendergast glanced downwards and froze. There in the sludge was a trail of footprints. Bare footprints, apparently fresh. They headed down the track toward the main line. Taking a long whiff of oxygen, Pendergast bent to examine the track more closely. Allowing for the elasticity of the sludge, the footprints looked normal, if a little broad and squat. Then he noticed the way the toes narrowed to thick points, more like talons than toenails. There were certain depressions in the muck between the toe imprints that suggested webbing. Pendergast straightened up. It was all true then. The Wrinklers were real. He hesitated a moment, taking another hit from the mouthpiece. Then he moved down the service tube, following the tracks, keeping near the wall. When he reached the main junction, he paused for a moment, listened, then spun quickly around the corner into the weaver stance, gun thrust forward. Nothing. The footprints now joined a second, well-traveled path down the center of the main line. Pendergast knelt and examined the trail. It was made of many tracks, mostly bare feet, a few shoes or boots. Some of the feet were extremely broad, almost spade-like. Others looked normal. Many individuals had traveled this trail. After another careful reconnaissance, he started forward again, passing several side tunnels as he went. Footpaths ran out of these tunnels, converging with the main path. It was almost, Pendergast thought, like the web of tracks one found when hunting in Botswana or Namibia. Animals converging on a watering hole or a lair. A large structure loomed ahead. If Al Diamond was correct, this was the remains of the Crystal Pavilion. As Pendergast moved closer, he could make out a long railway platform, its sides layered with the muck of innumerable floods. Carefully, he followed the herd path up onto the platform and looked around, making sure to keep his back against the nearest wall. The Visnitech goggles showed in pitiless greens a scene of fantastic decay. Gaslight fixtures, once beautiful, now empty and skeletal, hung from the cracked tile mosaics that adorned the walls, and a mosaic ceiling displaying the 12 figures of the zodiac covered the ceiling. At the rear of the platform, the herd path converged beneath a low archway. Pendergast moved forward, then stopped abruptly. From the other side of the archway came a hot breeze, carrying an unmistakable smell. Reaching into his pack, he felt for the military-issue argon flash lamp, found it, and drew it out. The flash was powerful enough to blind a person temporarily, even in the bright midday sun. The drawback was that it took 7 seconds to recharge, and the charge pack held enough juice for only a dozen flashes. Taking another whiff of oxygen, he thrust the flash forward with one hand, aimed his gun into the blackness with the other, and stepped beneath the archway. The night between the nearest columns with an enormous tiled mural. Trees, a quiet lake with a beaver dam and beaver, mountains, and an approaching thunderstorm were all depicted in ruined complexity. The decayed condition of the mural and its shattered tiles would have reminded Pendergast of Pompeii, were it not for the furious sea of dried mud and filth that had swept up along its lower edges. Broad streaks of ordure, like a giant's finger painting, ran crazily up the walls. Along the crown of the mural, Pendergast could make out the name Astor in complex tile work. He smiled. Astor had originally made his fortune in beaver pelts. This had indeed been a private sanctuary for a few very rich families. The next bay contained another great mural, this one depicting a steam locomotive crossing a river gorge, pulling a line of hopper and tank cars and framed by snow-capped peaks. The name Vanderbilt was tiled above it, a man who made his fortune in railroads. In front of the mural lay an ancient ottoman, its arms askew and its back broken, mildewed stuffing pouring from the rent pillows. Farther along, a niche marked Rockefeller depicted an oil refinery in a bucolic setting, surrounded by farms, the distillation columns tinged by the sunset. Pendergast took a step into the large space. He watched the rows of columns recede into darkness, the grand names of the Gilded Age glowing in his goggles. Vanderbilt, Morgan, Jessup, others too faint to make out. He moved slowly, watching for any movement. At the far side of the room, a corridor marked "To Hotel" led to two ornate elevators, their brass doors wide open and stained with verdigris, the cars inside in complete devastation, cables draped along the floor like iron snakes. Inset into a nearby wall between two shattered mirrors was a mahogany schedule board, warped and rotten with wormholes. Though the bottom of the board had fallen away, he could make out the lettering across the top. Weekends. In season. Dest. Time. Pocantico Hills, 10:14. Cold Spring, 10:42. Hyde Park, 11:3. Beside the timetable was a small waiting area of disintegrating chairs and sofas. Amidst them, Pendergast saw what had once been a Bosendorfer concert grand. The floods had rotted and then stripped most of the wood away, leaving a massive metal frame, keyboard, and wild nest of broken strings. A musical skeleton, now silent. Pendergast turned toward the center of the room and listened. The silence was broken only by the distant sound of dripping water. He glanced around and saw a stream of shivering drops falling from the ceiling. He began moving forward, scanning in the direction of the archway and platform for a flash of white in the goggles that would indicate something warmer than the surrounding environment. Nothing. The goatish smell became stronger. As the shape in the center began resolving itself in the green haze of his goggles, Pendergast realized it was too low and squat to be a kiosk. Now he could see that it was a crudely made structure, a hut of smooth white stones with only a partial roof, apparently unfinished, surrounded by low platforms and pedestals. Moving still closer, he could see that what he had thought were stones were actually skulls. Pendergast stopped and took several breaths of the cleansing oxygen. The entire hut had been constructed of human skulls, anterior sides facing outward. Ragged holes yawned through their backs, glowing eerily green in his goggles. He counted the skulls from floor to roof, then did a rough estimation. A quick calculation told him that the circular wall of the hut was formed of roughly 450 skulls. Hair and scalp fragments showed that most, if not all, of the skulls were fresh. Pendergast circled to the front of the hut, then waited outside the entrance for several minutes, motionless. The tracks ended here, thousands of them, in a mad jumble of prints around the opening. Above it, he could see 3 ideographs, painted in some dark liquid. There was no sound, no movement. Taking a deep breath, he crouched, then spun toward the inside. The hut was deserted. Ceremonial clay goblets, at least 100 or more, had been placed on the floor along the inside wall. Outside the entrance stood a simple stone offering table, perhaps 4 feet high and 2 in diameter. It was surrounded with a fence made out of what appeared to be human long bones, lashed with rawhide. Some odd-looking metal parts had been arranged on the table and covered with rotting flowers, as if part of a shrine. Pendergast picked up one of the parts and examined it in surprise. It was a flat piece of metal with a worn rubber handle. The other, equally mundane items provided no further clues. He slipped a few of the smallest into his pocket. Suddenly, a flash of white registered in his goggles. Quickly, he dropped to a kneeling position behind the table. All seemed quiet, and he wondered if he had been mistaken. Occasionally, the goggles could be fooled by thermal layers in the air. But there it was again, a shape, human, or nearly, loping through the archway from the platform beyond, a white blob leaving an infrared track on his field of view. It appeared to be clutching something to its chest as it ran toward him. In the thick dark, Pendergast silently raised his gun in one hand, his flash apparatus in the other, and waited. Margo sat back in the flimsy institutional chair, massaging her temples lightly with her fingertips. After Frock's departure, the meeting had quickly degenerated into disagreement. Horlocker left the room for several minutes to speak privately with the mayor. He returned with a city engineer named Houseman. Now, Jack Masters, head of NYPD's Tactical Response Unit, was also on the phone. But so far, they had made little progress. "Look," came the voice of Masters, tinny and distorted, through the speakerphone. "It's taken my people almost half an hour just to verify the existence of these aster tunnels. How can we insert a team?" "Send several teams then," Horlocker snapped. "Try different entrance points. Use a wave approach so we know at least one team will make penetration." "Sir, you can't even tell me the number or condition of the, well, whatever you call them. And the terrain is unfamiliar. The tunnel system beneath Manhattan is so complex, my men would be compromised. There are too many unknowns, too many ambush points." "There's always the bottleneck," said Houseman, the city engineer, chewing fretfully on the end of his pen. "The what?" Horlocker replied. "The bottleneck," said the engineer. "All the piping in that quadrant has to go through a single large blast hole, maybe 300 feet down. The aster tunnels are below that somewhere." "There you go," Horlocker said into the speakerphone. "We could seal it off and proceed from there, right?" There was a pause. "I suppose so, sir. So we could trap them?" "Maybe." Masters sounded dubious even through the speakerphone. "But what then? We couldn't lay siege, and we couldn't very well go in and root them out. It would be a stalemate. We need more time to grid the route." Margo glanced at D'Agosta, looking on disgustedly. It was what he'd been recommending from the beginning. Horlocker pounded on the table. "Gosh, we don't have time. I've got the governor and the mayor breathing down my neck. They've authorized me to take any action necessary to stop these killings, and I plan to do just that." Now that Horlocker had made up his mind, his determination, his impatience was remarkable. Margo wondered just what it was the mayor had said in their telephone conversation that had so put the fear of God into the police chief. Houseman, the engineer, removed his pen from his mouth long enough to speak. "How can we be sure these creatures live in the aster tunnels anyway? I mean, underground Manhattan's a large place." Horlocker turned toward Margo. She cleared her throat, aware of being put on the spot.
"From what I understand," she said, "there are a lot of underground homeless throughout the tunnels. If there were a concentration of these creatures elsewhere, the homeless would know about it. Like we said earlier, there's no reason to doubt the word of this Mephisto. Besides, if the creatures have any of the characteristics of the Mbwin beast, they'll shun light. The deeper their nest, the better. Of course," she added quickly, "Pendergast's report will—" "Thank you," Horlocker said, stepping hard on her final words. "Okay, Masters, you've got the brief." The door swung open suddenly, the squeaking of rubber wheels announcing Frock's return. Margo looked up slowly, almost afraid to see the expression on the old scientist's face.
I think I owe everyone here an apology, he said simply, wheeling up to the table. As I went through the museum's halls just now, I did my best to look at things objectively. And on reflection, I'm afraid I may well have been wrong. It's difficult to admit it, even to myself. But I suppose the theory advanced by Margo best fits the facts. He turned toward Margo. Please forgive me, my dear. I'm a tiresome old man, overly fond of his pet theories, especially when it comes to evolution. He smiled wanly. How noble, Harlicker said. But leave the soul searching for later. We need better maps, the voice of Masters continued, and more information about the hostels' habits. Verit, Harlicker cried, aren't you hearing me? We don't have time for a geological survey here. Waxy, what's your take on this? There was a silence. Frock eyed Waxy, who was staring out the window, as if hoping to see the much-needed answer spray-painted across Central Park's great lawn. The captain frowned, but no words came. The first two victims, Frock said, still eyeing Waxy, appear to have been washed out in a storm. So they were nice and clean when we found them, Harlicker growled. Good. So what? The gnaw marks on these victims don't show signs of hurried work, Frock continued. It would appear the creatures had plenty of time to do their work unmolested. That would imply the bodies were near, or perhaps in their lair at the time the marks were made. There are numerous analogs in nature. Yeah? If a few victims can be flooded out by a storm, what would it take to flood the lair itself? That's it, Waxy cried, turning from the window in triumph. We'll drown the bastards. That's crazy, said Dagosta. No, it isn't, Waxy said, pointing excitedly out the window. The reservoir's got to drain out through the storm system, right? And when the storm drains get overloaded, doesn't the overflow go into the Astor tunnels? Wasn't that why you said they were abandoned? There was a short silence. Harlicker turned toward the engineer with a quizzical look, who nodded. It's true. The reservoir can be dumped directly into the storm drain and sewage system. Is it feasible? Harlicker asked. Hausman thought a moment. I'll have to check with Duffy to be sure. But there are upward of 2,000 acre-feet of water in the reservoir, at least. That's 90 million cubic feet. If even a fraction of that water, say 30%, were suddenly released into the sewer system, it would completely overwhelm it. And as I understand it, the overflow would go into the Astor tunnels, then on into the Hudson. Waxy nodded triumphantly. Exactly. Seems like a pretty drastic step to me, Dagosta said. Drastic, Harlicker repeated. Excuse me, Lieutenant, but we just had the better part of a subway train massacred last night. These things are out for blood, and it's getting worse fast. Maybe you'd prefer to walk up and give them a summons or something, but that just won't do the trick. I've got most of Albany on my back, demanding action. This way, he waved his hand in the direction of the window and the reservoir beyond. We can get them where they live. But how do we know exactly where all this water's going to go? Dagosta asked. Hausman turned to Dagosta. We have a pretty good idea. The way the bottleneck works, the flow will be confined to the very lowest level of the Central Park quadrant. The overflow shunts will direct the water straight down through the bottleneck into the deepest storm drains and the Astor tunnels, which in turn drain into the west side laterals and finally into the Hudson. Pendergast did say that the tunnels south and north of the park had been sealed off years before, Dagosta said, almost as if to himself. Harlicker looked around, a smile creasing his features. To Margo, it looked awkward, as if Harlicker didn't use those particular muscles very often. They'll be trapped beneath this bottleneck, swept away and drowned. Objections, anybody? You'd have to make sure all the creatures were down there when you let the reservoir go, said Harlicker's smile faded. Gosh, and how the hell can we do that? Dagosta shrugged. One of the patterns we found was that no killings occurred during a full moon. That makes sense, Margo replied. If these creatures are like Mbwen, they hate light. They probably remain below during the full moon. What about all the homeless living down there, under the park? Dagosta asked. Harlicker snorted. Didn't you hear Hausman? The water will go straight to the lowest levels beneath the city. We've heard the homeless shun that area. Besides, the Wrinklers would have killed any that wandered too deep. Hausman nodded. We'll plan a limited operation that wouldn't flood anything but the Astor tunnels. And any moles that might be camping out in the path of the descending water? Dagosta persisted. Harlicker sighed. Ah, gosh. To be on the safe side, I guess we'd better roust them out of the Central Park quadrant and put them in shelters. He straightened. In fact, we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and maybe even get that Wisher woman off our backs, too. He turned to Waxy. Now this is what I call a plan, he said. Nicely done. Waxy blushed and nodded. It's a hell of a big place down there, Dagosta said, and those homeless people aren't going to go willingly. Dagosta? Harlicker snapped. I don't want to hear you whining anymore about why it can't be done. For Christ's sakes, how many homeless are we talking about below Central Park? 100? There's a lot more than... If you've got a better idea, Harlicker interrupted, let's hear it. Otherwise, stow it. He turned to Waxy. Tonight's the full moon. We can't afford to wait another month. We'll have to do it now. He leaned toward the speakerphone. Masters, I want all underground spaces in the vicinity of Central Park cleared of homeless before midnight. Every very tunnel, from 59th Street to 110th, and from Central Park West to 5th Avenue. A night in the shelters will do the moles good. Get the Port Authority, the MTA, anyone you need. And get me the mayor. I'll need to brief him on our plan of action. Get the rubber stamp. You'll need some XTA cops down there, Dagosta said. They've done rousting details. They'll know what to expect. I disagree, Waxy said immediately. Those moles are dangerous. A group of them almost killed us just a couple of days ago. We want real cops. Real cops? Dagosta repeated. In a louder tone, he added, then at least take Sergeant Hayward. Forget it, Waxy said. She'll just be in the way. Just shows how much you know, Dagosta snapped. The most valuable resource you had, Waxy, and you never bothered to tap her potential. She knows more than anyone about the underground homeless. You hear me? More than anyone. Believe me, you'll need her expertise on a roust of this size. Harlicker sighed. Masters, make sure to include this Sergeant Hayward on the field trip. Waxy, contact what's-his-name? Duffy? At the Water Authority. I want those valves opened at midnight. He looked around. We'd better move this down to Police Plaza. Professor Frock, we could use your assistance. Margo watched as Frock, despite himself, beamed with pleasure at feeling useful. Thank you for that. But I think I'll go home and rest first, if I may. This business has quite exhausted me. He smiled at Horlocker, winked at Margo, and rolled out the door. Margo watched him go. Nobody else will ever have any idea how much effort it cost him to admit he was wrong, she thought. Dagosta began following Horlocker and Waxy into the corridor. Then he stopped and turned back to Margo. Thoughts? He asked. Margo shook her head, bringing herself back. I don't know. I understand there's no time to waste, but I can't help remembering what happened when... She hesitated. I just wish Pendergast was here, she said at last. The phone rang, and she moved to answer it. Margo Green here. She listened for a long moment, then hung up. You'd better go on ahead, she said to Dagosta. That was my lab assistant. She wants me downstairs right away. Smithback pushed aside one man in a seersucker suit and dug his elbow into another, trying to force his way through the thickening mob. He'd badly underestimated just how long it would take him to get here. The crowd was jammed solidly for almost 3 blocks worth of Fifth Avenue real estate, and more were arriving every minute. Already, he'd missed Wisher's opening speech in front of the cathedral. Now he wanted to reach the first candlelight vigil before the crowd began moving again. "Watch it jerk," a young man brayed loudly, removing a silver hip flask from his lips just long enough to speak. "Go suck on a long bond," Smithback retorted over his shoulder as he straggled forward. He could hear policemen now beginning to work the edges of the crowd, trying ineffectually to clear the avenue. Several news crews had arrived, and Smithback could see cameramen climbing onto the roofs of their vans, craning for a good shot. It seemed that the wealth and power concentrated in the first rally had now been joined by a much larger, much younger crew, and they had all taken the city by surprise. "Hey, Smithback!" Turning, the journalist made out Clarence Kaczynski, a Post reporter on the Wall Street beat. "Can you believe this? Word spread like lightning." "Guess my article did the trick," Smithback said proudly. Kaczynski shook his head. "Hate to disappoint you, pal, but your article only hit the streets half an hour ago. They didn't want to take the chance of alerting the cops too early. Word got passed in late afternoon over the services. You know, brokers' wires, the NYSE network, Quotron, Lexus, all the rest. Seems the boys downtown have really taken to this whole Wisher thing. They think she's the answer to all their white-bread problems," he snickered. "It's not just about crime anymore. Don't ask me how it happened, but the talk in all the bars is that she's got twice the courage the mayor has. They think she's going to cut welfare, clean up the homeless, put a Republican back in the White House, bring the Dodgers back to Brooklyn, all at once." Smithback looked around. "I didn't know there were so many financial types in the whole world, let alone Manhattan." Kaczynski snickered again. "Everybody assumes that Wall Street types are all retro yuppie drones in boring suits with 2.5 children, a house in the suburbs, and treadmill cookie-cutter existences. Nobody remembers the place has a whole sleazy underbelly, too. You got your mere exchange floor runners, bond strippers, interest rate swappers, pork belly traders, boiler room operators, money launderers, you name it. And we're not exactly talking upper crust here. We're talking some real Archie Bunker types. Besides, it isn't just Wall Street anymore. Word's going out by pager, network, and broadcast fax now. The back offices of banks and insurance companies everywhere are coming to join the party." Ahead, between the rows of heads, Smithback made out Mrs. Wisher. Saying a hasty goodbye to Kaczynski, he pushed his way forward. Mrs. Wisher was standing in the stately shadow of Bergdorf Goodman, flanked by a Catholic priest, an Episcopalian minister, and a rabbi, in front of a 3-foot pile of fresh flowers and cards. An effete-looking, long-haired young man, wearing a pinstripe suit and thick violet socks, stood mournfully to one side. Smithback recognized the hangdog face as that of the Viscount Adair, Pamela Wisher's boyfriend. Mrs. Wisher looked spare and dignified, her light hair pulled severely back, and her face without makeup. As he switched on his tape recorder and thrust it forward, Smithback couldn't help thinking that she was a born leader. Mrs. Wisher stood silently, head bowed, for a long moment. Then she turned toward the assembled crowd, adjusting a wireless microphone. She cleared her throat dramatically. "Citizens of New York," she cried. As a hush fell over the crowd, Smithback looked around, startled by the clarity and volume of her voice. He made out several people, scattered strategically through the crowd, holding portable speakers on metal poles. Despite the spontaneous look of the march, Mrs. Wisher and her people had clearly thought things out in great detail. When the silence was complete, she resumed in a quieter voice. "We are here to remember Mary Ann Cappelletti, who was mugged and shot to death at this spot on March 14th. Let us pray."
Between her sentences, Smithback could hear the police bullhorns more clearly now, ordering the crowd to disperse. Mounted police had arrived, only to find the crowd too heavy for them to move in safely, and their horses pranced at the fringes in frustration. Smithback knew that Mrs. Wisher had deliberately not sought a parade permit this time, in order to cause maximum surprise and consternation at City Hall. Like Kaczynski had said, announcing the march over the private services made for an efficient system of communication. It also had the advantage of bypassing law enforcement, the general media, and municipal government, who only got wind of the event when it was too late to stop it. "It's been a long time," Mrs. Wisher was saying, "a very long time since a child could walk in New York City without fear. But now, even adults are afraid. We're afraid to walk the streets, to stroll through the park, to ride the subway." An angry murmur rose at this reference to the recent massacre. Smithback added his own voice to the crowd's, knowing that Mrs. Wisher had probably never hung from a strap in her life. "Tonight," she cried suddenly, eyes glittering as she surveyed the crowd, "tonight we will change all that. And we will start by taking back Central Park. At midnight, we will stand unafraid on the great lawn." A roar rose from the crowd, growing in intensity until the pressure of it seemed almost to constrict Smithback's chest. He turned off his cassette recorder and stuffed it into his pocket. It couldn't handle the noise, and besides, he wouldn't need any help remembering this event. He knew that by now, other journalists would have arrived in force, national as well as local. But he, Smithback, was the only journalist with exclusive access to Annette Wisher, the only reporter provided with details of the march. Not long before, a special afternoon edition of the Post had begun appearing on newsstands. It included an insert that displayed maps of the march and listed all the stopping points at which the murder victims would be memorialized. Smithback felt a flush of pride. He could see that many people in the crowd had a copy of the insert in their hands. Kaczynski didn't know everything. He, Smithback, had helped spread the word far and wide. Newsstand sales would no doubt go through the roof, and it was the best kind of circulation, not just working-class types, but a good smattering of affluent, influential people who normally read the Times. Let that dweeb Harriman explain this particular phenomenon to his fossilized, dung-encrusted editor. The sun had fallen behind the towers and minarets of Central Park West, and a warm summer evening was gathering in the air. Mrs. Wisher lit a small candle, then nodded to the clergyman to do the same.
"Friends," she said, holding the candle above her head, "let our small lights and our small voices unite into one raging bonfire and one unmistakable roar. We have but one goal, a goal that cannot be ignored or resisted: to take back our city." As the crowd took up the chant, Mrs. Wisher moved forward into Grand Army Plaza. With a final shove, Smithback forced himself past the front row and into the small entourage. It was like being inside the eye of a hurricane. Mrs. Wisher turned toward him. "I'm delighted you could make it, Bill," she said, as calmly as if Smithback were attending a tea party. "Delighted to be here," Smithback replied, grinning widely in return. As they moved slowly past the Plaza Hotel and on to Central Park South, Smithback turned back to watch the great mass of people swinging in behind them, like some vast serpent sliding its bulk along the boundaries of the park. Now he could see more people ahead of them as well, flowing out from 6th and 7th Avenues, coming down to join them from the west. There was a healthy scattering of old-moneyed blue bloods in the crowd, sedate and gray. But Smithback could see growing masses of the young men Kaczynski had been talking about: bond salesmen, bank AVPs, brawny-looking commodity traders, drinking, whistling, cheering, and looking as if they were spoiling for action. He remembered how little it had taken to rouse them into throwing bottles at the mayor, and he wondered just how much control Wisher could exert on the crowd if things got ugly. The drivers of the vehicles along Central Park South had given up honking and had left their vehicles to watch or join the throng, but a vast caterwauling of horns was still rising from the direction of Columbus Circle. Smithback breathed deeply, drinking in the chaos like fine wine, he thought. A young man hustled up to Mrs. Wisher. "It's the mayor," he panted, holding out a cellular phone. Tucking the microphone into her purse, Mrs. Wisher took the phone. "Yes," she said, coolly, without breaking stride. There was a long silence. "I'm sorry you feel that way, but the time for permits is long past. You don't seem to realize this city is in an emergency. And we're putting you on notice. This is your final chance to bring peace to our streets." There was a pause while she listened, placing a hand over her free ear to shut out the noise of the crowd. "I'm grieved to hear that the march is hindering your policemen, and I'm pleased to know that the chief of police is mounting some operation of his own. But let me ask you a question. Where were your policemen when my Pamela was murdered? Where were your—" She listened impatiently. "No, absolutely not. The city is drowning in crime, and you are threatening me with a citation? If you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up. We're rather busy here." She handed the phone back to her assistant. "If he calls again, tell him I'm engaged." She turned to Smithback, slipping one hand into his arm. "This next stop is the site where my daughter was killed. I need to be strong for this, Bill. You'll help me, won't you?" Smithback licked his lips. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. D'Agosta followed Margo down a dusty, poorly lit hall on the first floor of the museum. Once part of an ancient exhibit, the hall had been sealed from public view for years and was now used primarily as overflow storage space for the mammalian collection. Various stuffed beasts, in postures of attack or defense, lined both sides of the narrow corridor. D'Agosta nearly snagged his jacket on the claw of a rearing grizzly. He found himself keeping his arms close to his sides to avoid brushing against the rest of the moldering specimens. As they rounded a corner into a cul-de-sac, D'Agosta saw a huge stuffed elephant dead ahead, its much-repaired gray skin tattering and flaking. Beneath its massive belly, hidden in shadow, was the two-story metal door of a freight elevator. "We gotta make this quick," he said, as Margo pressed the elevator button. "One police plaza has been mobilizing all afternoon. Looks like they're getting ready to storm the Normandy beaches. Besides that, there's some kind of surprise rally by Take Back Our City forming along Fifth Avenue." There was a smell in the air that reminded him of certain summer crime scenes he'd visited. "The preparation lab is just down the hall," Margo said, watching as D'Agosta's nose wrinkled. "They must be macerating a specimen." "Right," said D'Agosta. He glanced up at the huge elephant overhead. "Where are the tusks?" "That's Jumbo, P.T. Barnum's old showpiece. He was hit by a freight train in Ontario, and his tusks were shattered. Barnum ground them up, made gelatin out of them, and served it at Jumbo's memorial dinner. Resourceful." D'Agosta slid a cigar into his mouth. Nobody could complain about a little smoke with a reek like this. "Sorry," said Margo, grinning sheepishly. "No smoking. Possibility of methane in the air." D'Agosta put the cigar back in his pocket as the elevator door slid open. Methane! Now that was something to think about. They stepped out into a sweltering basement corridor lined with steam pipes and enormous packing crates. One of the crates was open, exposing the knobby end of a black bone, big as a tree limb. Must be a dinosaur, D'Agosta thought. He struggled to control a feeling of apprehension as he remembered the last time he'd been in the museum's basement. "We tested the drug on several organisms," Margo said, walking into a room whose bright neon lights stood in sharp contrast to the dingy corridor outside. In one corner, a lab worker was bending over an oscilloscope. Lab mice,
E. coli bacteria, blue-green algae, and several single-celled animals. The mice are in here. D'Agosta peered into the small holding area, then stepped back quickly. Jesus! The white walls of the stacked cages were flecked with blood. Torn bodies of dead mice littered the floors of the cage, shrouded in their own entrails. Margo peered into the cages. You can see that of the 4 mice originally placed in each cage, only 1 remains alive. Why didn't you put them all in separate cages? D'Agosta asked. Margo glanced up at him. Leaving them together was the whole point. I wanted to examine behavioral as well as physical changes. Looks like things got a little out of hand. Margo nodded. All of these mice were fed the M. wound lily, and all became massively infected by the reovirus. It's highly unusual for a virus that affects humans also to affect mice. Normally, they're very host-specific. Now watch this. As Margo approached the topmost cage, the surviving mouse leapt at her, hissing, clinging to the wire, its long yellow incisors knitting the air. Margo stepped back. "Charming," said D'Agosta. "They fought to the death, didn't they?" Margo nodded. "The most surprising thing is that this mouse was badly wounded in the fight. But look at how thoroughly its cuts have healed. And if you check the other cages, you'll see the same phenomenon. The drug must have some powerful rejuvenative or healing properties. The light probably makes them irritable, but we already know that the drug makes one sensitive to light. In fact, Jen left one of the lights on, and by morning the protozoan colony directly beneath it had died." She stared at the cages for a moment. "There's something else I'd like to show you," she said at last. "Jen, can you give me a hand here?" With the lab assistant's help, Margo slid a divider across the topmost cage, trapping the live mouse on one side. Then she deftly removed the remains of the dead mice with a long pair of forceps and dropped them into a Pyrex basin. "Let's take a quick look," she said, carrying the pieces into the main lab and placing them on the stage of a wide-angle stereo zoom. She peered through the eyepieces, probing the remains with a scapula. As D'Agosta looked on, she sliced open the back of a head, peeled the skin and fur away from the skull, and examined it carefully. Next, she cut open a section of spinal cord and peered closely at the vertebrae. "As you can see, it looks normal," she said, straightening up. "Except for the rejuvenative qualities, it seems the primary changes are behavioral, not morphological. At least, that's the case in this species. It's too early to be sure, but perhaps Kawakita did succeed in taming the drug in the end." "Yeah," D'Agosta added, "after it was too late. That's what's been puzzling me. Kawakita must have taken the drug before it reached this stage of development. Why would he take such a risk trying the drug on himself? Even after testing it on other people, he couldn't have been sure. It wasn't like him to act so rashly." "Arrogance," said D'Acosta. "Arrogance doesn't explain turning yourself into a guinea pig. Kawakita was a careful scientist, almost to a fault. It just doesn't seem in character." "Some of the most unlikely people become addicts," D'Agosta said. "I see it all the time. Doctors, nurses, even police officers." "Maybe," Margo sounded unconvinced. "Anyway, over here are the bacteria and the protozoans we inoculated with the reovirus. Strangely enough, they all tested negative. The amoebas, paramecia, rotifers, everything, except for this one." She had opened an incubator, exposing rows of Petri dishes covered with purple agar. Glossy, dime-sized welts in each dish of agar indicated growing colonies of protozoans. She removed a dish. "This is B. meriscarii, a single-celled animal that lives in the ocean, growing in shallow water on the surface of kelp and seaweed. It usually feeds on plankton. I like to use them because they're relatively docile and they're exceptionally sensitive to chemicals." She carefully dragged a wire loop through the colony of single-celled animals. Smearing the loop on a glass slide, she seated the slide on the microscope tray, adjusted the focus, then stepped away so D'Agosta could take a look.
Peering into the eyepiece, D'Agosta couldn't see anything at first. Then he made out a number of round, clear blobs waving their cilia frantically against a gridded background. "I thought you said they were docile," he said, still staring. "They usually are." Suddenly, D'Agosta realized that the frenzied maneuvering was not random at all. The creatures were attacking each other, ripping at each other's external membranes and thrusting themselves into the breaches they created. "And I thought you said they ate plankton." "Again, they normally do," Margo replied. She looked at him. "Creepy, isn't it?" "You got that right." D'Agosta backed away, inwardly surprised at how the ferocity of these tiny creatures somehow made him feel squeamish. "I thought you'd want to see this." Margo stepped up to the microscope and took another look herself. "Because if they plan on—" She paused, stiffening, as if glued to the eyepiece. "What is it?" D'Agosta asked. For a long minute, Margo didn't respond. "That's odd," she murmured at last. She turned to her lab assistant. "Jen, will you stain some of these with eosinophil? And I want a radioactive tracer done to find out which are the original members of the colony." Motioning D'Agosta to wait, Margo helped the lab assistant prepare the tracer, finally placing the entire treated colony under the stereo zoom. She peered into the microscope for what seemed to D'Agosta like an eternity. At last she straightened up, scratched some equations into her notebook, then peered into the stereo zoom once again. D'Agosta could hear her counting something to herself. "These protozoa," she said at last, "have a normal lifespan of about 16 hours. They've been in here 36. B. Meriscaria, when incubated at 37 degrees Celsius, divides once every 8 hours. So," she pointed to a differential equation in her notebook, "after 36 hours, you should see a ratio of about 7 to 9 dead to live protozoa." "And?" D'Agosta asked. "I just did a rough count and found the ratio is only half that." "Which means?" "Which means the B. Meriscaria are either dividing at a lower rate, or—" She put her eye back to the microscope, and D'Agosta could hear the whispered counting again. She straightened up again, this time more slowly. "The dividing rate is normal," she said, in a low voice. D'Agosta fingered the cigar in his breast pocket. "Which means?" "They're living 50% longer," she said flatly. D'Agosta looked at her a moment. "There's Kawakita's motive," he said quietly. There was a soft knock at the door. Before Margo could answer, Pendergast glided in, nodding to them both. He was once again attired in a crisp black suit, and his face, though a little drawn and tired, betrayed no sign of his recent journeys beyond a small scrape above the left eyebrow. "Pendergast," D'Agosta said, "about time." "Indeed," said the FBI agent. "I had a feeling you'd be here too, Vincent. Sorry to have been out of touch so long. It was a somewhat more arduous journey than I had imagined. I would have been here to report my encounter half an hour earlier, but I felt a shower and change of clothes to be rather essential." "Encounter?" Margo asked incredulously. "You saw them?" Pendergast nodded. "I did, and much else besides. But first, please bring me up to date on events above ground. I heard about the subway tragedy, of course, and I saw the troops in blue, massing as if for Runnymede. But there's obviously much that I've missed." He listened intently as Margo and D'Agosta explained about the true nature of glaze, about Whittlesey and Kawakina, and about the plan to flush out the Astor tunnels. He did not interrupt except to ask a few questions while Margo was sketching out the results of her experiments. "This is fascinating," he said at last. "Fascinating and extremely unsettling." He took a seat at a nearby lab table, crossing one thin leg over the other. "There are disturbing parallels here to my own investigations. You see, there is a gathering point deep in the Astor tunnels. It's located in the remains of what was once the Crystal Pavilion, the private train station beneath the defunct Knickerbocker Hotel. In the center of the pavilion, I found a curious hut, built entirely of human skulls. Countless footprints converged on this hut. Nearby was what appeared to be an offering table, along with a variety of artifacts. While I was examining it, one of the creatures approached out of the darkness. "What did it look like?" Margo asked, almost reluctantly. Pendergast frowned. "Difficult to tell. I never came that close, and the NVD I was wearing does not resolve well at distance. It looked human, or close to it, but it was off somehow." The FBI agent seemed uncharacteristically at a loss for words. "It squatted forward in an unnatural way as it ran, cradling something that I believe was meant as another addition to the hut. I blinded it with a flash and fired, but the sudden brilliance overloaded the goggles, and by the time I could see again, the thing was gone." "Was it hit?" D'Agosta asked. "I believe so. Some blood spore was evident, but by that point I was somewhat anxious to return to the surface." He looked at Margo, one eyebrow raised. "I would imagine that some of the creatures are more deformed than others. In any case, there are 3 things we can be sure of. They are fast, they can see in the dark, and they are completely malevolent. And they live in the Aster tunnels." Margo shivered. "All under the influence of glaze. With Kawakita dead and the plants gone, they're probably mad with need." "It would seem so," Pendergast said. "And this hut you describe was probably the site where Kawakita dispensed the drug," Margo continued. "At least toward the end, when things were getting out of hand. But it all sounds almost ceremonial." Pendergast nodded. "Precisely. Over the entrance to the hut, I noticed Japanese ideographs translating roughly to abode of the unsymmetrical. That is one of the names used to describe a Japanese tea room." D'Agosta frowned. "Tea room? I don't understand." "Neither did I at first. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized what Kawakita must have done. The roji, or series of steps placed at irregular intervals in front of the hut. The lack of ornamentation, the simple, unfinished sanctuary. These are all elements of the tea ceremony. He must have distributed the plant by steeping it in water, like tea," Margo said. "But why go to all that trouble unless—" She paused. "Unless the ritual itself." "My own thought exactly," Pendergast said. "As time went on, Kawakita must have had increasing difficulty controlling the creatures. At some point, he abandoned selling the drug and realized he simply had to provide it. Kawakita was also trained as an anthropologist, correct? He must have understand the settling, the taming, influence of ritual and ceremony. So he created a distribution ritual," Margo said. "Shamans in primitive cultures often use such ceremonies to institute order, preserve their power. And he chose the tea ceremony," Pendergast said. "Whether reverently or irreverently, well, we'll never know. Though I would guess it was a cynical addition on his part, considering his other borrowings. Remember the burned notes you found in Kawakita's lab? I have them right here," D'Agosta said, pulling out his notebook, flipping pages, then handing it to Pendergast. "Ah, yes. Green cloud, gunpowder, lotus heart. These are green teas of varying rarity." Pendergast pointed to D'Agosta's notebook. "And this, dung-loving bluefoot. Strike a chord, Dr. Green?" "It should, but it doesn't." Pendergast's lips twitched in a slight smile. "It is not one substance, but 2. What members of the Route 666 community would no doubt label shrooms." "Of course," Margo snapped her fingers. "Carolippus and coprophilia." "You lost me," D'Agosta said. "The bluefoot psilocybe and the dung-loving psilocybe," Margo said, turning to the lieutenant. "2 of the most potent hallucinogenic mushrooms there are. And this other item, Wisacon," Pendergast murmured. "If memory serves, that was a ritual drink used by the Algonquin Indians during coming-of-age ceremonies. It contained significant amounts of scopolamine, Jimson weed, a very nasty hallucinogen causing deep narcosis." "So you think this is a laundry list?" D'Agosta asked. Perhaps Kawakita wanted to modify his brew in some way, making the drug users more docile. If you're right, and Kawakita wanted to keep the glaze users under control, then why this hut of skulls? Margo asked. It seems to me building something like that would have the opposite, inciting effect. True enough, Pendergast said. There is still a large piece missing from this puzzle. A hut built entirely of human skulls? Margo mused. You know, I've heard of that before. I think there was a mention of something like that in Whittlesey's journal. Pendergast looked at her speculatively. Really? Interesting. Let's check the archive. We can use the terminal in my office. The rays of the late afternoon sun shone through the lone window of Margo's cramped office, cloaking papers and books in a mantle of gold. As Pendergast and DaGosta looked on, Margo sat down at her desk, pulled the keyboard toward her, and began to type. The museum got a grant last year to scan all its field notebooks and similar documents into a database, she said. With any luck, we'll find the journal here. She initiated a search on 3 words: Whittlesey, hut, and skulls. The name of a single document appeared on the screen. Margo quickly called it up, then scrolled ahead to the penultimate entry. As she read the words, coldly impersonal on the computer screen, she was irresistibly reminded of the events of 18 months before. Sitting in a darkened museum office with Bill Smith back, looking over the journalist's shoulder as he paged eagerly through the moldy notebook. Crocker, Carlos, and I press on. Almost immediately stopped to repack crate. Specimen jar had broken inside. While I repacked, Crocker wandered off trail, came upon ruined hut in the center of a small clearing. It appeared to be made entirely from human skulls, pegged with human long bones set jackal fashion into the ground. Ragged holes cut through back of each skull. Small offering table in the center of the hut, made from long bones lashed with sinew. We found the figurine, along with some oddly carved pieces of wood, on table. But I get ahead of myself. We brought gear down to investigate, reopened crate, retrieved tool bag before we could investigate hut. Old native woman wandered out from brush, staggering, sick or drunk, impossible to tell. Pointed to crate, wailing loudly. That's enough, Margo said more abruptly than she meant to, clearing the screen. The last thing she needed now was another reminder of the contents of that nightmare crate. Very curious, Pendergast said. Perhaps we need to sum up what we know so far. He paused a moment, poised to tick off the items on his slender fingers. Kawakita refined the drug known as glaze, tested it on others, then used an improved version on himself. The unfortunate users, deformed by the drug and increasingly shy of light, went underground. Growing feral, they began preying on the subterranean homeless. Now, in the wake of Kawakita's death and loss of the glaze supply, their predations have become bolder. And we know Kawakita's own motive for taking the drug, Margo said. The drug seems to have a rejuvenating ability, even the ability to extend one's lifespan. The underground creatures were given an earlier version of the drug he gave himself. And it seems he continued to perfect the drug even after he began taking it. The creatures in my lab show no physical abnormalities at all. But even his most refined drug has negative effects. Look how aggressive and homicidal it made the mice and even the protozoa. But that still leaves 3 questions, DaGosta asked suddenly. They turned to look at him. First, why did these things kill him? Because it sure seems obvious to me that's what happened. Perhaps they were growing ungovernable, Pendergast said. Or they became hostile to him, seeing him as the cause of their troubles, Margo added. Or perhaps there was a power play between him and one of the creatures. Remember what he wrote in his notebook? The other one grows more eager by the day. Second, what about that other mention in his notebook? The herbicide, thioproxin. That doesn't seem to fit anywhere. Or the vitamin D you said he was synthesizing. And don't forget, Kawakita also wrote the word irreversible in his notebook, Pendergast said. Perhaps he ultimately realized that he could not undo what he had done, and that might account for the remorse he seemed to show in his notebook, Margo said. Apparently, he concentrated on ridding the drug of its physical changes, but in the process, he ignored what his new strain might do to the mind. Third and last, DaGosta continued, what the hell was the point of rebuilding this hut of skulls mentioned in Whittlesey's journal? At this, everyone was silent. At last, Pendergast sighed. You're right, Vincent. I find the purpose of that hut incomprehensible. As incomprehensible as the odd pieces of metal I found on its offering table. Pendergast removed the small items from his jacket pocket and spread them on Margot's work table. DaGosta picked them up immediately, examining them closely. Could they just be pieces of garbage? He asked. Pendergast shook his head. They were carefully, even lovingly, he said, like relics in a reliquary. A what? A reliquary. Something used to display revered objects. Well, they don't look reverential to me. They look like the pieces to a dashboard, or some appliance maybe. DaGosta turned to Margo. Any ideas? Margo stood up from the computer terminal and walked over to the work table. She picked up a piece, studied it a moment, then put it down. This could be anything, she said, picking up another, a tube of metal with one end encased in gray rubber. Anything, Pendergast agreed, but I sense Dr. Contimas.
Green, that, when we know what they are and why they were lying enshrined on a stone platform 30 stories below New York City, will have the key to this puzzle. Hayward shouldered the riot gear, adjusted the lantern visor strapped around her head, and glanced across the mass of blue milling around the lower concourse of the 59th Street station. She was supposed to find Squad 5, led by a Lieutenant Miller, but the vast space was in chaos, everyone trying to find everyone else and consequently finding nobody. She saw Chief Horlocker arrive, fresh from mustering the squads that were assembling at the 81st Street station under the museum. Horlocker took up a position on the far side of the concourse, next to tactical head Jack Masters, a thin, sour-looking man. Masters' long arms, which usually hung down by his side like apes, were now gyrating as he talked to a group of lieutenants, slapping a series of maps, tracing out imaginary lines. Horlocker stood by, nodding, holding a pointing device like a swagger stick, occasionally tapping it on the map to emphasize a particularly salient point. As Hayward watched, Horlocker dismissed the lieutenants and Masters picked up a bullhorn. "Attention!" he barked in a rasping voice. "Are the squads assembled?" It reminded Hayward of Girl Scout camp. A rumbling murmur that might have been "no" arose. "Squad 1 here, then," Masters said, pointing toward the front. "Squad 2, assemble at the downtown level." He continued through the squads, assigning them various sections of the concourse. Hayward headed for the Squad 5 assembly point. As she arrived, Lieutenant Miller was spreading out a large diagram of his own squad's area of responsibility, shaded in blue. Miller was wearing a light gray assault uniform whose loose folds could not conceal a generous load of adipose tissue. "I don't want no heroics, no confrontations," Miller was saying, "okay? It's basically a traffic cop assignment, nothing fancy. If there's any resistance, you've got your mask and your tear gas. Don't fart around. Show them you mean business. But I don't expect any trouble. Do your job right, and we'll be out of here in an hour." Hayward opened her mouth, then restrained herself. It seemed to her that using tear gas in underground tunnels might be a little tricky. Once, years before the transit police merged with the regular force, someone at headquarters had suggested using gas to quell a disturbance. The rank and file almost revolted. Tear gas was bad enough on the surface, but it was murderous below ground. and she could see that their detail covered the deeper subway and maintenance tunnels beneath Columbus Circle Station. Miller swiveled his head, the dark glasses around his neck swinging from a day-glow cord. Remember, most of these moles are wigged out on some mess or other, maybe weakened by too much juice, he barked. Show them some authority and they'll fall in line. Just move 'em up and out like cattle, if you know what I mean. Once you get 'em started, they'll keep going. Head 'em toward the central point here, beneath the number 2 turnaround. That's the staging point for squads 4 through 6. Once the squads have reassembled, we'll move the moles up to the Parkside subway exit, here. Lieutenant Miller, Hayward said, unable to keep silent any longer. The lieutenant looked at her. I used to roust some of those tunnels, and I know these guys. They're not going to move along as easily as you think they are. Miller's eyes widened, as if seeing her for the first time. You? He asked, in disbelief. A rouster? Yes, sir, Hayward said, thinking she'd give the next guy who asked her that a swift kick. Jesus, said Miller, shaking his head. There was a silence as the other cops looked at Hayward. Any other ex-TAs here? Miller asked, looking around. Another officer raised his hand. Hayward quickly took in the obvious features. Tall, black, built like a tank. Name, Miller barked. Carlin, the heavy-set man drawled. Any others? Miller asked. There was a silence. Good. Us ex-transit police, we know those tunnels, Carlin said in a mild voice. Too bad they didn't think to enlist more of us for this picnic. Sir, Carlin, Miller said. You got your gas, you got your stick, you got your piece, so don't wet your pants. And when I want your opinion again, I'll ask for it. Miller looked around. There are too many bodies in here. This action calls for a small elite group. But what the chief wants, the chief gets. Hayward glanced around herself, estimating there were perhaps 100 officers in the room. There are at least 300 homeless beneath Columbus Circle alone, she said evenly. Oh, and when did you last count them? Miller asked. Hayward said nothing. There's one in every group, Miller muttered to no one in particular. Now listen up. This is a tactical operation, and we've got to be tight and obey orders. Is that understood? There were a few nods. Carlin caught Hayward's eye and rolled his own briefly toward the ceiling, indicating his opinion of Miller. All right, partner up, Miller snapped, rolling up the chart. Hayward turned toward Carlin, and he nodded in return. How you doing? He asked. Hayward noticed her first impression of the officer as overweight was wrong. He was strongly built, cut like a weightlifter, not an ounce of fat anywhere. What was your beat before the merge? I had the tour under Penn Station. The name's Hayward. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see a derisive look cross Miller's face. Carlin and the broad. This is really a man's job, Miller said, still looking at Hayward. There's always the chance things could turn a little ugly. We won't hold it against you if— With Sergeant Carlin here, Hayward interrupted, there's enough man for the both of us. She swept her eyes appraisingly across Carlin's massive frame, then looked pointedly at Miller's stomach. Several cops erupted into laughter, and Miller frowned. I'll find something in the rear for you two. Officers of the law, Horlocker's voice suddenly barked through the bullhorn. We have less than 4 hours to clear the homeless from the areas beneath and surrounding Central Park. Keep in mind that precisely at midnight, millions of gallons of water will be released from the reservoir into the storm drain system. We'll be channeling the flow precisely, but there's no guarantee that a couple of wandering homeless won't get caught in the downward rush of water. So it's imperative that your work be done and everyone within the clear zone evacuated well before the deadline. Everyone. This is not a temporary evacuation. We're going to use this unique opportunity to clear out, once and for all, the underground homeless from these areas. Now, you have your assignments and you have team leaders who've been chosen for their experience. There is no reason why these assignments cannot be completed with an hour or two to spare. We've made arrangements to provide these people with food and shelter for the night. Explain this to them as necessary. From the exit points marked on your maps, buses will take them to shelters in Manhattan and the other boroughs. We don't expect resistance, but if there is resistance, you have your orders." He looked around at the assembled group for a moment, then raised the bullhorn again. "Your fellow officers in the northern sections have been fully briefed and will begin their operations simultaneously with your own. I want everyone moving together. Remember, once underground, your radios will be of limited use. You may be able to communicate with each other and nearby team leaders, but above-ground communication will be intermittent at best. So keep to the plan, keep to the schedule, and do your part." He stepped forward. "And now, men, let's do some good." The ranks of uniformed officers straightened up as Horlocker walked through them, clapping some on the back, dispensing encouraging words. As he was passing Hayward, he stopped, frowning.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "You're Hayward, right? D'Agosta's girl." "D'Agosta's girl? Not at all. I work with D'Agosta, sir," she said out loud. Horlocker nodded. "Well, get to it then." "Hey, sir, I think you'd better." Hayward began, but an aide had run up to Horlocker's side, babbling something about a rally in Central Park growing much larger than expected, and the chief moved away quickly. Miller shot her a warning look. As Horlocker left the concourse with a retinue of aides, Masters picked up the bullhorn. "Move out by squad," he barked. Miller turned to the group with a lopsided grin. "Okay, men, let's bag some moles." Captain Waxy stepped out of the ancient Puddingstone Central Park Precinct Station and huffed along the path that angled northward into the wooded gloom. On his left was a uniformed officer from the station. On his right was Stan Duffy, the city's chief engineer of hydraulics. Already, Duffy was trotting ahead, looking back at them impatiently. "Slow it down a bit," Waxy said, panting. "This isn't a marathon." "I don't like being in the park this late," Duffy replied in a high, reedy voice, "especially with all these murders going on. You were supposed to be at the station half an hour ago." "Everything north of 42nd is messed up," Waxy said, "gridlocked beyond belief. It's all that Wisher woman's fault. There's some kind of march formed out of nowhere." He shook his head. "They jammed up Central Park West and South, and stragglers were still wandering up Fifth Avenue, causing all kinds of chaos. They didn't even have a Very permit, and she'd given no warning. If he were mayor, he would have clapped them all in jail." Now the bandshell loomed ahead to their right, empty and silent, festooned with impossibly dense graffiti, a haven for muggers. Duffy glanced at it nervously, hurrying past. The three angled around the pond, following the east drive. In the distance, beyond the shadowy borders of the park, Waxy could hear yelling, cheering, the sounds of horns and motors. He glanced at his watch. 8:30. The plans called for initiating the drainage sequence by 8:45. He trotted a little faster. They were barely going to make it. The Central Park Reservoir Gouging Station was housed in an old stone building a quarter-mile south of the reservoir. Now Waxy could see the building looming through the trees, a single light glowing through a dirty window, the letters CPRGS chiseled on the doorway lintel. He slowed to a walk while Duffy unlocked the heavy metal door. It swung inwards to reveal an old stone room sparsely decorated with map tables and dusty, long-forgotten hydrometric instruments. In one corner, in dramatic juxtaposition to the rest of the equipment, sat a computer workstation, along with several monitors, printers, and strange-looking peripherals. Once they were inside, Duffy closed and locked the door carefully, then went over to the console. "I've never done this before," he said nervously, reaching under a desk and removing a manual that weighed at least 15 pounds. "Don't give up on us now," Waxy said. Duffy swiveled a yellow eye in his direction. For a moment, he looked as if he were going to say something. Instead, he paged through the manual for a few minutes, then turned to the keyboard and began to type. A series of commands appeared on the larger of the monitors. "How does this thing work?" Waxy asked, shifting from one foot to the other. The intense humidity of the room made his joints ache. "It's fairly simple," Duffy said. "Water from the lower Catskills is gravity-fed into the Central Park Reservoir. That reservoir may look big, but it holds only about 3 days' worth of water for Manhattan. It's really more of a holding tank, used to smooth out rises and dips in demand." He tapped at the keys. "This monitoring system is programmed to anticipate those rises and dips, and it adjusts the flow into the reservoir accordingly. It can open and close gates as far away as Storm King Mountain, 100 miles away. The program looks back over 20 years of water use, factors in the latest weather forecasts, and makes demand estimates." Safe in his locked chamber, Duffy was warming to his subject. "At times, there are departures from the estimate, of course. When demand is less than expected and too much water flows toward the reservoir, the computer opens the main shunt and bleeds the excess into the storm drain and sewer system. When demand is unexpectedly high, the main shunt is closed and additional upstream gates are opened to increase the flow." "Really?" Waxy said, had lost interest after the second sentence. "I'm going to do a manual override, which means I'm going to open the gates upstream and open the main shunt. Water will pour into the reservoir and drain immediately into the sewer system. It's a simple and elegant solution. All I have to do is program the system to release 20 million cubic feet, that's about 100 million gallons at midnight, then revert back to automatic mode upon completion." "So the reservoir isn't going to go dry?" Waxy asked. Duffy smiled indulgently. "Really, Captain, we don't want to create a water emergency. Believe me, this can be done with the most minimal impact on the water supply. I doubt we'll see the level in the reservoir drop more than 10 feet. It's an incredible system, really. Hard to believe it was designed over a century ago by engineers who anticipated even the needs of today." The smile faded. "Even so, nothing on this scale has ever been done before. Are you sure you really want to do this? All the valves opening at once? Well, all I can say is it's going to make one heck of a surf." "You heard the man," Waxy said, rubbing his bulbous nose with his thumb. "Just make sure it works." "Oh, it'll work," Duffy replied. Waxy laid a hand on his shoulder. "Of course it will," he said, "because if it doesn't, you're going to find yourself a junior sluice gate operator in the Lower Hudson sewage treatment plant." Duffy laughed nervously. "Really, Captain," he repeated, "there's no need for threats." He resumed his typing while Waxy paced the room. The uniformed cop stood soberly by the door, watching the proceedings disinterestedly. "How long will it take to dump the water?" Waxy asked at last. "About 8 minutes." Waxy grunted. 8 minutes to dump 100 million gallons? As I understand it, you want the water dumped as quickly as possible to fill up the lowest tunnels under Central Park and sweep them clean, right? Waxy nodded. 8 minutes represents the system at 100% flow. Of course, it will take almost 3 hours for the hydraulics to get in position. Then it will simply be a matter of draining water from the reservoir, at the same time that we bring new water into the reservoir from the upstate aqueducts. That should keep the reservoir's water level from dropping excessively. It has to be done just right, because if the flow coming into the reservoir is greater than the flow going out, well, that means a major flood in Central Park. Then I hope very much you understand what you're doing. I want this thing to proceed on schedule, no delays, no glitches. The sound of typing slowed. Stop worrying, Duffy said, his finger poised on a key. There won't be any delays. Just don't change your mind, because once I press this key, the hydraulics take over. I can't stop it. Just hit the very key, Waxy said impatiently. Duffy pressed it with a melodramatic flourish. Then he turned to face Waxy. It's done, he said. Now only a miracle can stop the flow. And in case you hadn't heard, they don't allow miracles in New York City. D'Agasta gazed at the small pile of rubber and chromed parts, picked one up, then dropped it again in disgust. It's the most unusual thing, he said. Could these have been left there by accident? I assure you, Vincent, Pendergast said. They were carefully arranged on the altar, almost as if they were some kind of offering. There was a silence while he paced restlessly across the lab.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. There's another thing I'm uneasy about. Kawakita was the one who was growing the lily in tanks after all. Why would they kill him and burn the lab? Why would they destroy their only source of the drug? The one thing an addict is most terrified of is losing his connection, and the lab was burned deliberately. You said there were trace accelerants in the ashes. Unless they were growing it somewhere else, D'Agosta said, fingering his breast pocket absently. Go ahead, Margo said. D'Agosta eyed her. Really? Margo smiled and nodded. Just this once. But don't tell Director Merriam.
Dagosta brightened. It'll be our secret. He slipped the cigar out, jabbed a pencil into its head, and moved to the lone window, lifting the sash wide. He lit up and puffed the clouds of smoke contentedly out over Central Park. I wish I had a vice I enjoyed half as much as that, Margo thought as she watched idly. I considered the possibility of an alternate supply, Pendergast was saying, and I kept my eyes open for signs of an underground garden. But there was no evidence of one. Such a lily farm would require still water and fresh air. I can't imagine where they could be hiding it underground. Dagosta blew another stream of blue smoke out the window, resting his elbows on the windowsill. "Look at that mess," he said, nodding southward. "Horlocker's gonna have kittens when he sees that." Margo walked to the window and let her gaze fall over the rich green mantle of Central Park, shadowy and mysterious beneath the pink of the western sunset. To her right, along Central Park South, she could hear the faint sound of countless horns. A great mass of marchers was moving into Grand Army Plaza with the slow flow of molasses. "That's some march," she said. "You're very right it is," Dagosta said. "And those people vote. I hope Dr. Frock's car service didn't get stuck in all that on his way home. She hates crowds." She let her eyes drift northward, over the sheep meadow and the Bethesda fountain, toward the placid oval of the reservoir. At midnight, that calm body of water would let loose 20 million cubic feet of death into the lowest levels of Manhattan. She felt a sudden pang for the Wrinklers caught below. It wasn't exactly due process. But then her mind drifted back to the bloody mouse cages, to the sudden viciousness of the B. Merasurgeri. It was a deadly drug, one that increased 1,000-fold the natural aggressiveness that evolution had built into almost all living creatures. And Kawakita, infected himself, believed the process to be irreversible. "I'm glad we're up here and not down there," Dagosta murmured, puffing meditatively. Margo nodded. She could see, out of the corner of her eye, pacing the room behind her, picking up things, putting them down again. When the sun next rises over the park, Margo thought, the reservoir will be 20 million cubic feet lighter. Her eyes rested on the surface of the water, its hint of internal light reflecting the oranges, reds, and greens of the sunset. It was a beautiful scene, its quiet tranquility in stark contrast to the marching and the frantic horns 20 blocks to the south. Then she frowned. "I've never seen a green sunset before." She strained to make out the darkening surface of water, rapidly disappearing into shadow. In the dying glow, she could clearly see dull patches of green on the surface of the water. A strange and awful thought had crept unbidden into her mind. Still water and fresh air. "It's impossible," she thought. "Someone surely would have noticed." Or would they? She turned from the window and glanced at Pendergast. He caught her eye, saw the look in it, and ceased his pacing. "Margo?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. She said nothing, and Pendergast followed her gaze out toward the reservoir. Stared for a moment, then stiffened visibly. When he looked back at her, she could see the same dawning realization in his own eyes. "I think we'd better take a look," Pendergast said quietly. The Central Park Reservoir was separated from the surrounding jogging path by a tall chain-link fence. Dagosta grasped the base of the fence and tugged it violently from the ground. With Pendergast and Dagosta close behind, Margo scrambled down the gravel service path to the water's edge, wading out to a patch of small, oddly shaped lily pads, terrifying in their familiarity. She tore the closest one from the group and held it up, water dripping from its pulpy roots. "Liliaceae emboensis," she said. "They're growing it in the reservoir." That's how Kawakita planned to solve his supply problem. Aquariums are limited, so not only did he engineer the drug, but he was also hybridizing the plant to grow in a temperate climate. "There's your alternative source," Dagosta said, still puffing on the cigar. Pendergast waded in after her, his hand sweeping the dark waters, ripping up plants and examining them in the twilight. Several joggers stopped abruptly in their robotic courses around the water, staring wide-eyed at the bizarre sight. A young woman in a lab coat, an overweight man with a cigar glowing like a firebrand in his mouth, and a tall, strikingly blond man in an expensively tailored black suit standing up to their chests in the Manhattan drinking supply. Pendergast held up one of the plants, a large nut-brown pod hanging from its stem. The pod had curled open. "They're going to seed," Pendergast said quietly. "Flushing the reservoir will simply dump this plant and its deadly cargo into the Hudson River and into the ocean." There was a silence, punctuated only by the distant cacophony of horns. "But this thing can't grow in salt water," Pendergast continued. "Can it, Dr. Green?" "No, of course not. The salinity." A sudden terrible thought burned its way through Margot's consciousness. "Oh, Jesus! How stupid of me!" Pendergast turned toward her, eyebrows raised. "The salinity," she repeated. "I'm afraid I don't understand," Pendergast replied. "The only single-celled animal affected by the viral drug was B. Merisurgeri," Margo continued slowly. "There's one difference between B. Merisurgeri and the other organisms we tested with the drug. The agar plates for B. Merisurgeri were saline plates. B. Merisurgeri is a marine organism. It lives in a saline environment." "So?" asked Dagosta. "It's a common way to activate a virus. Just add a small amount of saline solution to the viral culture. In the cold, fresh reservoir water, the plant stays dormant. But when those seeds hit the salt water, it'll activate the virus and dump the drug into the ecosystem. The Hudson," said Pendergast, "is tidal all the way up past Manhattan." Margo dropped the plant and took a step back. "We saw what the drug did to just one microscopic organism. If it's released into the ocean, God knows what the end result would be. The marine ecology could be totally disrupted, and the food chain is dependent on the oceans." "Hold on," said Dagosta. "The ocean's a pretty big place." "The ocean distributes many seeds of freshwater and land-growing plants," Margo said. "Who knows what plants and animals the virus will colonize and multiply in? And if the plant propagates in the ocean, or if the seeds find their way into estuaries and wetlands, it won't make any difference." Pendergast waded out of the water.
At the front, where Miller was, there was lots of laughter and tough talk. Squad 5 had already rousted 2 groups of upper-level homeless, fringe dwellers who had fled upstairs in terror before the 30-strong phalanx of cops. Now they were all feeling like hot gosh. Hayward shook a head. They had yet to encounter any hardcore mold people, and that was strange. There should have been a lot more homeless in the subway tunnels beneath Columbus Circle. Hayward had noticed several smoldering fires, recently abandoned. That meant the moles had gone to ground. Not surprising, with all the racket everyone was making. The squad continued down the tunnel, pausing occasionally while Miller ordered small teams off to explore alcoves and side passages. Hayward watched as the groups came swaggering back out of the dark, empty-handed, kicking aside garbage, holding their riot shields at their sides. The air was foul with ammoniac vapors. Even though they were already deeper than ordinary rousting parties ever went, the atmosphere of a field trip had not yet dissipated, and nobody was complaining. Wait until they begin to breathe hard, she thought. The spur tunnel came to an abrupt end, and the squad proceeded, single file, down a metal staircase to the next level. Nobody seemed to know just where this Mephisto hung out, or the extent of the Route 666 community, the primary target of their roust. But nobody seemed to be worried about it. "Oh, hell, come out of his hole," Miller had said. "If we don't find him, the gas will." As she followed the rattling, jostling group, Hayward had the unpleasant sensation she was sinking into hot, fetid water. The staircase came out in a half-finished tunnel. Ancient water pipes, weeping with humidity, lined the rough-hewn rock walls. Ahead of her, the laughter tapered off into whispers and grunts. "Watch your step," Hayward said,
pointing her flashlight downwards. The floor of the tunnel was peppered with narrow boreholes. "Hate to trip over one of those," Carlin said, his large head made even larger by the heavy helmet he wore. He kicked a pebble into the closest borehole, then listened until a faint rattle came reverberating up. "Must have fallen 100 feet," he said. "Hollow down there, too, by the sound of it." "Look at this," Hayward said under her breath, shining her light on the rotting wooden pipes. 100 years old if they're a day," Carlin replied. "I think—" Hayward put a restraining hand on his arm. A soft tapping was sounding in the heavy darkness of the tunnel. A flurry of whispers filtered back from the head of the squad. As Hayward listened, the tapping sped up, then slowed down, following its own secret cadence. "Who's there?" Miller cried out. The faint sound was joined by another, deeper tapping, and then another, until the entire tunnel seemed filled with an infernal symphony of noise. "What in the world is it?" Miller asked. He drew his weapon and pointed it down the beam of his flashlight. "Police officers, come out now!" The tapping echoed on as if in mocking response, but nobody stepped into the flashlight beams. "Jones and McMahon, take your group ahead 100 yards, Miller barked. "Stanislav, Fredericks, check the rear." Hayward waited as the short details disappeared into the darkness, returning empty-handed a few minutes later. "Don't tell me there's nothing," Miller shouted in response to the shrugged shoulders. "Somebody's making that sound." The tapping tapered off to a single, faint ditty. Hayward took a step forward. "It's the moles, banging on the pipes," Miller frowned. "Hayward, stow it." Hayward could see that she had the attention of the others. "That's how they communicate with each other, sir," Carlin said mildly. Miller turned, his face dark and unreadable in the blackness of the tunnel. "They know we're here," Hayward said. "I think they're warning the nearby communities, sending out word they're under attack." "Sure," said Miller. "You telepathic, Sergeant? Read Morse, Lieutenant?" Hayward challenged. Miller paused, uncertain. Then he guffawed loudly. "Hayward here thinks the natives are restless." There was some brief, half-hearted laughter. The single tapping continued. "So what's it saying now?" Miller asked sarcastically. Hayward listened. "They've mobilized." There was a long silence. Then Miller said loudly, "What a load of nonsense!" He turned to the group. "Forward on the double. We've wasted enough time as it is." As Hayward opened her mouth to protest, there was a soft thudding sound nearby. One of the men in the front rank staggered back, groaning loudly and dropping his shield. A large rock bounced toward Hayward's feet. "Formation," Miller barked. "Bring your shields up." A dozen flashlight beams swept the blackness around them, probing alcoves and ancient ceilings. Carlin approached the injured policeman. "You okay?" he asked. The cop, McMahon, nodded, breathing heavily. "The attacker got me in the stomach. My vest took the worst of it." "Show yourselves," Miller shouted. 2 more rocks came winging out of the darkness, flitting through the flashlight beams like cave bats. One rocketed into the dust of the tunnel floor, and the other struck a glancing blow off Miller's riot shield. There was a roar as the lieutenant discharged his shotgun, the rubber pellets slapping off the rough ceiling. Hayward listened as the sound reverberated down the tunnels, finally dying into silence. The men were looking around restlessly, stepping from one foot to the other, already jumpy. This was no way to work a roust of this size. "Where in the world are they?" Miller said to no one in particular. Taking a deep breath, Hayward stepped forward. "Lieutenant, we'd better move right now." Suddenly the air was full of missiles. Bottles, rocks, and dirt came pelting out of the darkness ahead of them, a rain of garbage. The officers ducked, pulling their shields up to protect their faces. "Gosh!" came a frantic cry. "Those attackers are throwing things." "Get organized, men," Miller cried. "Give me a line." As Hayward turned, looking for Carlin, she heard a nearby voice say, "Oh, my sweet Lord," in a disbelieving whisper.
She spun around to a sight that weakened her knees. A ragged, filthy army of homeless was boiling out of the dark tunnel from behind them in a well-planned ambush. In the lambent glow of the flashlights, it was impossible to get a good count, but to Hayward it seemed there must be hundreds, screaming with rage, brandishing angle irons and pieces of rebar. "Back!" Miller cried, aiming at the mob. "Fall back and fire!" A fusillade of shots rang out, brief but impossibly loud in the confines of the tunnel. Hayward thought she could hear the slap of rubber bullets on flesh. Several of the figures in the front rank fell, squealing in pain and tearing at their rags, thinking they'd been shot. "Off the pigs!" a tall, dirty mole with matted white hair and feral eyes cried out, and the crowd surged forward again. Hayward saw Miller retreat into the confused group of officers, barking contradictory commands. More shots rang out, but the flashlights were flickering wildly off the walls and ceiling, and there was no way to get a bead. The moles were screaming, a wild, ululating cry that raised the hairs on the back of her neck. "Oh, gosh," Hayward said in disbelief, as she watched the mob surge through the flickering darkness and collide with the phalanx of police officers. "The other side," she heard a cop cry out. "They're coming from the other side." There was a sound of shattering glass, and a flickering darkness descended, punctuated occasionally by muzzle flashes as more rubber bullets were fired, mingling with strange screams and cries. Hayward stood rooted in place amidst the chaos, disoriented by the lack of light, trying to get her bearings. Suddenly, she felt a greasy arm snake up between her shoulder blades.
Immediately, her paralysis evaporated. Dropping her shield and throwing her weight forward, she flipped the assailant over her shoulder, then stomped his abdomen viciously with a booted foot. She heard the man's howl of pain rise above the hoarse screeching and the firing of the guns. Another figure came at her, rushing out of the blackness, and instinctively she assumed a defensive posture, low, weight on the back leg, left arm vertical before her face. She feinted, chopping with the left arm, then floored him with a roundhouse kick. "Holy gosh!" came Carlin's appreciative voice as he waded in beside her. The darkness was now absolute. They were finished unless they could get some light. Quickly, Hayward fumbled at her belt, found an emergency flare, and yanked its firing string. The length of tunnel was bathed in an eerie orange light. Hayward looked around at the struggling figures in amazement. They were walled in on both sides by huge numbers of moles. There was a pop and a burst of light beside her. At least Carlin had the presence of mind to follow her example. Hayward held the flare aloft, scanning the melee, looking for a way to organize the men. Miller was nowhere to be seen. Picking up her shield and pulling her ugly stick from the leather scabbard, Hayward took some tentative steps forward. Two moles rushed forward, but judicious blows of her baton drove them back. Carlin, she saw, was beside her, a massive, intimidating presence in the dark, guarding her flank with his own baton and riot shield. Hayward knew that most of the underground homeless were malnourished or weakened by drug abuse. Though the flares had temporarily eroded the moles' advantage, the greatest danger remained their superiority of numbers. Now other police officers were rallying around them, forming a line against one wall of the tunnel with their shields. Hayward could see the number of moles that had come up from behind was relatively small, and they were massing with the main group. The bulk of the police were reforming on the far side of the mob, which was retreating back into the dark recess of the tunnel toward the stairway, screeching and throwing rocks. The only way out was to flank the mob, driving them up to the next level in the process. "Follow me," she yelled. "Drive them toward the exit." She led the officers toward the right flank of the mob, dodging rocks and bottles as she ran. The homeless surged back into the tunnel, and Hayward fired over their heads, breaking their ranks. The rain of debris slowed as the mob began to run out of projectiles. The screaming and cursing continued fitfully, but their morale seemed to be broken, and Hayward watched with relief as the mob scrabbled back in disorder.
She took a moment to catch her breath and size up the situation. 2 cops were lying on the filthy floor of the tunnel, one cradling his head, the other apparently knocked senseless. "Carlin?" she called, nodding at the wounded men. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion in the retreating ranks of the mob. Hayward held the flare high, craning her neck for the source of the disturbance. There was Miller, marooned on the far side of the large group of moles. He must have fled back down the tunnel during the first attack and been caught by the second ambush. Hayward heard a pop, saw a cloud of smoke, sickly green in the fitful glow of the flare. Miller, panicked, must have gone for the tear gas. "Goodness, that's the last thing we need. Masks!" she cried aloud. The gas billowed toward them in slow, lazy rolls, spreading along the floor like a poison carpet. Hayward fumbled with her mask, snugging the Velcro tight. Miller ducked out of the cloud, looking like an alien apparition in his mask. "Gas 'em!" came his muffled yell. "No!" Hayward began to protest. "Not here! We've got 2 men down!" She stepped forward as Miller, ignoring her, grabbed a canister from the belt of a nearby officer, popped the pin, and threw it toward the mob. Hayward watched 1 or 2 other canisters fly as the panicked men followed Miller's example. There were more dull popping sounds, and the crowd of moles disappeared into the roiling clouds of smoke. Hayward could hear Miller directing other officers to drop their canisters down the boreholes that dotted the floor of the tunnel. "Smoke the people out," Miller was saying. "If any more are hiding below, we'll flush 'em with these." Carlin looked up from the prone body of the policeman. "Stop, now!" he roared. The clouds of gas were rising slowly now, spreading their vapor throughout the tunnel. All around, cops were kneeling, dropping canisters down the boreholes. Hayward could see the homeless streaming up the staircase, trying to get away from the gas. "Time's up," Miller yelled, his high-pitched voice breaking. "We've got to get out of here." Most of the policemen needed no more encouragement and vanished into the clouds of gas. Hayward fought her way back toward Carlin, once again bending over the prone figure with McMahon. The other casualty was sitting up now, holding his gut and retching. The gas was creeping toward them. "Let's back them up a bit," Hayward said. "We can't put a mask on this guy while he's puking." The conscious cop stood up slowly, swaying and holding his head. She led the officer away, while Carlin and McMahon carried the unconscious man to a safer spot in the tunnel. "Wake up, buddy," Carlin said, patting his cheek, bending forward to examine the nasty gash across the man's forehead. The roiling green wall of tear gas was coming closer. The man's eyes fluttered open. "You okay?" "Gosh," the man said, trying to sit up. "Can you think straight?" Carlin asked. "What's your name?" "Beale," came the muffled reply. The gas was almost on them. Carlin reached down and unstrapped the mask from the man's service belt. "I'm gonna put this on you now, okay?" The man named Beale nodded vacantly. Carlin strapped on the mask and turned the D-valve. Then he helped him carefully to his feet. "I can't walk," Beale said through the mask. "Lean on us," Carlin said. "We'll get you out of here." The cloud had now enveloped them, a strange greenish fog lit by the flickering of the dying flares. They moved forward slowly, half dragging the man along, until they reached Hayward, who was adjusting the gas mask around the head of the other wounded policeman. "Let's go," she said. They moved carefully through the tear gas. The surrounding area was deserted, the homeless had fled the gas, and Miller, leading the group of officers, had followed behind them. Hayward tried her radio, but she was unable to raise anybody through the dense static. In the far distance, they could hear coughs and curses as the stragglers hiding in the warren of tunnels below were forced to the surface by the gas. Now she could make out the staircase. The airflow was slowly spreading the tear gas through the tunnels and up to the next level, filling their escape route. But Hayward also knew it would drive the rest of the moles to the surface. She sure as really didn't want to be around when they came out. As they reached the stairs, Beale suddenly doubled up, retching into the mask. Turning quickly from the other man, Hayward tore Beale's mask off. The officer's head sagged forward, then wicked back as the gas hit him. His limbs stiffened and he thrashed about, tearing himself from their grasp and collapsing to the ground, clutching at his face. "We gotta move now," McMahon cried. "You go," said Hayward. "I'm not gonna leave this man here." McMahon stood there indecisively. Carlin glared at him. Finally, McMahon scowled. "Okay, I'm with you." With McMahon's help, Hayward lifted the gasping Beale to his feet. She nuzzled her mask close to the man's ear. "Either you walk," she said quietly, "or we all drown. It's as simple as that, good buddy." The NYPD's Crisis Control Center had been brought online for the drainage operation.
As Margo entered, trotting behind Pendergast and D'Agosta, she noticed several banks of communications equipment still sitting on dollies. Uniformed officers were standing over benches overflowing with grid maps. Heavy wires, wound with electrical tape, snaked across the floor in thick black rivulets. Horlocker and Waxy sat at a long table, their backs to the communications gear. Even from the door, Margo could see that their faces were slick with sweat. A small man with a brushy little mustache sat at a computer terminal nearby. "What's this?" Horlocker asked as they arrived. "The Ladies' Visiting Committee?" "Sir," D'Agosta said, "you can't drain the reservoir." Horlocker tilted his head. "D'Agosta, I don't got time for you right now. I've got my hands full, dealing with the Wisher rally on top of this, gosh. And meanwhile, the roust of the century is taking place underground. I've got the force spread thin as a pancake, so just write me a letter, okay?" He paused. "What, you guys been swin'?" "The reservoir," Pendergast said, stepping forward, "is loaded with deadly lilies. It's the plant the Mbwan beast needed to survive. The plant that Kawakita derived his drug from. And it's ready to go to seed." He unshouldered the muddy plant and slapped it onto the table. There it is, riddled with glaze. Now we know where they've been growing their supply. "What the, really?" Horlocker said. "Get that very thing off my desk." Waxy broke in. "Hey, D'Agosta, you just finished convincing us that your little green monsters in the sewers needed to be flushed out. So now we're doing it, and you want to change your mind? Forget it." D'Agosta stared distastefully at Waxy's bulging, sweating neckline. "You sorry sack of gosh, it was your idea to drain the very reservoir in the first place. Now listen, Lieutenant, you watch." Pendergast held up his hands. "Gentlemen, please." He turned to Horlocker. "There will be plenty of blame to apportion at some later time. The problem now is that once those seeds hit salt water, the real virus that carries the drug will be activated." His lips twitched briefly. Dr. Green's experiments show this drug capable of affecting a wide variety of life forms, from unicellular organisms all the way up the food chain to man. Would you care to be the one responsible for global ecological disaster? This is nothing but a big load of— Waxy began to blurt. Horlocker laid a hand on his sleeve, then glanced at the large plant soiling the papers littering the command desk. "Doesn't look that dangerous to me," he said. "There's no doubt," Margo said. "It's Liliaceae mombwinensis, and it's carrying a genetically engineered modification of the Mbwan virus." Horlocker looked from the plant to Margo, then back to the plant again. "I can understand your uncertainty," Pendergast said calmly. "A lot has happened since this morning's meeting. All I ask is 24 hours. Dr. Green here will run the necessary tests. We'll bring you proof that this plant is loaded with the drug. And we'll bring you proof that exposure to salt water will release the Rio virus. I know we're right, but if we're wrong, I'll withdraw from the case and you can drain the reservoir at your leisure." "You should have withdrawn on day one," Waxy sniffed. "You're FBI. This isn't even your jurisdiction. Now that we know the manufacture and distribution of a drug is involved, I could make it my jurisdiction," Pendergast said evenly. "And very quickly. Would that satisfy you?" "Just a minute now," said Horlocker, darting a cold look in Waxy's direction. "There's no need for that. But why not just pour in a good dose of weed killer?"
Offhand, I can't think of any herbicides that could reliably kill all the plants without harming the millions of Manhattan residents who rely on this water, Pendergast said. Only thioxin, she said, pausing to think. But that would take 24 hours, maybe 48, to do the job. It's very slow acting. Then she frowned. Thioxin? That word came up recently, I'm sure of it. But where? And then she remembered. It was one of the fragmentary words in Kawakita's burned notebook. Well, we'd better pour it in anyway. Horlocker rolled his eyes. I'll have to alert the EPA. Gosh, this is turning into one really of a screw-up. Margo watched him glance at the frightened-looking man at the nearby workstation, who was still hunched over his monitor, an exaggerated look of concentration on his face. Stan! The man jerked up. Stan, I guess you'd better abort the drainage sequence, Horlocker said with a sigh. At least until we get this figured out. Waxy, get Masters on the horn. Tell him to proceed with clearing the tunnels, but let him know we're going to need to keep the homeless on ice an extra 24 hours. Margo watched as the man's face grew paler. Horlocker turned back to the engineer. You heard me, Duffy? He asked. I can't do that, sir, the man named Duffy said in the smallest of voices. There was a silence. What? Pendergast demanded. Looking at the expression on Pendergast's face, Margo felt a stab of fear. She'd assumed their only problem lay in convincing Horlocker. What do you mean? Horlocker exploded. Just tell the computer to shut it down. It doesn't work that way, Duffy said. As I explained to Captain Waxy here, once the sequence is initiated, everything is gravity-fed. Countless tons of water are moving through the system. The hydraulics are all automatic, and Horlocker slammed his hand down on the table. What the really are you talking about? I can't stop it with the computer, came the strangled response. He never said anything about that to me, Waxy whined. I swear. Horlocker silenced him with a savage look. Lowering his voice, he turned back to the engineer. I don't want to hear what you can't do. Just tell me what you can do. Well, Duffy said reluctantly, someone could go underneath the main shunt and turn off the valves manually, but it would be a dangerous operation. I don't think those manual workings have been used since the automated system went online. That's at least a dozen years. And forget stopping the reservoir inflow. We've already got 8-foot aqueduct pipe bringing down millions of cubic feet from upstate. Even if you succeed in closing those valves manually, you couldn't stop the water. When it enters the reservoir from the north, it'll raise the level over the banks. Everything will just pour into Central Park, and I don't care if you create Lake Ed Cock. Take Waxy, get the men you need, and do it. But sir, Waxy said, eyes wide, I think it would be better if... His voice trailed off. Duffy's small, moist hands were working busily at nothing. It's very difficult to get down there, he babbled. It's directly beneath the reservoir, suspended under the valve works, and there's rushing water, and someone might get hurt. Duffy? Horlocker interrupted. Get the hell out of here and shut those valves. Understand? Yes, Duffy said, his face paler than ever. Horlocker turned toward Waxy. You started it. You stop it. Any questions? Yes, sir. What? I mean, no, sir. There was a silence. Nobody moved. Get your asses moving, then, Horlocker roared. Margo stepped aside as Waxy lurched to his feet and followed Duffy reluctantly out the door. The entrance to the wine cellar, one of a new breed of swank basement clubs that had begun sprouting up around Manhattan over the last year, was little more than a narrow Art Deco doorway, placed like an afterthought in the lower left corner of the Hampshire House facade. From his vantage point beside the door, Smithback could make out a sea of heads, stretching east and west down the Avenue Street, punctuated by the ancient ginkgo trees that lined the entrance to Central Park. Many people were bowed in silent reverence. Others, young men in rolled-up white cotton shirts mostly, with their ties tugged down, were drinking beer out of paper sacks and high-fiving each other. In the second row, he noticed a girl holding up a poster reading, Pamela, we will never forget.
A tear rolled slowly down one cheek.
Smithback couldn't help but notice that in her other hand, the girl held a copy of his recent article. While a hush had fallen over the closest rows, in the distance, Smithback could hear the shouts and yells of marchers, mingling with the even more distant crackle of bullhorns, wail of sirens, and honking of car horns. Beside him, Mrs. Wisher was now placing a candle beside the large portrait of her daughter. Her hand was steady, but the flame flickered wildly in the cool night breeze. The silence deepened as she knelt in private prayer. Then she stood and moved toward a tall bank of flowers, allowing a series of friends to move forward in turn and place their own candles next to hers. A minute went by, then another. Mrs. Wisher took a final look at the photograph, now encircled by a bracelet of candles. For a moment she seemed to stagger, and Smithback quickly caught her arm. She looked at him, blinking in surprise, as if she had suddenly forgotten her purpose. Then her eyes lost their faraway look. Her grip grew briefly firm, almost painful, and, easing off his arm, she turned to face the crowd. "I want to express my sorrow," she said clearly, "to all mothers who have lost children to crime, to murder, to the sickness that has gripped this city and this country. That is all." A number of television cameras had managed to squeeze toward the front of the crowd, but Mrs. Wisher simply raised her head defiantly. "To Central Park West," she cried, "and the Great Lawn." Smithback stayed close to her as the crowd surged westward, propelled as if by its own internal engine. Despite all the drinking by some of the younger marchers, everything seemed under control. It was almost as if the crowd was conscious of participating in an unforgettable event. They passed 7th Avenue, an unbroken string of red brake lights, motionless, receding almost to the limits of vision. The sound of police whistles and horns was now one long continuous wail, a steady background noise that came from all directions. Smithback dropped back a moment to consult the post timetable, treading on the handmade shoes of the Viscount Adair as he did so. Almost 9:30, right on schedule. 3 more stops, all along Central Park West. Then they turn into the park for the final midnight vigil. As they made the grand sweep around Columbus Circle, Smithback glanced down Broadway, a wide gash of gray between the unbroken rows of buildings. The police had moved more quickly here, and he could see that the road was barricaded and deserted as far south as Times Square, looking strangely vacant, the pavement shining black beneath countless street lamps. A few cops and squad cars were manning the far end. The rest of the police force was probably still mobilizing, scrambling to find ways to control traffic and keep the march from growing even larger. Maybe that's why more of them weren't on the scene yet. He shook his head, amazed at how this one diminutive woman had brought all of Midtown to a virtual standstill. There was no way they could ignore her after this, and no way they could ignore his articles for that matter. Already he'd mapped everything out. First, an in-depth report of the event, written literally at the right hand of Mrs. Wisher, but naturally with his own special slant. Then, a series of profiles, interviews, and puff pieces leading up to his book. Figure $500,000 in royalties for domestic hardcover sales, perhaps twice that for the paperback, and with foreign rights bringing in at least. His calculations were interrupted by a strange rumbling noise. It stopped, then came again, so deep it seemed more vibration than sound. The noise level around him dropped for a moment. Apparently others had heard it too. Suddenly, 2 blocks down the long, empty length of Broadway, Smithback saw a manhole cover lift from the asphalt and fall back onto the street. A cloud of what appeared to be steam drifted skyward. Then an impossibly dirty man clambered up, sneezing and coughing in the glare of the streetlight, filthy rags of clothes fluttering loosely around his limbs. For a moment, Smithback thought it was Tail Gunner, the haunted-looking man that had taken him to Mephisto. Then another figure emerged from the manhole, blood flowing freely from a cut on his temple. Another followed him, then another. There was an audible intake of breath at Smithback's side. He turned and saw that Mrs. Wisher had faltered, staring in the direction of the wild-looking men. He quickly drew alongside her. "What is this?" she said, almost in a whisper. Suddenly, another manhole cover popped free closer to the march, and a series of gaunt figures clambered out, disoriented and coughing. Smithback stared in disbelief at the bedraggled group, unable to tell age or even sex beneath the matted hair and crusted dirt. Some held pipes or ragged pieces of rebar. Others carried bats and broken police batons. One was wearing what looked like a brand-new police cap. The crowd of marchers nearest Broadway had stopped and were staring at the spectacle. Smithback could hear a low undercurrent of sound, worried muttering from the older, elegantly dressed people, scoffs and hoots of derision from the young white-collared Turks and desk jockeys. A cloud of green mist sighed out of the IRT station beneath the circle, and more homeless emerged, scurrying up the steps. As additional bodies clambered out of manholes in the subway, a ragged army began to form, looks of blinking bewilderment quickly turning to hostility. One of the ragged men stepped forward, glaring at the front rank of marchers. Then he opened his mouth in an unarticulate roar of frustration and rage, a long piece of rebar held over his head like a staff. A great cry arose from the throats of the homeless, who raised their hands in answer. Smithback could see that every hand held something: rocks, chunks of cement, pieces of iron. Many had cuts and bruises. It looked like they were preparing for a battle or had just come from one. "What the hell is this?" Smithback thought. "Where have all these guys come from?" For a moment he wondered if it was some kind of organized mass-scale robbery. Then he remembered what Mephisto had told him as he'd crouched down there in the dark. "We will find other ways to make our voices heard." Not now, he thought. This is the worst possible time. A wisp of smoke drifted closer, and several of the nearest marchers began to choke and gasp. In an instant, Smithback's eyes began to sting painfully, and he realized that what he'd thought was steam was actually tear gas. Farther down the empty stretch of Broadway, Smithback saw what looked like a small group of policemen, their blue uniforms torn and grimy, stumble up a subway staircase, then staggering in the direction of the distant squad cars. "Gosh, something big's happened down there," he thought. "Where's Mephisto?" one of the homeless yelled out. Another voice rose up. "I heard he was patted." The mob grew increasingly agitated. "Very cops," someone shouted. "I bet they beat his ass." "What are these scumbags doing anyway?" Smithback heard a young voice behind him ask. "Don't know," came an answer. "Too late at night to cash a welfare check." There was scattered laughter and hooting. "Mephisto!" the chant began to rise among the ragged crowd before them. "Where's Mephisto?" "The mother's probably murdered him." There was a sudden commotion among the Wisher marchers on the side of the street nearest the park, and Smithback turned to see a large subway grating being forced open and more homeless boiling up from below. "Murdered!" one of the ragged army was screaming. "The bastards murdered him!" The man who had stepped to the front pumped his rebar. "They won't get away with it. Not this time they won't." He held up his arms. "The mothers gassed us," he cried. The tattered mob screamed wildly in response. "They destroyed our homes," another roar came from the mob. Now well destroy theirs. He flung the piece of rebar at the glass facade of a nearby bank branch. There was a splintering crash as it burst through the window and fell into the lobby. An alarm began to whine, quickly drowned out in the ocean of noise. "Hey!" somebody beside Smithback yelled out. "Did you see what that jerk did?" The homeless mob, screaming, poured a rain of missiles toward the buildings lining Broadway. Smithback, glancing up and down the avenue, watched as more and more homeless persons rose from manholes, vents, and subway exits, filling Broadway and Central Park West with their incoherent rage. Over their cries, he could make out the faint, insistent blatting of emergency vehicles. The dark pavement glittered brightly with countless shards of broken glass. He jumped in surprise as he heard Mrs. Wisher's amplified voice ring out. She had taken the microphone and turned to address the marchers. "Do you see this?" she cried, her voice echoing off the tall facades and rolling into the dark, silent park beyond. "These people are intent on destroying the very thing we're here to preserve." Angry cries began to arise from around her. Smithback looked around. He could see large groups of older marchers, Mrs. Wisher's original followers, talking amongst themselves, pointing back toward Fifth Avenue or Central Park West, moving hurriedly away from the approaching confrontation. Others, the younger, brusquer element, were shouting angrily, moving toward the front. The television cameras were milling around, some focused on Mrs. Wisher, others on the homeless mob, now moving up the street, scooping up fresh projectiles from trash cans and dumpsters, shouting their anger and defiance. Mrs. Wisher looked across the sea of marchers, stretching out her hands briefly, then drawing them together as if to rally the group behind her banner. "Look at this rabble! Are we going to let this happen, tonight of all nights?" She gazed across the crowd, half questioningly, half imploringly, as a tense silence gathered. The front lines of homeless paused in their rampage, startled by the booming, omnipresent sound of her voice, echoing from a dozen loudspeakers. "No way!" slurred a young voice. With mingled awe and dread, Smithback watched as, very slowly, Mrs. Wisher raised one arm above her head. Then, with commanding deliberation, she brought it down, pointing a manicured finger directly at the swelling lines of homeless. "These are the people that would destroy our city." Though her voice was steady, Smithback sensed a ragged edge of hysteria. "Look at these bums!" screamed a young man, pushing through the front rank of marchers. A noisy group began to form a knot behind him, 10 feet from the now silent ranks of the homeless. "Get a job, jerk!" he shouted at the leader. The ranks of mole people fell into a deathly ominous silence. "You think I work my ass off and pay taxes just to give you a free ride?" he screeched. An angry murmur swept through the crowd of homeless. "Why don't you do something for your country instead of just living off it?" the man screamed, taking a step toward the leader and spitting on the ground. "Homeless piece of bash!" A roar of approval rose from the marchers. A homeless man stepped forward, waving the ruined stump of what had been his left arm. "Look what I did for my country!" he shrieked, voice breaking. "I gave everything!" The stump flapped back and forth, and he turned toward the young man, face distorted with rage. "Chu Lai, ever heard of it?" The mole people pressed forward, an angry buzz rising fast. Smithback glanced at Mrs. Wisher. Her face was still set in a hard, cold mask as she stared at the homeless. He realized with growing disbelief that she really believed these people were the enemy. "Go away, welfare bloodsucker!" a drunken voice yelled. "Go mug a liberal!" shouted a beefy young man to a burst of raucous laughter. "They killed my brother," one of the moles, a tall, skinny man, said angrily. "Fragged for his country, Fon Mach Hill, August 2nd, 1969. He stepped forward, raising his middle finger in a violent gesture at the beefy man. "You can have your very country, jerk! Too bad they didn't finish the job and get rid of you too," the drunken man yelled back. "One less scumbag roaming the streets." A bottle whipped out of the seething crowd of homeless and struck the young man solidly on the head. He staggered backward, legs crumpling, as he raised his hands toward the blood streaming from his forehead. It was as if the rally suddenly exploded. With an inarticulate roar, the young men surged toward the homeless. Smithback looked around wildly. The older marchers had disappeared, leaving behind a wild and drunken element. He felt himself engulfed as the younger marchers rushed forward with angry yells, moving directly toward the line of homeless. Spun around and temporarily disoriented, he looked about in panic for Mrs. Wisher and her entourage, but they too had vanished. Struggling, he was borne along on the tide. Over the shouting of the mob, he could now hear the sickening sound of wood hitting bone and fists smacking flesh. Cries of pain and rage began to mix with the yells. There was a sudden heavy blow across his shoulders, and he dropped to his knees, instinctively shielding his head. Out of the corner of one eye, he saw his recorder skidding across the pavement, kicked aside, and then crushed by running feet. It was astonishing how quickly chaos engulfed the darkened streets. Who or what had forced the homeless to the surface in such huge groups was anyone's guess. Smithback only knew that suddenly each side saw the other as the incarnation of evil. Mob mentality had taken over. He rose to his knees and looked about wildly, staggering as he was jostled and shoved from countless directions. The march had disintegrated. However, his story was still salvageable, perhaps more than just salvageable, if this riot was as big as he thought it was. But he needed to get away from the mob, gain some high ground where he could get perspective on the situation. Quickly, he looked north toward the park. Over the sea of raised fists and sticks, he could see the bronze statue of Shakespeare, gazing down placidly on the chaos. Keeping low, he began pushing his way toward it. A wide-eyed homeless person bore down on him, screaming and raising an empty beer bottle threateningly. Instinctively, he lashed out with his fist, and the figure dropped, clutching its stomach. With surprise, Smithback saw that it was a woman. "Sorry, ma'am," he mumbled as he scuttled away. Glass and debris crunched beneath his feet as he made his way across Central Park South. He shoved a drunk aside, pushed past a group of screaming young men in expensive but torn suits, and gained the far sidewalk. Here, on the fringes, it was quieter. Avoiding the pigeon lime, he clambered onto the base of the statue and grabbed the lower fold of Shakespeare's garment. Then he hoisted himself up the arm, onto the open bronze book, and atop the bard's wide shoulders. It was an awe-inspiring sight. The melee had spread several blocks down Broadway in Central Park South. More homeless were still streaming up from Columbus Circle subway station and from gratings and vent shafts along the edge of the park. He hadn't known there were that many homeless people in the entire world, or that many drunken young yuppies for that matter. He could now see the older marchers, the main guard of Take Back Our City, streaming in well-ordered ranks toward Amsterdam Avenue, moving as far from the melee as possible, desperately trying to flag down cabs. Around him, knots of brawling people were coalescing and dissolving. He stared in horrified fascination at the flying missiles, the fistfights, and stick battles. There were a number of people down now, unconscious, or perhaps worse.
Blood was mingling with the glass, concrete, and debris littering the street. At the same time, much of the riot consisted of screaming, shoving, and posturing groups of people, a lot of bark but no bite. Squads of police were now at last making inroads into the crowd, but there were not enough of them, and already the riot was moving into the park, where it would be much harder to control. Where are all the cops? Smithback thought again. Despite his horror and revulsion, a certain secret part of Smithback felt a surging elation. What a story this was going to be! His eyes strained against the darkness, trying to imprint the images on his brain, already writing the lead in his head. The homeless mob now seemed to be gaining the upper hand, screaming in righteous anger, pushing the throngs of marchers back into the southern fringes of the park. Though many of the moles were no doubt weakened by hand-to-mouth lives, they obviously knew a lot more about street fighting than their opponents. A number of television cameras had been smashed by the mob, and the remaining crews were hanging back in a protective phalanx, spotlights glaring out of the darkness. Others hung over the rooftops of nearby buildings with long lenses, bathing the rioters in eerie white light.
A patch of blue nearby caught his attention. He glanced down to see a tight group of policemen battling their way through the crowd, batons flashing. At the center of the group was a scared-looking civilian with a bushy mustache and a fat, sweaty guy Smithback recognized as Captain Waxy. Smithback watched, intrigued, as the group forced its way past the rioters. Something was strange here. Then he realized what it was. These cops were doing nothing to stop the fighting or control the crowd. Instead, they seemed to be protecting the two men in the middle, Waxy and the other guy. As he watched, the knot of policemen gained the curb and jogged through a stone gate into the park. They were obviously on a mission of some sort or other. They were heading someplace special in a hurry. But what mission, Smithback thought, could be more important than stopping this riot? He remained for a few moments, poised stiffly on Shakespeare's shoulders, in an agony of indecision. Then, very quickly, he slipped off the statue, vaulted the low stone wall, and ran after the group into the enfolding darkness of Central Park. Dagosta removed the unlit cigar from his mouth, picked a piece of tobacco off his tongue, and examined the sodden end with distaste. Margo watched as he patted his pockets for a match, then, finding none, caught her eye and raised his eyebrows in a silent question. She shook her head no. Dagosta turned toward Horlocker, began to open his mouth, then obviously thought better of it. The chief had a portable radio plastered to one ear, and he didn't look happy. "Misner," he was shouting, "Misner, you copy?" There was a faint, lengthy squawking that Margo assumed must be Misner. "Just subdue and arrest the," Horlocker began. More faint squawking. 500? From underground? Look, Misner, don't give me this gosh. Why aren't they on the buses?" Horlocker stopped again to listen. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Pendergast sitting on the edge of a table, leaning against a mobile radio unit, seemingly engrossed in an issue of the Policeman's Gazette. "Riot control, tear gas, I don't give a rat's care how you do it. Marchers? What do you mean they're fighting with the marchers?" He lowered the phone, looked at it as if in disbelief, then raised it to his other ear. "No, for goodness sake, don't use gas anywhere near the marchers. Look, we got most of the 20th and 22nd underground. The 31st is manning the checkpoints. Uptown is laid wide open as a— No, forget it. Tell Perillo I want a wildfire meeting with all the deputy chiefs in 5 minutes. Bring in staff from the outer boroughs, off-duty, meter cops, whatever. We need more manpower applied to that spot, you hear me?" He punched the phone angrily and grabbed at another on the desk in front of him. "Curtis, get the governor's office on the phone. The evac went south, and some of the underground homeless we were clearing from the area around the park are rioting. They've run straight into that big march on Central Park South. We'll have to call in the guard. Then contact Masters. We're going to need a tactical helicopter, just in case. Have him get the assault vehicles from the Lexington Avenue Armory. No, forget that. They may not be able to make it through. Contact the park substation instead. I'll call the mayor myself." He hung up the phone, more slowly this time. A single bead of sweat was making its slow traverse down a forehead that had gone from red to gray in a matter of moments. Horlocker looked around the command center, seemingly blind to the scurrying cops, the transmitters crackling on countless bands. To Margo, he looked like a man whose entire world had suddenly imploded. Pendergast carefully folded the Gazette and placed it on the table beside him. Then he leaned forward, smoothing his pale blonde hair with the fingers of his right hand. "I've been thinking," he began, almost casually. Uh-oh, Margo thought. Pendergast glided forward until he stood directly in front of the chief. "I've been thinking that this situation is simply too dangerous to leave in the hands of one man." Horlocker closed his eyes for a minute. Then, as if making a tremendous effort, he raised them to Pendergast's placid face. "Just what really are you talking about?" he asked. "We're relying on Squire Waxy to manually shut the reservoir valves and stop the drainage process." "So?" Pendergast put a finger to his lip, as if he was about to whisper a secret. "Not to be indelicate about this, but Captain Waxy has not proven himself to be, well, the most reliable of errand boys. If he fails, the catastrophe will be complete. The Mbuan lilies will be shunted through the Aster tunnels and out to the open sea. Once exposed to salinity, the Rio virus will be unleashed. It could alter the ecology of the ocean significantly. More than that," Margo heard herself blurt, "it could insert itself into the food chain, and from there—" She fell silent. "I've heard this story before," Horlocker said. "It doesn't get any better the second time around. What's your point?" "What we in the Bureau call a redundant solution," Pendergast said. Horlocker opened his mouth to speak just as a uniformed officer signaled from a comm desk. "Captain Waxy for you, sir. I'll patch him through on the open line." Horlocker picked up the phone again. "Waxy, what's your status?" He stopped to listen. "Speak up, I can't hear you." "The what? What do you mean you're not sure?" "Well, take care of it. Very. Look, put Duffy on. Waxy, you hear me? You're breaking up. Waxy? Waxy!" He slammed the phone into its cradle with a shattering crash. "Get Waxy back on the horn," he yelled. "May I continue?" Pendergast asked. "If what I just heard is any indication, time is short, so I'll be brief. If Waxy fails and the reservoir is drained, we must have a backup plan in place to prevent the plants from escaping into the Hudson." "How really are we going to do that?" Diagosta asked. "It's nearly 10 o'clock. The reservoir is scheduled to dump in just over 2 hours. "Can we just stop the plants from escaping somehow?" Margo asked. "Place filters over the exit pipes or something?" "An interesting thought, Dr. Green," Pendergast said, glancing toward her with his pale eyes. He paused briefly. "I'd imagine that 5-micron filters would be sufficient. But where would we find them manufactured to the proper dimensions? And what about the tolerances required to withstand the tremendous water pressure? And how could we be certain we had located every exit?" He shook his head. "I'm afraid the only solution that time allows is to seal the exits from the Aster tunnels with high explosive. I've studied the maps. A dozen charges of C4, accurately placed, should be sufficient."
Horlocker swiveled himself toward Pendergast, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Horlocker swiveled himself toward Pendergast. "You're crazy," he said matter-of-factly. There was a sudden commotion at the entrance to the center, and Margo looked over to see a group of policemen half running, half stumbling in from the concourse beyond. Their uniforms were disheveled and muddy, and one of the officers had a nasty cut on his forehead. In their midst, struggling wildly, was an incredibly dirty man wearing a ragged corduroy suit. His long gray hair was matted and streaked with dirt and blood. A large turquoise necklace hung from his neck, and a heavily stained beard hung down to his handcuffed wrists. "We got the ringleader," one of the cops panted as they tugged the struggling man toward the chief. D'Agosta stared incredulously. "It's Mephisto," he cried. "Oh?" Horlocker said sarcastically. "A friend of yours?" "Merely a social acquaintance," Pendergast replied. Margo watched as the man named Mephisto stared from D'Agosta to Pendergast. Suddenly, the piercing eyes flooded with recognition, and his face turned dark. "You," he hissed. "Whitey, you were spies, traitors, pigs." He struggled with a sudden, terrible strength, breaking free of his captors for a moment, only to be tackled to the floor and pinned again. He grappled and strained, raising his manacled hands. "Judas!" he spat in Pendergast's direction. "Really lunatic," Horlocker said, looking toward the group wrestling on the tiled floor. "Hardly," Pendergast replied. "Would you act any differently if somebody had just gassed you and driven you out of your home?" Mephisto lunged again. "Hold him, for goodness sake," Horlocker snapped, stepping out of reach. Then he turned back to Pendergast. "Now, let me see if I understand this," he said with insulting sweetness, the parody of a father humoring a foolish son. "You want to blow up the Astor tunnels. Do I have it right?" "Not the tunnels so much as the exits from the tunnels," Pendergast replied, oblivious to the sarcasm. "It is critical that we stop any water draining from the reservoir from reaching the open ocean. But perhaps we can accomplish both ends. Cleanse the Astor tunnels of their inhabitants while preventing the real virus from escaping. All we have to do is hold the water for 48 hours and let the herbicide do its work." Out of the corner of her eye, Margo watched as Mephisto went still. "We can send in a team of divers up the spillways from the river," Pendergast went on. "The route to the Astor outflow is relatively straightforward." Horlocker shook his head. "I've studied the system carefully. When the Astor tunnels fill, the overflow will channel into the west side lateral. That's what we'll have to block with explosives." "I don't believe this," Horlocker said, lowering his head and resting it on the knuckles of one hand. "But then again, that may not be enough," Pendergast went on, paying no attention to Horlocker now, thinking out loud. "To be certain, we'd also need to seal the Devil's Attic from above as well. The charts show that the bottleneck and its drainage tubes are a closed system all the way up to the reservoir, so all we have to do to keep the water trapped inside is to seal any escape routes immediately below it. That will also prevent the creatures from riding out the flood in an air pocket somewhere." Horlocker looked blank. Pendergast found a scrap and paper and swiftly drew a diagram. "Don't you see?" he asked. "The water will pass through the bottleneck, here. The second team will descend from the surface and block any exit paths directly beneath the bottleneck. Several levels deeper is the Devil's Attic and the spillways that vent to the river. The SEAL team will set their charges." He looked up. "The water will be trapped in the Astor tunnels. There will be no escape for the Wrinklers. None. A low wheeze escaped from the manacled figure, raising the hairs on Margot's neck. "I'll have to lead the second team, of course," Pendergast went on calmly. "They'll need a guide, and I've already been down once before. I've got a crude map, and I've studied the city plans for the works closer to the surface. I'd go by myself, but it will take several men to carry the plastique." "It won't work, Judas," Mephisto rasped. "You'll never make it down to the Devil's Attic in time." Horlocker suddenly looked up, slamming his fist to the table. "I've heard enough," he snapped. "Playtime's over. Pendergast, I've got a crisis on my hands, so get out. Only I know the tunnels well enough to get you in and out before midnight," hissed, staring intently at Pendergast. Pendergast returned the gaze, a speculative expression on his face. "You're probably correct," he replied at last. "Enough," Horlocker snapped at the group of officers who had brought Mephisto in. "Get him downtown. We'll deal with him once the dust has settled." "And what would be in it for you?" Pendergast asked Mephisto. "Room to live. Freedom from harassment. The grievances of my people redressed." Pendergast gazed at Mephisto almost meditatively, his expression unreadable. "I said, get the man the gosh out," Horlocker roared. The cops pulled Mephisto to his feet and began to drag him toward the exit. "Stay where you are," Pendergast said. His voice was low, but the tone was so commanding the officers instinctively stopped in their tracks. Horlocker turned, a vein pulsing in his temple. "What's this?" he said, almost in a whisper. "Chief Horlocker, I'm taking custody of this individual, under the authority vested in me as a federal agent of the United States government." "You're lying to me," Horlocker replied. "Pendergast," Margo hissed, "we've got barely 2 hours." The agent nodded, then addressed Horlocker. "I'd like to stay and bandy civilities, but I'm afraid I've run out of time," he said. "Vincent, please get the handcuff key from these gentlemen." Pendergast turned toward the knot of policemen. "You there, release this man into my custody." "Don't do it," Horlocker shouted. "Sir," one of the officers said, "you can't fight the feds, sir." Pendergast approached the bedraggled figure, now standing beside D'Agosta and rubbing his manacled wrists. "Mr. Mephisto," he said in a low voice, "I don't know what role you played in today's events, and I can't guarantee your personal freedom. But if you help me now, perhaps we can rid this city of the killers that have been preying on your community. And I will give my personal guarantee that your demands for homeless rights will be given a fair hearing." He held out his hand. Mephisto's eyes narrowed. "You lied once," he hissed. "It was the only way I could make contact with you," said Pendergast, continuing to hold out his hand. "This isn't a fight between the haves and have-nots. If it was once, it isn't anymore. If we fail now, we all go down, Park Avenue and Route 666 alike." There was a long pause. At last Mephisto nodded silently. "How touching," said Horlocker. "I hope you all drown in trouble." Smithback peered through the rusting steel grid of the catwalk floor, down into the brick-lined shaft that ran away into vertiginous darkness beneath his feet. He could hear Waxy and the rest far below him, but he couldn't see what they were up to. Once again, he fervently hoped that this wouldn't turn into a wild goose chase. But he'd followed Waxy all this way. He might as well stick around and see just what the gosh was up. He moved forward cautiously, trying to catch a glimpse of the 5 men below him. The rotten catwalk hung down from the underside of a gigantic bowl of pitted metal, moving in a long, gentle arc toward a vertical shaft that seemed to head for the center of the earth itself. The catwalk sagged with his every movement. Reaching a vertical ladder, there was a pinging noise coming from above, like the creaking of a submarine hull under pressure. A steady rush of cold, fresh air blew up from the shaft and stirred the hair on his forehead. In his wildest dreams, Smithback could not have imagined that such a strange, antique space existed beneath the Central Park Reservoir. He knew that the enormous metal ceiling above him must actually be the drainage basin at the lowest level of the reservoir, where its earthen bed met the complex tangle of storm drains and feeder tunnels. He tried not to think of the vast bulb of water hanging directly over his head. He could see the team in the dim spaces below him now, standing on a small platform abutting the ladder. Smithback could vaguely make out a complicated tangle of iron pipes, wheels, and valves, looking like some infernal machine out of an industrial-age nightmare. The ladder was slimy with condensation, and the tiny platform far below him had no railing. Smithback took a step down the ladder, then thought better of it, and retreated. As good a vantage point as any, he thought, curling up on the catwalk. From here he could see everything that went on, but remained virtually invisible himself. Flashlights were licking across the brick walls far below him, and the policemen's voices, rumbled and distorted, floated up to him. He recognized Waxy's basso profundo from the evening he'd spent in the museum's projection booth. The fat cop seemed to be speaking into his radio. Now he put his radio away and turned to the nervous-looking man in shirt sleeves. They seemed to be arguing bitterly about something. "You little liar," Waxy was saying. "You never told me that you couldn't reverse the flood." I did," came a high-pitched whine in response. "You even said you didn't want it reversible. I wish I'd had a tape recorder." "Because, shut up. Are these the valves? They're here, at the back." There was a silence, then the groaning protest of metal as the men shifted position. "Is this platform safe?" came Waxy's voice from deep within the pit. "How should I know?" the high-pitched voice replied. "When they computerized the system, they stopped maintaining." All right. Just do what you have to do, Duffy, and let's get out of here." Smithback inched his nose farther into space and peered down. He could see the man named Duffy examining the nest of valves. "We have to turn all these off," came his voice. "It closes the main shunt manually. That way, when the computer directs the reservoir to drain, the shunt gates will open, but these manual valves will contain the water. Works on the siphon principle. If it works at all. Like I said, it's never been tried." "Great. Maybe you'll win the Nobel Prize. Now do it." "Do what?" Smithback wondered. It sounded as if they were trying to prevent the reservoir from being drained. The thought of millions of cubic feet of water thundering down from above was enough to swivel his eyes toward the exit far over his head. But why? Computer glitch of some kind? Whatever it was, it didn't sound worth leaving the biggest riot in 100 years for. Smithback's heart began to sink. This was definitely not where the real story was. "Help me turn this," Duffy said. "You heard him," Waxy snapped at the policeman. From his perch, Smithback could see two of the tiny figures gripping a large iron wheel. There was a faint grunting. "It ain't moving," one of the policemen announced. The man named Duffy bent closer, inspecting. "Somebody's been messing around here," he cried, pointing. "Look at this. The shaft's been packed with lead. And over here, these valves have been broken off. Recently, too, by the looks of it." "Don't give me any of your nonsense, Duffy. Look for yourself. This thing is shot to pieces." There was a silence. "Gosh on a stick," came Waxy's fretful voice. "Can you fix it?" "Sure we can, if we had 24 hours, and acetylene torches, an arc welder, new valve stems, and maybe a dozen other parts that haven't been manufactured since the turn of the century. That isn't good enough. If we can't stop that shunt from opening manually, we're in trouble. You got us into this fix, Duffy. You'd very well better get us out." "To heck with you, Captain," the shrill voice of Duffy echoed up. "I've had all I'm going to take. You're a stupid, rude human being. Oh yes, I forgot. Fat, too. That's going in my report, Duffy. Then be sure you put in the part about being fat, because—" There was an abrupt silence. "You smell that?" asked one of the policemen on the ladder. "What in the gosh is it?" came another voice. Smithback sniffed the cool, moist air, but could smell nothing but damp brick and mildew. "Let's get the gosh out of here," Waxy said, grabbing the ladder and hoisting himself up the rungs. "Just a minute," came the voice of Duffy. "What about the valve?" You just told me it couldn't be fixed, Waxy said without looking down. Smithback heard a faint rattling sound from the deeper darkness of the pit. What was that? Duffy asked, his voice cracking. Are you coming? Waxy yelled, hauling his ungainly body up the ladder, one rung at a time. As Smithback watched, Duffy took a look over the platform edge, hesitating. Then he turned back and began to scramble up the ladder behind Waxy, followed by the uniformed policemen. Smithback realized that in 5 minutes they'd reach the catwalk. By then he'd have to be gone, making that long crawl back up the gangway and out of sight, and with nothing at all to show for his pains. He turned to go, hoping he hadn't missed the rest of the riot, wondering where Mrs. Wisher was by now. Gosh, what a bad call, he thought ruefully. Can't believe my instincts let me down. With his luck, that jerk Bryce Harriman was already. A sound echoed up from below, the protesting squeal of rusty hinges, the loud booming of an iron grating being slammed. What was that? Smithback heard Waxy yelp. Smithback turned back and looked down the ladder. He could see the figures on the ladder below him, suddenly motionless. Waxy's last question was still echoing and rumbling, dying away in the shaft. There was silence, and into the silence came the sound of scrabbling on iron rungs, mingled with strange grunts and wheezes that raised the hairs on Smithback's nape. Flashlight beams played downwards from the group on the ladder, revealing nothing. "Who is it?" Waxy cried again, peering down. "There's some people coming up the ladder," one of the policemen said. "We're police officers," Waxy yelled, his voice suddenly shrill. There was no answer. "Identify yourselves. They're still coming," the policemen said. "There's that smell again," came another voice. And suddenly it hit Smithback like a hammer, an overripe, goatish odor that brought back like a physical blow the nightmare hours he'd spent in the bowels of the museum 18 months before. "Unholster your weapons," Waxy yelled in a panicky voice. Now Smithback could see them, dark shapes moving quickly up the ladder from the depths, wearing hoods and dark cloaks that billowed behind them in the updraft. "You hear me down there?" Waxy cried. "Stop and identify yourselves." "They're still coming," the policeman said. "There's that smell again," came another voice. And suddenly it hit Smithback like a hammer, an overripe, goatish odor that brought back like a physical blow the nightmare hours he'd spent in the bowels of the museum 18 months before. "Unholster your weapons," Waxy yelled in a panicky voice. Now Smithback could see them, dark shapes moving quickly up the ladder from the depths, wearing hoods and dark cloaks that billowed behind them in the updraft. "You hear me down there?" Waxy cried. "Stop and identify yourselves." He twisted his thick form on the ladder and looked down at the officers. "You men, wait here. Find out their business. If they're trespassers, give them citations." He turned and began scrambling desperately up the ladder again, Duffy at his heels. As Smithback watched, the strange figures passed the platform and approached the stationary cops. There was a pause, then what to Smithback appeared to be a struggle, the dim light making it look oddly like a graceful ballet. The illusion vanished with the roar of a 9mm, deafening in the confined space, rolling up and down the brick shaft like thunder. Then the echoes were drowned out by a scream, and Smithback saw the lowest policeman detach from the ladder and plunge into the shaft. The attenuated screams of the officer echoed up from the pit, slowly vanishing into nothing. "Who is it?" Waxy cried again, peering down. "There's some people coming up the ladder," one of the policemen said. "We're police officers," Waxy yelled, his voice suddenly shrill. There was no answer. "Identify yourselves." "They're still coming," the policeman said. "There's that smell again," came another voice. And suddenly it hit Smithback like a hammer, an overripe, goatish odor that brought back like a physical blow the nightmare hours he'd spent in the bowels of the museum 18 months before. "Unholster your weapons," Waxy yelled in a panicky voice. Now Smithback could see them, dark shapes moving quickly up the ladder from the depths, wearing hoods and dark cloaks that billowed behind them in the updraft. "You hear me down there?" Waxy cried. "Stop and identify yourselves." He twisted his thick form on the ladder and looked down at the officers. "You men wait here. Find out their business. If they're trespassers, give them citations." He turned and began scrambling desperately up the ladder again, Duffy at his heels. As Smithback watched,
"Stop them!" Waxy cried over his shoulder, toiling up the ladder. "Don't let them come." As Smithback watched in frozen horror, the shapes came ever more swiftly, the metal ladder clattering and groaning under their weight. The second cop fired wildly at the figures. Then he was grabbed by the leg and yanked with horrible strength from the ladder rung. He hurtled downwards, firing his revolver again and again, the muzzle flashing as he pinwheeled into the darkness. The third policeman turned and began climbing with panicky speed. The dark figures were swarming upward now, 2 rungs at a time, climbing with long, loping movements. One of the figures passed through the beam of a spotlight, giving Smithback a glimpse of something thick and moist, shining briefly in the reflected glow. Then the lead figure caught up with the policeman and made a wide, slashing movement across the back of the retreating man's legs. He screamed and twisted on the ladder. The figure pulled himself level with the officer, then began tearing at his face and throat while the rest of the hooded figure scrambled past. Smithback tried to move, but seemed unable to tear his gaze away from the spectacle beneath him. In his panic to climb the ladder, Waxy had slipped and was clutching to one side, trying to gain a purchase with his scrabbling feet. Duffy was coming up quickly beneath him, but several of the dark figures were right behind. "It's got my leg!" Duffy screamed. There were unmistakable sounds of thrashing and kicking. "Oh my God, help me!" The hysterical voice echoed and re-echoed crazily through the dim space. As Smithback watched, Duffy shook himself free with a strength born of terror and scrambled up the ladder past the struggling Waxy. "No, no!" Waxy yelled in desperation, trying to kick away the grasping hands of the closest figure and knocking back its hood in the process. Smithback jerked his head back instinctively at the sight, but not before his brain had registered something out of his worst nightmare, worse for being vague in the dim light. Narrow lizard's pupils, thick wet lips, great creases and folds of extra skin. It suddenly dawned on him that these must be the Wrinklers Mephisto had referred to. Now he knew why. The sight broke Smithback's paralysis, and he began scrambling up the catwalk. Behind him, he could hear Waxy firing his service piece. There was a roar of pain that almost turned Smithback's limbs to jelly. 2 more quick shots in rapid succession. Then Waxy's rising, blubbering scream of anguish suddenly truncated to a horrifying wet gurgle. Smithback half ran, half scuttled up the catwalk, trying to keep the sense of overwhelming fear from paralyzing him once again. Behind him, he could hear Duffy, God, he hoped it was Duffy, sobbing and scrambling up the iron rungs. "I've got a good head start," he thought. The figure still had nearly 100 feet of ladder to climb. For a moment, he considered going back to help Duffy, but it was the work of an instant to realize there was nothing he could do. "Just give me the luxury of living to regret running away," he thought hysterically, "and I won't ask for anything, ever, ever again." But as he approached the stone steps leading to the surface, and the faint, sweet circle of moonlight sky appeared above him, he saw with sudden horror bulky figures looming forward, blotting out the stars. Now they were descending, oh God, toward him. He dropped back to the catwalk, desperately looking around at the brick walls, at the curve of the shaftway as it ran down toward the pit. To one side of the catwalk lay the entrance to an access tunnel, an ancient stone archway rimed in crystallized lime like hoarfrost. The figures were closing in fast now. Smithback leapt for the archway, passed beneath it, and entered a low tunnel. Feeble light bulbs dotted its ceiling at infrequent intervals. He plunged forward, running with desperate abandon, realizing even as he did so that the tunnel angled in precisely the direction he did not want to go. Down, ever down.
The FBI agent on duty in Armory Division was leaning back, nose deep in a copy of Soldier of Fortune, his chair precariously balanced on its rear two legs. Over the top of the magazine, Margo could see his eyes widen at their approach. Probably he wasn't used to seeing an impossibly ratty, wild-eyed man with an unkempt beard, wandering around the basement of the FBI's Federal Plaza headquarters with a young woman and pudgy man in tow. She watched as the eyes suddenly narrowed, the nostrils flaring. Must have caught wind of Mephisto as well, Margo thought. "Just what can I really do for you, gentlemen?" the guard asked, lowering the magazine and easing the chair forward slowly. "They're with me," Pendergast said briskly, coming forward and flashing his identification. But the man had caught sight of him and bounded to his feet already, the magazine skidding across the floor. "I'll need to sign for some ordnance," Pendergast said. "Of course, right away, sir," the agent babbled, unlocking the upper and lower locks of the metal door behind him and swinging it open. Margo stepped into the large room beyond. Row upon row of wooden cabinets rose in ordered procession toward the low ceiling. "What is all this stuff?" she asked, as they followed Pendergast down the nearest aisle. "Emergency supplies," came the answer. "Rations, medical supplies, bottled water, food supplements, blankets and bedding, spare parts for the essential systems, fuel." "You got enough gosh to withstand a siege in here," D'Agosta muttered. "That's exactly the point, Lieutenant," Pendergast said, approaching a small metal door in the far wall, punching in a code, and flinging it open. Behind lay a narrow corridor. Rows of stainless steel lockers flanked both sides, plexiglass labels engraved on their fronts. Entering the room, Margo stopped to look at a few of the closest labels. M16, M148, CAR-15, S177, Kevlar SM, Kevlar LXL. "The cop and his toys," Mephisto said. Pendergast moved quickly down the aisle, then stopped at a locker, wrenched it open, and removed 3 masks of clear plastic attached to small canisters of oxygen. Keeping one for himself, he tossed the others to D'Agosta and Mephisto. "Just in case you feel like gassing a few more underground residents on our way down," Mephisto said, catching it awkwardly in his manacled hands. "I've heard we make good sport." Pendergast stopped and turned toward the homeless man. "I know you feel your people were ill-used by the police," he said quietly. "As it happens, I agree with you. You'll simply have to take my word when I had nothing to do with it." Two-faced Janus speaks again. "Mayor of Grant's Tomb, sure. I should have known it was a crock of gosh." "It was your own paranoia and isolation that made my ruse necessary," Pendergast said. Opening additional lockers and removing a head-mounted flash unit, several pairs of goggles with long eye stalks Margo guessed were night vision devices, and some long yellow canisters she didn't recognize. "I don't, and never did, look upon you as an enemy." "Then take these cuffs off." "Don't do it," D'Agosta warned. Pendergast paused in the act of removing several K-bar knives from the locker. Then he dug into the breast pocket of his black suit, stepped forward, and released the cuffs with a quick turn of his wrist. Mephisto flung them contemptuously down the narrow corridor. "Planning on whittling while you're below, Whitey?" he asked. "Those little special forces penknives you've got there won't do you much good against the Wrinklers. Except maybe tickle them some." "It is my hope we won't meet up with any inhabitants of the Astor tunnels," Pendergast said, snugging a pair of handguns into the waist of his pants, his head buried in the locker. "But I've already learned that it pays to be prepared." "Well, enjoy your turkey shoot, FBI man. Afterwards, we can stop by Route 666 for tea and biscuits, have a nice chin wag, maybe get your trophy stuffed."
As Margo watched, Pendergast stepped back from the locker. Then he moved slowly toward Mephisto. "What can I do exactly to impress on you the seriousness of this situation?" he asked, his face inches from that of the underground leader. He spoke softly, yet there was a subtle edge to his voice that seemed somehow menacing. Mephisto took a step backward. "If that's what you want, you're going to have to trust me." "If I didn't," Pendergast replied, "I wouldn't have removed your handcuffs."
Then prove it, Mephisto said, quickly recovering his nerve. Give me a piece, one of those nice shiny stoners I saw in that locker back there, or at least a 12 gauge. If you guys get greased, I want a fighting chance to survive. Pendergast, don't be crazy, DaGosta said. This guy's bent. Today's the first time he's seen daylight since George Bush was president, for Christ's sakes. How quickly can you get us to the Astor tunnels? Pendergast asked. 90 minutes, maybe, if you don't mind getting your feet wet on the way down. There was a silence. You seem to know your weapons. Do you have any experience? 7th Infantry, I Corps, wounded for the greater glory of the USA of really A in the Iron Triangle. As Margo watched with disgusted fascination, Mephisto unbuckled his filthy pants and dropped them, exposing a puckered scar that ran across his abdomen and down his thigh, ending in a large knot of scar tissue. Had to restuff me before they could get me onto the stretcher, he said, with a lopsided grin. Pendergast paused for a long moment. Then he turned, opened another locker, and removed 2 automatic weapons, slinging one over his right arm and tossing the other to DaGosta. Then he withdrew a case of buckshot and a stubby-looking pump-action shotgun. He closed the locker, turned, and passed the weapon to Mephisto. "Don't let me down, soldier," he said, his hand still on the barrel. Mephisto pulled the gun from Pendergast and pumped the magazine, saying nothing. Margo had begun to notice a troublesome pattern. Pendergast had been removing plenty of equipment, but none of it was finding its way to her. "Hold on a minute," she said. "What about me? Where's my gear?" "I'm afraid you're not coming," Pendergast said, dragging bulletproof vests from the locker and checking their sizes. "Who the hell says I'm not?" Margo said. "Because I'm a woman?" "Dr. Green, please, you know very well it has nothing to do with that. You're not experienced in this kind of police action." Pendergast began digging into another locker. "Here, Vincent, take charge of these, will you?" "M26 fragmentation grenades," DaGosta said, handling them gingerly. "You've got enough firepower in here to invade China, pal." "Not experienced?" Margo echoed, ignoring DaGosta. "I was the one who saved your ass back there in the museum, remember? If it wasn't for me, you'd have been Mumboon droppings long ago." "I would be the first to admit it, Dr. Green," Pendergast replied, as he shrugged into a backpack equipped with a long hose and a strange hooded nozzle. "Don't tell me that's a flamethrower," DaGosta asked. "ABT fast fire, if I'm not mistaken," Mephisto said. "When I was a grunt, we called the jelly they sprayed purple haze. The sadistic weapon of a morally bankrupt republic." He looked speculatively into one of the open lockers. "I'm an anthropologist," Margo said. "I know these creatures better than anyone. You're going to need my expertise." "Not enough to endanger your life," said Pendergast. "Dr. Frock's an anthropologist too. Shall we wheel him down with us and get his learned opinion on the matter? I was the one who discovered all this, remember?" Margo realized she was raising her voice. "She's right," said DaGosta. "We wouldn't be here if it weren't for her." "That still doesn't give us the right to involve her further," Pendergast replied. "Besides, she's never been below ground, and she's not a police officer." "Look," Margo shouted, "forget my expertise. Forget the help I've given you in the past. I'm an expert shot. DaGosta here can testify. And I'm not going to slow you down either. If anything, you'll be panting to keep up with me. It comes down to this. If you get in trouble down there, every extra body you've got is going to count." Pendergast turned his pale eyes toward her, and Margo could feel the keen force of his stare as it almost seemed to probe her thoughts. "Why exactly do you need this, Dr. Green?" Because Margo stopped suddenly, wondering why, in fact, she wanted to descend to that netherworld. It would be so much easier to wish them well, step out of the building, walk home, order dinner from the Thai restaurant on the corner, and crack open that Thackeray novel she'd been meaning to start for the last month. Then she realized it was not a question of wanting. 18 months before, she had stared into the face of Mboon, seen her reflection in its feral red eyes. Together, she and Pendergast had killed the beast, and she'd thought it was over. They all did. Now she knew better. "A couple of months ago," she said, "Greg Kawakita tried to contact me. I never bothered to follow up. If I had, maybe all of this could have been avoided." She paused. "I need to see this thing finished." Pendergast continued to gaze at her appraisingly. "You brought me back into this, gauche," Margo said, rounding on Dagosta. "It's the last thing I wanted. But now that I'm here, I need to see it through." "She's right about that, too," Dagosta said. "I did bring her into the investigation." Pendergast put his hands on Margo's shoulders in an uncharacteristically physical gesture. "Margo, please," he said quietly. "Try to understand. Back at the museum, there was no choice. We were already trapped inside with Mboon. This is different. We're walking knowingly into danger. You're a civilian. I'm sorry, but there it is." "For once, I agree with Mayor Whitey." Mephisto looked at Margo. "You seem like a person of integrity. That means you're out of place in company like this. So let them get their own official asses killed." Pendergast looked at Margo a moment longer. Then, dropping his hands, he turned toward Mephisto. "What's our route?" he asked. "The Lexington line under Bloomingdale's," came the response. "There's an abandoned shaft about a quarter-mile north on the express track. Head straight into the park, then angles down toward the bottleneck." "Christ," Dagosta said. "Maybe that's how the Wrinklers ambushed that train." "Maybe." Pendergast fell silent a moment. "Well, we'll need to draw the explosives from C-section," he continued abruptly, moving toward the door. "Let's go. We've got less than 2 hours." "Come on, Margo," Dagosta said over his shoulder as he jogged after Pendergast. "We'll see you out." Margo stood motionless, watching the three move quickly toward the outer door of the armory. "Gosh!" she cried in a frustrated rage, throwing her carryall to the floor and giving the nearest locker a vicious kick. Then she sank to the floor and put her head in her hands. Snow checked the oversized wall clock. The narrow hands behind the protective metal cage read 10:15 p.m. His eyes traveled across the empty squad room, past the extra tanks and regulators, the torn flippers and oversized masks. His gaze came to rest at last on the mountain of paperwork atop the desk in front of him, and he winced inwardly. Here he was, supposedly recovering from a bacterial infection of the lungs, but he and the rest of the NYPD dive team knew that he was actually in the doghouse. The dive sergeant had taken him aside, told him what a great job he'd done, but Snow hadn't believed it. Even the fact that the skeletons he'd discovered had been the start of a big police investigation didn't make any real difference. The fact was, he'd lost it on his first dive. Even Fernandez didn't bother to tease him anymore. He sighed, looking out the grimy window at the long deserted dock and the dark oily water beyond, glittering in the restless night. The rest of the squad was after a helicopter crash in the East River earlier in the evening.
And there was something big going on in the city, too. His police radio had been squawking non-stop with talk of marches, riots, mobilizations, crowd control measures. Seemed like the action was everywhere except in his own quiet little corner of the Brooklyn docks. And here he was, filling out reports. He sighed, stapled some papers into a folder, closed it, and tossed it in the outgoing tray. Dead dog, removed from the Gownus Canal. Cause of death, gunshot wound. Ownership, unknown. Case closed. He slid another folder off the pile. Randolph Rowell, jumper, Triborough Bridge, age 22. Suicide note found in pocket. Cause of death, drowning. Case closed. As he dropped the file into the bin, he heard the diesel rumble of the launch as it nosed its way into the dock. Back early. The engine sounded different somehow, throatier, he thought. Maybe it needed a tune-up or something. He heard running footfalls on the wooden dock, and suddenly the door burst open.
Men in black wetsuits, no insignia, faces black and green with grease paint. Twin haversacks of rubber and latex dangled around their necks. "Where's the dive team?" barked the forward man, a hulking figure with a Texas accent. "East River chopper crash," Snow said. "You the second squad?" He glanced out the window and was surprised to see not a familiar blue and white police boat, but a powerful inboard V-bottom launch lying low in the water and painted as dark as the men. "All of 'em?" the man asked. "All except me. Who are you?" "We ain't your mother's long-lost nephews, darling," the man said. "We need someone who knows the shortest route into the West Side Lateral, and we need him now." Snow felt an involuntary twinge. "Let me radio the dive sergeant." "No time." "What about you?" "Well, I know the flow grid around the Manhattan shoreline. That's part of basic. Every police driver has to." "Can you bring us in?" the man said brusquely, cutting him off. "You want to get in the West Side Lateral? Most of the pipes are grilled or too narrow for it. Just answer the question, yes or no." "I think so," Snow said, his voice faltering a little. "Your name?" "Snow. Officer Snow." "Get in the boat." "But my tanks and suit." "We got everything you need. You can suit up on the launch." Snow scrambled from his chair, following the men out onto the dock. It didn't seem to be an invitation he could refuse. "You still haven't told me who—" The man paused, one foot on the gunwale of the launch. "Commander Rachlin, Patrol Leader, SEAL Team Blue 7. Now, get a wiggle on." The helmsman gunned the launch out of the slip. "Mind your rudder," the commander said, then gestured Snow closer. "Here's the op," he said, lifting a matted seat and pulling out a sheaf of waterproof maps from the storage space beneath. "There'll be 4 teams, 2 to each team." He glanced around. "Donovan." "Sir," a man said, coming over. Even in the bulky suit, he looked thin and wiry. Snow could see nothing of his facial features behind the neoprene and grease paint. "Donovan, you and Snow here are buddying up." There was a silence that Snow interpreted as disgust. "What's going on?" he asked. "It's a UD job," Rachlin said. "A what?" The commander looked at him sharply. "Underwater demolition. That's all you need to know." "Is this connected with the headless murders?" Snow asked. The commander stared. "For a foolish, inexperienced police diver, you ask a whole lot of questions, darling." Snow said nothing. He didn't dare look at Donovan. "We can chart our way in from this point," Rachlin said, unrolling one of the maps and tamping his thumb on a blue dot. "But the new treatment plant made these insertion areas here obsolete. So you're gonna get us in to that point." Snow bent over the laminated map. At the top, in chiseled copperplate script, a legend read, "1932, West Side Storm and Sewer Survey, lower quadrant." Below was a labyrinth of faint intersecting lines. Somebody had placed 3 sets of dots beneath the western side of Central Park. He stared at the complex traceries, his mind racing. The Humboldt Kill was the easiest insertion point, but it was a very long way into the lateral from there, with many twists and turns. Besides, he didn't want to go back there, ever, if he could help it. He tried to remember their training sessions, the long days on boats nosing up muddy canals. Where else did the West Side Lateral drain into? "This isn't an essay question," Rachlin said quietly. "Hurry it up. We're on a tight schedule here." Snow looked up. There was one route he knew of, a very direct route. Well, he thought, they asked for it. "The Lower Hudson Sewage Treatment Plant," he said. "We can go in through the main settling tank." There was a silence, and Snow glanced around. "Dive in gosh darn sewage?" a very deep voice said. The commander turned. "You heard the man." He tossed a wetsuit toward Snow. "Now, get your lovely little self below and suit up. We've got to be clear and at the extraction point by 6 minutes to midnight." Margo sat on the cold tile floor of the armory, inwardly fuming. She wasn't sure who she was more angry at, Dagosta for roping her into this mess to begin with, Pendergast for refusing to take her along, or herself for being unable just to let the whole thing drop. But that was something she simply couldn't do. It was clear to her now just how long a shadow the museum murders, the terrifying final struggle in the museum basement, had cast over her. It had robbed her of sleep, fractured her peace of mind, and now this mess on top of everything else. She knew Pendergast had been thinking of her safety, but she still could not contain the frustration of being left behind. If it wasn't for me, they'd still be in the dark, she thought. I made the connection between Mbuin and Whittlesey. I figured out what really happened. With a little more time, she might have even tied up the nagging, perplexing loose ends that still remained. What the rest of Kawakita's cryptic journal fragments meant. What he'd been doing with the thiosin. Why he'd been synthesizing vitamin D at his final laboratory. Actually, the thiosin made sense. The journal entries implied that, near the end, Kawakita had had a change of heart. Apparently, he'd realized his latest strains of glaze no longer twisted the body, but instead twisted the mind. Maybe he'd even learned of the environmental dangers posed by salt water coming in contact with the plants. In any case, it seemed clear he'd decided to undo what he'd done and rid the reservoir of Liliseum buenensis. Perhaps the creatures themselves had learned of his intention. That could explain his death. Obviously, the last thing they wanted was somebody meddling with their supply. But that still didn't explain what he'd been doing with vitamin D. Could it have been necessary for the genetic sequencing? No, that wasn't possible. Suddenly, Margo sat up, drawing in her breath sharply. He was planning to kill off the plants, I'm sure of it, she thought. And he knew that put him in terrible danger. So the vitamin D wasn't for glaze production. It was for... Suddenly, she understood. In an instant, she scrambled to her feet. There wasn't a moment to lose. Galvanized into action, she began yanking open locker drawers, spilling the contents into the narrow corridor, hastily grabbing at the items she needed, stuffing them into her carry-all, oxygen mask, night vision goggles, boxes of 9mm hollow point rounds for her semi-automatic pistol. Breathing heavily, she ran to the door of the armory and looked out into the larger storage area. It's got to be around here somewhere, she thought. She began running along the rows of wooden cabinets, quickly scanning their Formica labels. Stopping abruptly, she opened one of the cabinets and took out 3 empty 1-liter bottles equipped with sports-style squeeze caps. Placing them on the floor along with her carry-all, she opened another cabinet and pulled out several gallon containers of distilled water. Then she ran down the rows, searching once again, muttering under her breath.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan.
Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Finally, she stopped and yanked open another cabinet door. It was filled with rows of jars containing pills and tablets. She feverishly scanned the labels, found what she wanted, and raced back to her carry-all. Kneeling, she opened the jars and upended them, making a small mountain of white pills on the tiled floor. "What's the concentration, Greg?" she found herself saying out loud. "No way of knowing. I'll have to guess high." Using the bottom of one of the jars, she smashed the pills to powder, then scooped several handfuls into each of the liter bottles. She topped off the bottles with water, shook them vigorously, checked the suspension. A little coarse, perhaps, but there was no time for anything better. It would soon dissolve. She stood up and grabbed her carry-all, scattering the empty bottles noisily down the corridor. "Who's there?" came a voice. Too late, she realized she'd forgotten about the guard on duty outside. Quickly, she stuffed the bottles into her carry-all and slung it over her shoulder as she headed for the exit. "Sorry," she said, daydreaming. She hoped she sounded sincere. The guard frowned, putting his magazine aside. He began to stand up. "Which way did Agent Pendergast go again?" she said hurriedly. "He mentioned something about C-section." Mentioning Pendergast's name had the desired effect. The guard sat back down in his chair. "Take elevator bank 4 up 2 flights and make a left," he said. Margo thanked him and hurried to the wall of elevators at the end of the corridor. She checked her watch as the doors closed, then cursed. No time. Savagely, she punched the button for the lobby. As the door opened, she gathered herself for a sprint. Then, noticing the numerous guards, she settled for walking quickly across the lobby, turning in her visitor's pass, and stepping out into the humid Manhattan night. Outside, she sprinted toward the curb and the nearest taxi. 59th and Lex, she said, jumping in and slamming the door behind her. "Okay, but it ain't gonna be a fast ride," the cabbie said. "There's some kind of march or riot or something going on near the park. Traffic snarled up tighter than the hairs in a dog's rear." "Then do something about it," Margo said, tossing a 20 into the front seat. The driver raced east, then swung north on First Avenue, dodging traffic at a breakneck pace. They made it as far as 47th Street before lurching to a stop. Ahead, Margo could see a veritable parking lot of cars and trucks, engines idling and horns blaring, 6 parallel lines of brake lights stretching unbroken down the dark thoroughfare. In an instant, she grabbed her carry-all and tumbled out the door, sprinting northward through the pedestrian traffic. 7 minutes later, she reached the Bloomingdale subway entrance. She took the steps downward 2 at a time, dodging the late evening revelers as best she could. Her shoulder ached from the weight of the carry-all. Over the noise of the engines and the frantic horns, she thought she could hear a strange, muffled roaring in the distance, like 10,000 people all yelling at once. Then she was underground, and all sound was blotted out except the squealing of the trains. Fishing in her pocket for a token, she went through the turnstile and raced down the steps to the express track. A small crowd was already there, huddled near the lighted staircase. "You see those guys?" a young woman with a Columbia t-shirt was saying. "What the heck was that thing on his back?"
"Probably rat poison," said her companion. "They grow 'em big down here, you know. Just last night, at the West 4th Street station, I saw one that must have been the size of a full-grown—" "Where'd they go?" Margo interrupted breathlessly. "They just jumped onto the express tracks and ran uptown." Margo dashed to the north end of the platform. Ahead, she could see the subway tracks stretching into the darkness ahead. Small, stagnant pools lay between the rails, shimmering a faint green in the lights of the infrequent switches. She looked back down the track quickly to ensure no train was approaching, then took a deep breath and jumped down onto the track. "There goes another," she heard someone shout behind her. Hoisting the carryall to a more comfortable position, she began to run, trying hard not to stumble on the gravel bed or the uneven surface of the railroad ties. She squinted ahead into the distance, trying vainly to make out shapes or silhouettes. She opened her mouth to shout Pendergast's name, then abruptly closed it again. It was farther up this very line, after all, that the subway massacre had occurred not so long before. Even as the thought crossed her mind, she felt a puff of wind raise the hair at the back of her neck. She turned, and her heart sank. Behind, in the darkness, she could see the circular red symbol of the number 4 express, distant but unmistakable. She ran faster, gasping the dense and humid air into her lungs. The train would only stop a moment to load and unload passengers. Then it would be off again, gaining speed as it raced toward her. Frantically, she looked around, searching for a workman's cutout or some other place she could take shelter. But the tunnel stretched smooth and dark into the distance. Behind her now, she could hear the chimes of the closing doors, the hiss of air brakes, the whirring of the diesels as the train gathered speed. Wildly, she turned toward the only shelter available, the narrow gap between the northbound and southbound lanes. Stepping gingerly over the third rail, she cowered between rusting girders, trying to make herself thinner than the track switch that stood beside her like a dark sentinel. The train neared, its whistle shrieking a deafening warning. Margo felt herself blown backward by the concussive blast of its passing, and stretched out her arms, grasping desperately at the girders to keep from sprawling onto the southbound tracks. The cars passed in a flash of bright windows, like a reel of cinema film trailing horizontally in front of her, and then it was receding northward, rocking slightly to the left and right, spitting a shower of sparks. Coughing from the mushrooming clouds, her ears ringing, Margo stepped back onto the tracks and looked quickly in both directions. Ahead, in the red glow of the receding train, she could make out 3 figures emerging from a distant break in the tunnel wall. "Pendergast!" she shouted. "Agent Pendergast, wait!" The figure stopped, then turned to face her. As she sprinted forward, she could now make out the narrow features of the FBI agent staring motionlessly in her direction. "Dr. Green?" came the familiar drawl. "Gosh, Margo!" the voice of D'Agasta snapped angrily. "What the gosh are you doing here? Pendergast told you, shut up and listen," Margo hissed, coming to a stop before them. "I figured out what Kawakita was doing with the vitamin D he was synthesizing in his lab. It had nothing to do with the plant or glaze or anything. He was making a weapon." Even in the dark, she could make out the disbelief on D'Agasta's features. Mephisto stood behind him, silent and watching, like a dark apparition. "It's true," she panted. "We know the Wrinklers hate light, correct? But it's more than hatred. They fear it. Light is deadly to them." "I'm not sure I understand," Pendergast said. "It's not the light itself, actually. It's what the light creates. Sunlight falling on skin activates vitamin D, right? If this were poisonous to the creatures, direct light would cause them great pain, even death."
"Where's the proof? Why else would Kawakita have been synthesizing it?" Margo cried. "Remember, it was equally poisonous to him. He knew the creatures would be after him if he destroyed their plant supply. And then, lacking the drag, they would go on a killing rampage. No, he had to kill both the plants and the creatures." Pendergast was nodding.
It appears to be the only possible explanation. But why have you come all this way to tell us about it? Margo slapped her carry-all. Because I've got 3 liters of vitamin D in solution right here. D'Agosta snorted. So, we're not exactly short of firepower here. If there's as many of them down there as we think, you couldn't carry enough firepower to stop all of them, Margo said. Remember what it took to bring down one. Our intention is to avoid any encounters, Pendergast said. But you sure aren't taking any chances with all those weapons you're toting, Margo replied. Bullets may hurt them, but this, she gestured at her pack, gets them where they live. Pendergast sighed. Very well, Dr. Green, he said. Pass it over. We'll divide the bottles among ourselves. No way, Margo said. I carry the bottles, and I come along. Another train's coming, Mephisto interjected. Pendergast was silent a moment. I already explained that it's not. I've come this far, Margo said, hearing the anger and determination in her own words as she spoke. There's no way in gosh I'm going back now. And don't tell me again how dangerous it is. You want me to sign something indemnifying the authorities in case I scratch myself? Fine, pass it over. That won't be necessary. Pendergast sighed deeply. Very well, Dr. Green. We can't waste any more time arguing. Mephisto, take us below. Smithback froze in the tunnel, listening. There were the footsteps again, seemingly more distant this time. He breathed deeply several times, swallowing hard, trying to force his heart back down out of his throat. In the dark, he'd lost his way in the narrow passages. He was no longer even sure he was moving in the right direction. For all he knew, he'd turned himself around completely and was heading back toward the killers, whoever or whatever they were. Yet instinct told him he was still heading away from the scene of horrible butchery. The slick-walled passages still seemed to lead in only one direction, down. The hideous creatures he had seen were the Wrinklers, he was sure of that. The ones Mephisto had been raving about, maybe the ones that had killed all those people in the subway. Wrinklers. In the space of a few minutes, they'd killed at least 4 men. Waxy screams seemed to echo and re-echo in his ears until he wasn't sure what was real and what was merely memory. Then another, very real sound intruded into his thoughts. The footsteps again, and very close. He twisted around in panic, looking for a place to run. Suddenly there was a bright light in his eyes, and behind it a figure loomed toward him. Smithback tensed for a fight he hoped would be mercifully short. But then the figure shrank back, squealing in terror. The flashlight dropped to the floor and came rattling toward Smithback. With a flood of relief, the journalist recognized the bushy mustache belonging to Duffy, the fellow who'd been straggling up the ladder behind Waxy. He must have eluded his pursuers, God only knew how. Calm down, Smithback whispered, grabbing the flashlight before it rolled away. I'm a journalist. I saw it all happen. Duffy was too frightened or winded to ask what Smithback was doing underneath the Central Park Reservoir. He sat on the brick floor of the tunnel, his sides heaving. Every few seconds, he took a quick look into the blackness behind him. Know how to get out of here? Smithback prodded. No, Duffy gasped. Maybe. Come on, help me up. Name's Bill Smithback, Smithback whispered, reaching down and hoisting the trembling engineer to his feet. Stan Duffy, the engineer hiccuped. How'd you get away from those things? I lost them back there in the overflow shunts, Duffy said. A large tear rolled slowly down his mud-streaked face. How come these tunnels only lead down and not up? Duffy dabbed absently at his eyes with one sleeve. We're in the secondary flow tunnels. In an emergency, water runs down both the main tube and these secondary tubes, right to the bottleneck. It's a closed system. Everything around here has to go through the bottleneck. He stopped, and his eyes widened, as if remembering something. Then he glanced at his watch. We have to go, he said. We've got just 90 minutes. 90 minutes? Until what? Smithback asked, playing the light ahead of them down the tunnel. The reservoir's going to drain at midnight. There's no stopping it now. And when it does, it's right down these tunnels. What? Smith breathed. They're trying to flush out the lowest levels, the Aster tunnels, to get rid of the creatures. Or they were anyway. Now they want to change their minds, but it's too late. The Aster tunnels? Smithback asked. Must be that devil's attic Mephisto was talking about. Duffy suddenly grabbed the flashlight and started running down the tunnel. Smithback took off after him. The passage joined a larger one which continued downward, spiraling like a gigantic corkscrew. There was no light save for the wildly flailing beam of the flashlight. He tried to stay to the sides of the curving tunnel floor, avoiding the standing water that ran along its bottom. Though he wasn't sure why he bothered, Duffy was splashing straight down the center, making enough noise to raise the dead. Moments later, Duffy stopped. "I heard them!" he shrieked as Smithback appeared by his side. "I didn't hear anything," Smith panted, looking around. But Duffy was running again, and Smithback followed, panic ripping his heart, thoughts of a big story forgotten. A dark opening appeared at the side of the tunnel, and Duffy made for it. Smithback followed, and suddenly the ground opened up beneath his feet. In an instant, he was sliding uncontrollably down a slick, wet chute. Duffy's wail came keening up from below as Smithback spun around, clawing at the slick surface. It was like every dream he'd ever had of falling, except even more horrible, inside a dank black runnel, unguessable depths beneath Manhattan. Suddenly there was a splash in front of him, and the next moment he too landed hard, in about 20 inches of water. He scrabbled to his feet, aching in numerous places, but glad to feel a firm surface under his feet. The floor of the tunnel seemed even, and the water smelled relatively fresh. Beside him, Duffy was wailing uncontrollably. "Shut up," Smithback hissed at him. "You're going to draw those things right to us." "Oh, my God," Duffy sobbed in the darkness. "This can't be happening. It can't. What are they?" "What?" Smithback reached into the blackness, located Duffy's arm, and pulled the man toward him brusquely. "Shut up," he said, lips touching the engineer's ear. The sobbing subsided to a soft hiccup. "Where's the flashlight?" Smithback whispered. Sobbing was the only reply. But then a dim light switched on nearby. Miraculously, Duffy was still clutching it. "Where are we?" The hiccuping subsided. "Duffy, where are we?" There was a stifled sob. "I don't know. One of the spillover tubes, maybe. Any idea where it goes?" There was a sniffle. "It bleeds off excess flow from the reservoir. If we move downstream to the bottleneck, maybe we can reach the lower drain system. And from there, how do we get out?" Smithback whispered. Duffy hiccuped. "Don't know." Smithback mopped his face again and said nothing, trying to roll the fear, the pain, and the shock into a little ball he could stuff down inside himself. He tried to think about his story. God, he'd be a made man with a story like this, following on the heels of the Museum Beast murders. And with luck, he'd still have the Wisher piece in his pocket. But first, there was a splashing sound, its distance hard to gauge because of the echoes, but clearly approaching.
He leaned into the darkness, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly.
The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He leaned into the darkness, straining to hear. "They're still after us," Duffy yelped, inches from his eardrum. Smithback grabbed the arm a second time. "Duffy, shut up and listen to me. We can't outrun them. We need to lose them. You know the system. You've got to tell me how." Duffy struggled, making an unintelligible sound of fear. Smithback squeezed harder. "Look, we're going to be all right if you just calm down and think." Duffy seemed to relax, and Smithback could hear him breathing heavily. "All right," the engineer said. "The emergency spillovers have gauging stations at the bottom, just before the bottleneck. If that's where we are, maybe we can hide inside." "Let's go," Smithback hissed. They splashed through the darkness, the flashlight beam jogging from wall to wall. The low tunnel took a turn, and a vast, ancient piece of machinery rose up before Smithback. A giant hollow screw or something like it, placed horizontally on a bed of granite. Heavily rusted pipes protruded from either end, and a convoluted mass of pipes lay farther back, like coiled iron guts. At the base of the machine was a small railed platform. The main body of the stream ran down past the station, while a small side tunnel snaked its way into the blackness to their left. Taking the flashlight, Smithback grabbed the railing and swung himself up, then helped Duffy to a position beside him. "Into the pipe," Smithback whispered. He pushed Duffy inside, then wriggled in himself, tossing the lighted flashlight into the stream before retreating into the darkness. "Are you crazy? You just threw away—" "It's plastic," Smithback said. "It'll float." "I'm hoping they'll follow the light downstream." They sat in absolute silence. The thick walls of the gauging machinery muffled the tunnel noise, but in a few minutes Smithback could tell that the splashing sounds had grown more distinct. The Wrinklers were approaching swiftly, too, by the sound. Behind him, he could feel Duffy twitch, and he prayed the engineer would keep his head. The splashing became louder, and now Smithback could hear them breathing, a heavy wheezing, like a winded horse. The splashing sounds drew alongside the gauging station, then stopped. The foul, goatish reek was thick now, and Smithback shut his eyes tightly. In the blackness to his rear, Duffy was trembling violently. He heard splashes in the water outside the station as the things milled about. There was a low noise that sounded like snuffling, and Smithback froze, remembering the Imboon beast's keen sense of smell. The splashing continued. Then, with an enormous feeling of relief, Smithback heard it begin to retreat. The things were continuing down the tunnel. He breathed slowly and deeply, counting each breath. At 30, he turned to Duffy. "Which way to the storm drains?" "Out the far end," Duffy whispered. "Let's go." Carefully, they turned around within the cramped, fetid space and began wriggling their way toward the rear of the pipe. Duffy emerged at last. Into the open air, Smithback heard first one, then both, of the engineer's feet drop into the water, and was wriggling forward himself when a sudden piercing scream cut through the pitch black, and a spray too thick and warm to be water spattered his face. He backed frantically into the pipe. "Help!" Duffy blurted suddenly. "No, please don't. You're gonna— Oh, God, that's my guts. Jesus, somebody get—"
The voice changed suddenly to a frenzied wet wheeze, then died beneath the heavy thrashing of water. Smithback, scrambling backward in mindless terror, heard a thudding sound like meat chopped with a cleaver, followed by the knuckle crack of bones being wrenched from their sockets. Smithback fell out the near end of the pipe, landed on his back in the stream, scrambled to his feet, and ran blindly down the side tunnel. Not hearing, not caring, not thinking about anything except running. He ran and ran, careening off the sides of the tunnel, scrabbling and thrashing down the endlessly forking paths, deeper and deeper into the dark bowels of the earth. The tunnel joined another, and another, each one larger than the last, until, quite suddenly, he felt an arm, wet and horribly strong, slide around his neck, and a powerful hand clamp down simultaneously over his mouth. Within an hour of its spontaneous flare-up, the riot along Central Park South had begun to sputter fitfully. Well before 11 p.m., most of the initial rioters had spent their anger along with their energy. Those who had been hurt were helped to the sidelines. Shouting, insults, and threats began to replace fists, clubs, and stones. However, a hard central core of violence continued. As people left the scene, bruised or exhausted, others arrived, some curious, some angry, some drunk and spoiling for a fight. Television reports waxed lurid and hysterical. Word traveled like an electric spark through the island, up First and Second Avenues, where young Republicans gathered in singles bars to jeer and hoot at the liberal president, along St. Mark's Place and into the Marxist corners of the East Village, over fax lines and telephone lines. As word spread, so did the rumors. Some said that the homeless and those that tried to help them were being massacred in a police-instigated genocide. Others said that leftist radicals and criminal mobs were burning banks, shooting citizens, and looting businesses uptown. Those that answered this call to action ran into, sometimes brutally, the last pockets of homeless that were still streaming to the surface, emerging here and there around Central Park, fleeing the trapped and spreading tear gas. The original vanguard of Take Back Our City, the Brahmins of New York wealth and influence, had quickly retreated from the scene. Most had returned to their townhouses and duplexes in dismay. Others had massed toward the Great Lawn, assuming the police would quickly quell the rioting, and hoping that the final vigil would go on as planned. But as the police shored up their line and began to hem in the rioters, the fighting itself also retreated deeper into the park, moving ever closer to the lawn and the reservoir that lay beyond. The darkness of the park, the thick woods, the tangle of undergrowth, and the maze of paths all made efforts at riot control difficult and slow. The police moved against the rioters with caution. Already spread too thin by the massive rousting operation, much of the force was laid on the scene of the riot. The police brass was all too keenly aware that influential people might still be among the milling throng, and the idea of gassing or clubbing a member of the New York elite was not something the politically conscious mayor would allow. In addition, a large body of officers had to be dispatched to patrol the adjoining areas of the city, where sporadic looting and vandalism was now being reported. And in the backs of everyone's minds lay the unspoken but dreaded spectacle of the Crown Heights riot of a few years before, which had gone on for 3 days before finally drawing to an uneasy close. Hayward watched as the emergency medical crew rolled Beale into the waiting ambulance. The back legs of the stretcher folded up as the officer was slid inside. Beale groaned, then raised a hand toward his bandaged head. "Careful," Hayward snapped to the paramedic. She put a hand on one of the rear doors and leaned inside. "How you doing?" she asked. "Been better."
"I'm talking about this." And she waved her hand along Central Park West. A surreal quiet lay over the dark scene. Except for emergency vehicles and the police cars stationed at every other cross street, there was no traffic on the immediate blocks. Pools of darkness dotted the avenue. A mere handful of streetlights remained unbroken, sizzling and sputtering.
The broad avenue was dotted with chunks of concrete, broken glass, and trash. Farther to the south, Hayward noticed, the flashing lights grew much more numerous. "Where you been?" the driver asked. "Unless you spent the last hour at the center of the earth, it was pretty hard to miss the action around here." "You're not that far wrong," she said. "We've been clearing out the homeless underneath the park. There was resistance. This guy got wounded, and it took us a long time to extract him. We were pretty deep underground, and we didn't want to jostle him too much, okay? We came up 5 minutes ago at the 72nd Street station, only to find a ghost town around here." "Clearing out the homeless?" the driver asked. "So you're the ones responsible?" Hayward frowned. "For what?" The ambulance driver tapped his ear, then pointed eastward, as if that was the only answer necessary. Hayward stopped to listen. Over the squawk of the ambulance scanner and the distant pulse of the city, she could make out sounds floating from the dark interior of Central Park. The angry buzz of bullhorns, shouts, screams, the whine of sirens. "You know that Take Back Our City march?" the driver asked. "The unannounced one that was going along Central Park South?" "Heard something about it," Hayward said. "Yeah. Well, suddenly all these homeless started pouring up from underground. Kinda hostile, too. Apparently, you cops had been using them for batting practice. Started squabbling with the marchers. Before you know it, there was a full-blown confrontation. People just went nuts, I heard. Screaming, yelling, stomping on other people. Then the looting started up along the fringes. Took the cops an hour to get the situation under control. It still isn't under control, actually, but they've managed to confine everything to the park. The paramedic in the rear gave a signal, and the driver put the ambulance in gear and pulled away, flashing lights striping the limestone facades. Farther up Central Park West, Hayward could see curious people looking out from their windows, pointing into the park. A few braver souls were standing on the pavement outside of lobbies, staying close to the protective presence of uniformed doormen. She gazed up at the huge Gothic shape of the Dakota, unharmed and seemingly aloof from the chaos, almost as if its narrow, stylized moat had repulsed an angry throng. She found her eyes traveling up the corner tower toward what must be Pendergast's windows. She wondered if he'd made it back from the Devil's Attic in one piece. "Get Beale off okay?" she heard Carlin call out. His massive form emerged out of the distant shadows. "Just now," she replied, turning toward him. "How about the other one?" "Refused medical treatment," Carlin said. "Any sign of Miller?" Hayward scowled. "He's probably in some Atlantic Avenue by now, sucking down beer and bragging about his exploits. That's how it works, right? He'll get a promotion, and we'll get letters of caution for insubordination." "Maybe other times it works that way," Carlin said with a knowing smile, "but not this time." "What's that supposed to mean?" Hayward asked, then continued without giving Carlin time to answer. "No way to tell what Miller did or didn't do. Guess we'd better report in." She grabbed at a radio, snapping it on. But torrents of noise, static, and panic came pouring from every band. "Moving toward the Great Lawn, we need more manpower too. Got 8 of them, but I can't hold them much longer. If that wagon doesn't come soon, they'll just melt away into the dark. I called for a medevac 30 very minutes ago. We got people hurt up here. Gosh, they've got to seal that southern quadrant. More keep coming in all the time." Hayward snapped the radio off and snugged it back into her belt, then motioned Carlin to follow her down to the squad car at the next corner. A police officer in riot gear stood beside it, vigilantly scanning the street, shotgun in hand. "Where's command for this operation?" Hayward asked. The policeman tipped up his face shield and looked at her. "There's a forward command post in the castle," he said. "That's what dispatch says anyway. Things are kind of disorganized right now, as if you couldn't tell. Belvedere Castle." Hayward turned toward Carlin. "We'd better head for it." As they ran down Central Park West, Hayward was strangely reminded of her visit to a Hollywood backlot 2 years before. She remembered walking down the ersatz Manhattan street on which countless musicals and gangster films had been shot. She'd seen phony street lamps, shop fronts, fire hydrants, everything but people. At the time, common sense had told her that a mere 100 yards away were bustling, vibrant California streets, yet the still emptiness of the lot had seemed almost spectral. Tonight, Central Park West felt the same way. Though she could hear the distant honking of car horns and the whistle of sirens, and though she knew that within the park itself, police were massing to stop the rioting and confusion, this darkened avenue seemed ghostly and unreal. Only the occasional vigilant doorman, curious resident, or police checkpoint broke the atmosphere of a ghost street. "Holy gosh," Carlin muttered at her side. "Would you look at that?" Hayward glanced up, and her reverie instantly dissolved. It was like crossing a demilitarized zone from order into chaos. To the south, across 65th Street, they saw a sea of ruin. Lobby windows were smashed, awnings over elegant entrances were torn to shreds and flapping idly in the breeze. The police presence here was stronger, the blue-painted barricades omnipresent. Cars along the curbs were missing windows and windshields. A few blocks down, a police tow truck with flashing yellow lights was removing the smoking skeleton of a taxi. "Looks like some pretty angry mole people came through here," Hayward murmured. They cut across the street, angling toward the drive and heading into the park. After the destruction they just passed, the narrow asphalt path seemed quiet and deserted. But the smashed benches, overturned trash cans, and smoldering garbage bore mute testimony to what had taken place here not long before. And the noise that drifted toward them from the interior of the park gave promise of even greater pandemonium to come. Suddenly, Hayward stopped short, motioning Carlin to do the same. Ahead in the dark, she could make out a group of people. How many she could not be certain, swaggering in the direction of the great lawn. "Can't be cops," she thought. "They're not wearing riot helmets or even hats." A noisy burst of hooting and cursing from the group confirmed her suspicion. She moved forward quickly, running on the balls of her feet to minimize noise. At 10 yards back, she stopped. "Halt," she said, hand on her service piece. "Police officers." The group came to a ragged stop, then turned back to look at her. 5 men, youngish, dressed in sports jackets and polo shirts. Her eyes took in the visible weapons, 2 aluminum bats and what looked like a kitchen carving knife. They stared at her, faces flushed, grins spill on their youthful faces. "Yeah?" one of them said, taking a step forward. "Stop right there," Hayward said. The man stopped. "Now, why don't you boys tell me exactly where you're headed?" The man in front scoffed at the stupidity of the question, indicating the interior of the park with the merest jerk of his head. "We're here to take care of business," came a voice from the group. Hayward shook her head. "What's going on there is none of your business." "The heck it isn't," the one in front snapped. "We've got friends there, getting the gosh beat out of them by a bunch of very bums." Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping gray in flesh, cavernous tunnel. Then character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming frying. There's no way we're going to let that go on. He took another step forward. This is a police matter, Hayward said. The police haven't done a thing, the man replied. Look around. You've let this scum trash our city. We heard they killed 20, 30 people already, came the slurred voice of a man holding up a cellular phone. Including Mrs. Wisher. They're trashing the city. They got jerks from the East Village and Soho to help them out. Very NYU activists. Our friends need help. Got that? Said the one in front. So get out of the way, lady. He took another step forward. You take another step and I'll part your hair with this, Hayward said, slipping her hand from her gun to her baton and sliding it smoothly from the belt ring. She felt Carlin tense beside her. Pretty easy for you to talk tough, the man said scornfully, with a gun on your belt and a very human refrigerator at your side. Think you can take all 5 of us? Said someone in the group. Maybe she thinks she can overpower us all, said another. Several grins broke out. Hayward took a deep breath, then replaced her baton. Officer Carlin, she said, please take 20 steps back. Carlin remained motionless. Do it, she snapped. Carlin stared at her for a moment. Then, without turning or taking his eyes from the group, he began walking backward down the path they had come. Hayward stepped deliberately up to the lead youth. Now listen up, she said evenly, without taking her eyes off his. I could take off my badge and my piece and still kick all your sorry white bread selves back to Scarsdale or Greenwich or wherever it is your mothers tuck you in at night. But I don't need to do that. See, if you refuse to follow my instructions to the letter, then your mothers won't be tucking you in this evening. They'll be waiting in line at Police Plaza tomorrow morning to make your bails. And all the money or power or influence in the world won't be able to remove the words intent to commit felonious assault from your police record. In this state, a person convicted of a felony can never practice law. They can never hold public office, and they can never get a license to trade securities. And your daddies aren't going to like that. Not one bit. She paused a moment. So, drop your weapons, she said coolly. There was a brief instant in which nobody moved. I said, drop your weapons, she yelled at the top of her voice. In the silence that followed, she heard the clink of an aluminum bat hitting asphalt. Then another. Then came a quieter sound, a steel blade dropping to the earth. She waited a long moment, then took a deliberate step backward. Officer Carlin, Hayward said quietly. In a moment, he was at her side. Shall I frisk them? He asked. Hayward shook her head. Driver's licenses, she said to the group. I want those too. Drop them on the ground right there. There was a brief pause. Then the youth in front dug a hand into his jacket pocket, removed his wallet, and let the plastic card flutter to the ground. The rest followed suit. You can pick them up tomorrow afternoon at one police plaza, she continued. Ask for Sergeant Hayward. Now, I want you all to walk straight past me until you reach Central Park West. Then I want you to go your separate ways. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Head straight home and go to bed. Understand? There was another silence. I can't hear you, Carlin's voice roared out, and the men jumped. "We understand," came the chorused response. "Then move out," Hayward said. The youths stood motionless, as if rooted to the spot. "Shake it," she barked. The group started up, silently, head straight ahead, walking slowly at first, then faster toward the west. Soon they had vanished into the darkness. "Bunch of jerks," said Carlin. "You think 20 or 30 were really killed?" Hayward snorted as she bent to pick up the weapons and licenses. "Gosh, no. But if the rumors keep spreading, people like that are going to keep coming, and this situation will never get resolved." She handed him the bats with a sigh. "Come on, we might as well report in and see if we can help out tonight. Because tomorrow, you know we're going to get ourselves reprimanded for what happened down in those tunnels." "Not this time," Carlin replied, grinning slightly. "You said that before." Hayward turned toward him. "Just what are you telling me, Carlin?" "I'm telling you that this time the righteous shall be rewarded, and it's the Millers of the world who will get hung out to dry." "And just when did you acquire this gift of prophecy?" "When I learned that our friend Beale, who you helped into the ambulance back there, is the son of one Stephen X. Beale." "Stephen Beale, the state senator?" Hayward asked, eyes widening. Carlin nodded. "He doesn't like people to know," he said. "Afraid people will think he's pulling influence to get an easy ride or something. But that crack on his head must have loosened his tongue a bit." Hayward stood motionless a moment. Then, shaking her head, she turned back in the direction of the great lawn. "Sergeant?" Carlin asked. "Yes?" "Why did you ask me to step away from those punks like that?" Hayward paused. "I wanted to show them that I wasn't afraid, and that I meant business." "Would you have?" "Would I have what?" "You know," Carlin gestured, "kick their selves back to Scarsdale and all that." Hayward looked at him, raising her chin slightly. "What do you think?" "I think," Carlin hesitated a moment, "I think you're one scary lady, Miss Hayward." As the launch sliced through the dark waters of the Hudson River, Snow suited up below decks, feeling the hull tremble with the muffled rumble of the big twin diesels. There was barely enough room to stand amongst the Lauren gear, geopositioning satellite units, sonar equipment, and arms lockers. He noted that it was a wetsuit, not the usual sealed dry suit the police team wore, and instantly regretted his suggestion to go in through the treatment plant. Too late, he thought, struggling with the suit. The boat lurched and he pitched forward, banging his head painfully against a bulkhead. He rubbed his forehead with a curse. It hurt all right. So he wasn't dreaming. He really was in a boat full of Navy SEALs, armed to the teeth, bound for God only know what kind of mission. Fear and excitement surged through him simultaneously. This, he knew, meant a chance at redemption. Maybe his only chance. He'd make very sure he didn't mess it up. He adjusted the lantern visor, snugged on the last glove, and went topside. Commander Rachlin, who had gone forward and was speaking with the coxswain, turned at his approach. "Where the gosh your paint, and what took you?" "The equipment is a little different from what I'm used to, sir." "Well, you got from now until insertion to get used to it." "Yes, sir." Rachlin jerked his head toward Snow. "Donovan, get him fixed up." Donovan came over and wordlessly began smearing black and green grease paint across Snow's cheeks and forehead. Rachlin motioned the rest of the team to gather round. "Now listen up," he said, unrolling a plastic map on one thigh. "We're going in via the main settling tank above the west side lateral. According to Snow here, it's the Another team is going down from the street, sealing access from above. Real pros from the sound of it." The commander made a snorting sound through his mask. "They told us to use NVDs, if you can believe that." "NVDs?" Snow echoed. "Night vision devices, darling, but try wearing one over a wetsuit and mask." He spat over the side. "We're not afraid of the dark, and anything that wants to come take a piece of us, let 'em try. Still, I like to see what I'm blowing away." He stepped forward. "All right, Hastings, Clapton,
Beecham, you catch AOD duty this mission. I want 1 weapons carrier per team. Lorenzo, Campion, Donovan, carry the pyros. You'll be the Candyman, along with myself. We've got redundant charges, so expect a heavy load. Now, shoulder up. Snow watched as the men slung automatic weapons over their shoulders. What about me? He heard himself asking. Rachlin turned toward him. I don't know. What about you? Snow paused. I'd like to do something. To help, I mean. Rachlin stared at him for a moment. Then a small smile appeared briefly on his lips. Okay, he said. You get to be Chunk Boy for this op. Chunk Boy? Snow asked. Chunk Boy. The commander nodded. Beecham, toss the kid over here. Rachlin caught the waterproof rubber duffel that was thrown to him, then placed it over Snow's neck. That stays on until we reach the exit point, he muttered. I'll need a weapon, sir, Snow said. Get him something. Somebody thrust the butt of a harpoon gun into Snow's gut, and he quickly looped the strap over his shoulder. He thought he heard somebody sniggering quietly, but he ignored it. Snow had speared plenty of fish in the Sea of Cortez, but he'd never seen spears quite as long or as evil-looking as the ones that hung from the underbelly of this gun, fat, explosive charges packed at their ends. Don't shoot any crocodiles, Donovan said. They're endangered. It was the first time he'd spoken. The throb of the engines grew deeper, and the boat eased up to a cement landing beneath the dark outline of the Lower Hudson sewage treatment plant. Snow looked up at the enormous concrete structure with a sinking feeling. It was fully automated, supposedly state-of-the-art, but he'd heard the facility had seen nothing but problems since going online almost 5 years before. He hoped to God he was right about going in through the main settling tanks. Think we ought to alert them that we're coming? Snow asked. Rachlin looked at him, faint amusement on his face. Way ahead of you. Took care of things while you were below decks. They'll be expecting us. A Jacob's ladder was thrown over the side, and the men quickly scrambled down to the landing. Snow looked around, orienting himself. He recognized the area from the basic tour. The control room was not far off. The team followed him up a metal staircase, then past a large array of aeration and setting tanks. The smell of methane and sewage hung in the air like a mephitic fog. At the far end of the tanks, Snow stopped at a metal door, bright yellow against the monotonous gray of the facility, with painted red letters, "Do not open door, alarm will sound." Rachlin brushed Snow aside and kicked the door open, revealing a spare cement corridor blazing with white fluorescent light. A siren began, low and insistent. "Move out," Rachlin said quietly. Snow led them up a double flight of stairs and onto a landing marked Control. There was a set of doors on the landing, with a carded entry system set into the wall beside them. The commander stood back, preparing to kick in the doors again. Then, reconsidering, he moved forward and nudged one with his hand. It swung open, unlocked. Beyond was a vast room, flooded with light and full of the odor of treated sewage. Monitoring equipment and regulators lined the walls. In the center, a lone supervisor sat at the control station. He hung up the phone on his desk, his hair disheveled, blinking as if the telephone had roused him out of a sound sleep. "Do you know who that was?" he exclaimed, pointing at the phone. "Holy God, that was the deputy director of the good," Rachlin replied. "Then I won't have to waste any time. We need you to shut down the main outflow propeller right now." The man blinked at Rachlin as if seeing him for the first time. Then his gaze traveled down the line of seals, growing more wide-eyed as he went. "Very," he said, almost reverently, staring at Snow's harpoon gun. "He wasn't kidding, was he?" "Hurry up now, darling," Rachlin drawled, "or we'll throw you in the tank and let your fat old carcass shut it down for us." The man jumped to his feet, trotted over to a panel, and flipped several levers. "5 minutes is the most I can spare," he said over his shoulder as he moved toward another bank of controls. "Any longer, and everything west of Lenox Avenue will back up.
5 minutes is all we'll need. Rachlin looked at his watch. Get us to the settling tank. Panting softly, the supervisor led the team back out to the landing, down one flight and along a narrow corridor. At the far end, he opened a small access door and descended a spiral staircase of painted red metal. The staircase opened onto a small walkway that hung suspended a few feet above a foamy, roiling surface. "You really going down in that?" the man asked, looking them over once again with the same expression of disbelief on his jowled face. Snow looked down at the foamy, scum-laden surface, nose wrinkling involuntarily, regretting he'd been in the office that evening, and deeply regretting that he'd suggested this as an entry point. First the Humboldt kill, and now— "That's an affirmative," the commander replied. The man licked his lips. "You'll find the main feeder 5 feet below the surface, on the east side of the tank," he said. "Watch out for the propeller valve. I've turned it off, but the residual flow will still be turning the blades." Rachlin nodded. "And the first riser is where exactly?" 320 feet down the feeder, the supervisor said. "Keep to your left as the pipes divide." "That's all we need to know," Rachlin said. "Get on upstairs now and fire everything back up as soon as you get there." The man paused, still staring at the group. "Move!" Rachlin barked, and the man scampered up the staircase. Snow went first, falling backwards into the bubbling vat, followed by Donovan. When he gingerly opened his eyes, he was surprised at how clear the effluent was, thin, not treacly, and with the faintest milky cast. The others jumped in. He could feel the wetness creeping against his skin, and tried not to think about it. Snow swam forward against the slight current. Ahead, he could see the stalled propellers of the outflow valve, blocking the circular pipe beyond. The steel blade still turning slowly. He stopped and let Rachlin and the other teams catch up, until the 7 seals were all hanging suspended beside them. Rachlin pointed to Snow, then made an exaggerated count with his fingers. At 3, Snow and Donovan darted through the propellers. Alpha team was next, then Beta, then Gamma. Snow found himself within a massive stainless steel pipe, leading on into vast dark depths. The same creeping terror he'd felt in the mud of Humboldt Kill threatened to bubble once again to the surface, but he fought it back, slowing his breathing, mentally counting his heartbeats. No panic, not this time. Rachlin and his partner swam through the blades, then Rachlin made a sharp gesture to Snow to continue. He quickly moved ahead, leading the other teams down the tunnel. Behind him, Snow heard the whine of a turbine, and the propeller began to pick up speed. The current around him quickened noticeably. No going back now, even if he wanted to. The tunnel angled downward, forking once, then twice. Snow kept to the left each time. After what seemed like an eternity of swimming, the squad stopped at last beside the first vent riser, a narrow steel shaft barely wider than his shoulders. Rachlin indicated that he would take the lead from here.
Following the seals, Snow swam downward, awash in bubbles from the preceding air tanks. After several yards, the commander stopped the descent, then led them into a horizontal tube even narrower than the riser. Snow squeezed in behind Donovan, breathing hard as his tanks bounced from wall to wall in time to the motion of his swimming. Suddenly, gleaming steel gave way to old iron pipe, covered with a spongy coating of rust. The passage of the previous divers swirled the effluent an opaque orange against Snow's mask. He struggled forward, feeling the reassuring turbulence from Donovan's unseen fins. They stopped briefly while Rachlin consulted his map with the aid of a submersible penlight. Then 2 more bends, another short rise, and Snow felt the surface of the water break around his head. They were in a huge, ancient passageway, perhaps 16 feet in diameter and full to half its depth in sluggishly flowing liquid. The main lateral. Snow and Donovan, to the rear, came the muffled voice of Rachlin. "Stay on the surface, but keep breathing tank air. This atmosphere's likely to be loaded with methane. Proceed in standard formation." The commander quickly consulted a plastic map hooked to his suit and then started forward. The group spread out, swimming along the surface, tracing a circuitous route through the system of pipes. Snow prided himself on his ability as a distant swimmer, but he felt distinctly outclassed by the 7 men moving easily through the water ahead of him. The passageway opened at last into a large pentagonal chamber, yellow stalactites dripping water from the vaulted ceiling. Snow stared with amazement at a massive iron chain hanging from a metal eye cleat set in the vault's apex. A trickle of water ran down the chain off a great rusted hook at its end and dribbled into the pool. There was a cement landing streaked with rust. 3 large dry tunnels branched off from the walls of the chamber. 3 points, Rachlan said. We'll use this as our rally base. The op should be a cakewalk, but we'll do it by the book. Follow strict challenge and reply procedures. Proper response will be 3 even numbers. The rules of engagement are simple. Identify yourself, but shoot to kill any threat or hindrance to your work. Extraction point will be the 125th Street Canal. The commander looked around. All right, gentlemen, let's earn our MREs. For a dreadful moment, Margo thought they were under attack, and she turned instinctively, raising her weapon to the ready position, strangely reluctant to look at the thing Pendergast was struggling with. There was a whispered curse from the Gasta. Squinting through the still unfamiliar goggles, Margo realized Pendergast was grappling with a person, perhaps a homeless man who had evaded the police roust. He certainly looked the part, wet, caked in mud, apparently bleeding from some unseen wound. "Shut off the light," Pendergast hissed. D'Agasta's flashlight beam struck her goggles, then winked out. The glowing vista seesawed violently as her goggles tried to compensate, coming back into focus as they stabilized. She drew her breath in sharply. There was something about the lanky features, the tousled hair, that was irresistibly familiar. "Bill?" she asked in disbelief. Pendergast had the man on the ground, hugging him almost protectively, murmuring words into one ear. After a moment, the man stopped struggling and went limp. Pendergast released him gently and stood up. Margo leaned in for a closer look. It was Smithback, all right. "Give him a minute," Pendergast said. "I don't believe it," D'Agasta growled. "What, you think he followed us down here?" Pendergast shook his head. "No, nobody followed us." He looked around at the confluence of tunnels above and below. "This is the bottleneck, where all descending tunnels of the Central Park quadrant meet. He was being chased, apparently, and his path intersected ours. The question is, chased by whom, or what?" He unshipped his flamethrower and glanced at the Gasta. "You'd better be ready with the flash, Vincent." Suddenly, Smithback lunged upwards, then fell back onto the mass of pipes and 24-inch mains that made up the floor of the bottleneck. "They killed Duffy!" he cried. "Who are you? Help me! I can't see!" Pocketing her weapon, Margo came forward and knelt at his side. The trip down from the subway tunnel, through noisome corridors and dark echoing galleries that seemed incredibly out of place dozens of stories beneath Manhattan, had been like an endless dark dream. Seeing her friend race out of the darkness, petrified with fear and shock, only increased her sense of unreality. "Bill," she said soothingly, "it's okay. It's Margo. Please keep quiet. We don't dare use lights, and there isn't a spare set of goggles, but we'll help you along." Smithback blinked in her direction, pupils wide. "I want to get out of here," he cried suddenly. "What?" D'Agasta said sarcastically. "And miss your story?" "You can't go back alone," Pendergast said, putting a restraining arm on his shoulder. The struggle seemed to have exhausted Smithback, and he sagged forward. "What are you doing here?" he asked at last. "I might ask you the same question," Pendergast replied. "Mephisto is leading us to the Astor tunnels, the Devil's Attic. There was a plan to drain the reservoir and flood the creatures out. Captain Waxy's plan," D'Agasta added. "But the reservoir is full of the Mbwin lily. That's where the creatures were growing it. And we can't allow the plants to reach the open ocean.
It's too late to stop the water dump, so a SEAL team was sent in from the river to seal the lowest spillway tunnels below. We're going to seal off the spaces above the Astor tunnels to prevent any spillages. We'll bottle up the flow, keep it from escaping down into the river. If we succeed, it will back up to the bottleneck here, but nowhere else." Smithback remained unspeaking, his head bowed. "We're well armed and fully prepared for whatever's down there. We have maps. You'll be safer with us. Do you understand, William?" Margo watched as Pendergast's mellifluous delivery worked its calming effect. Smithback's breathing seemed to slow, and finally he nodded almost imperceptibly. "So, what were you up to, anyway?" D'Agasta asked. Pendergast made a restraining motion with one hand, but Smithback looked in the direction of the lieutenant. "I followed Captain Waxy and a group of policemen underneath the reservoir," he said quietly. "They were trying to shut off some valves, but they'd been sabotaged or something. Then—" he stopped abruptly. "Then they came." "Bill, don't," Margo interjected. "I ran away," Smithback said, swallowing hard. "Duffy and I ran away. But they caught him in the gauging station. "That's enough," said Pendergast quietly. There was a silence. "Sabotage, did you say?" Smithback nodded. "I heard Duffy say that somebody had been messing with the valves." "That is troublesome. Troublesome indeed." There was a look on Pendergast's face that Margo had not seen before. "We'd better continue," he said, shouldering the flamethrower again. "This bottleneck is a perfect place for an ambush." He glanced around the dark tunnel. "Mephisto?" he whispered. There was a stirring in the darkness. Then Mephisto came forward, arms folded across his chest, a wide smirk on his whiskered lips. "I was just enjoying this touching reunion," he said, in his silky hiss. "Now the merry band of adventurers is complete. Ho, Scriblerian, I see you've descended farther than you dared venture on our first meeting. Grows on you, doesn't it?" "Not especially," Smithback replied in a low voice. "How nice, at least, to have one's own Boswell at hand." In the artificial light of the goggles, it seemed to Margo that Mephisto's eyes glittered gold and crimson as they surveyed the group. "Will you compose an epic poem on the event? The Mephistiad. In heroic couplets, please. That's assuming you live to tell the tale."
I wonder which of us will survive, and which will leave their whitened bones to lie here, forever, in the tunnels beneath Manhattan. "Let's move on," Pendergast said. "I see. Whitey here feels there has been enough talk. Perhaps he fears it will be his bones left to the rats. We need to set several series of charges directly below the bottleneck," Pendergast said smoothly. "If we stand here listening to your empty posturing, we won't have time to exit before the reservoir dumps. Then it will be your bones, as well as mine, that are left for the rats." Very well, Mephisto said. "Don't chafe." He turned and began clambering down a large, dark tube. "No," Smithback said. D'Agasta took a step toward the journalist. "Come on, I'll take your hand." The vertical tube ended in a high-ceiling tunnel, and they waited in the darkness while Pendergast set several sets of charges, then motioned them on. A few hundred yards down the tunnel, they arrived at a walkway that crossed a few feet above the level of the water. Margo felt grateful. The ankle-deep stream had been cold and foul. "Well," whispered Mephisto, climbing on the walkway, "perhaps the mayor of Grant's Tomb can finally dry out his wingtips." "Perhaps the Hobo King can finally shut up," D'Agasta growled. A delighted hiss came from Mephisto. "Hobo King, charming. Perhaps I should go hunting track rabbits and leave you to do your own spelunking." D'Agasta stiffened, but held his tongue, and Mephisto led the way across the walkway into a crawlspace beyond. Margo heard the roar of falling water in the distance, and soon the passage ended at a narrow waterfall.
A narrow iron ladder, almost concealed by the ordure of many decades, descended into a vertical tunnel at the base of the falls. They passed through the tunnel one at a time, dropping to an irregular bedrock floor beneath the confluence of two 72-inch mains. The narrow boreholes of explosive drills lined the walls like the work of disorderly termites. "Nous sommes alignés," said Mephisto, and for the first time Margo thought she could detect nervousness behind the bluster. "The devil's attic is directly beneath us." Motioning them to stay put, Pendergast checked his maps and then vanished noiselessly into the ancient tunnel. As the seconds turned to minutes, Margo found herself ready to jump at every drop of water from the mossy ceiling, at every stifled sneeze or restless stirring. Once again, she questioned her own motives for coming along. It was becoming increasingly hard to ignore the fact that she was hundreds of feet underground, in an obscure and long-forgotten warren of service passageways, railroad tunnels, and other spaces even more obscure, with a lurking foe that at any moment. There was a movement in the dark beside her. "Dear Dr. Green," came the silky hiss of Mephisto, "I'm sorry you decided to join our little walkabout. But since you're here, maybe you can do me a favor. Please understand, I have every intention of letting your friends here take all the risk. But if something unpleasant should happen, maybe you could deliver something for me." Margo felt a small envelope being thrust into her hand. Curiously, she began to lift it toward her goggles. "No," said Mephisto, catching her hand and thrusting it into her own pocket. "Plenty of time for that later, if necessary." "Why me?" Margo asked. "Who else?" came the hiss. "That slippery G-man, Pendergast? Or maybe the large economy model of our city's finest, standing over there? Or Smithback, the yellow journalist?" There was a rapid footfall in the darkness, then Pendergast was back within the dim circle of their flashlights. "Excellent," he said as Mephisto melted from her side. "Up ahead is the catwalk where I made my own descent. The charges under the bottleneck should take care of the main reservoir flow to the south. Now we'll set the rest of the charges to block off any spillage from feeders beneath the north end of the park." The matter-of-fact tone of his voice was more appropriate for a croquet party, Margo thought, than this nightmare stalk. But she was grateful for it. Pendergast grasped the handle of the flamethrower, undipped the nozzle guard, and pressed the primer a few times. "I'll go first," he said. Then Mephisto. "I trust your instincts. Let me know if you sense anything wrong or out of place." "Being here is out of place," Mephisto said. "Ever since the Wrinklers arrived, this has been shunned ground." "Margo, you'll be next," Pendergast continued. "Take care of Smithback. Vincent, I'd like you to cover the rear. There might be a conflict." "Right," D'Agasta said. "I'd like to help," Margo heard Smithback say softly. Pendergast looked at him. "I'm useless without a weapon," the writer explained, his voice unsteady but determined. "Can you handle a gun?" Pendergast asked. "Used to shoot skeet with a 16-gauge, Smithback said. D'Agasta stifled a laugh. Pendergast pursed his lips a moment, as if calculating something. Then he unslung the other weapon from his shoulder and passed it over. "This is an M79. It fires 40mm high-explosive rounds. Be sure you've got a kill zone of at least 100 feet before you use it. D'Agasta can describe to you how to reload as we go. I expect if action starts, there will be plenty of light for you to see with." Smithback nodded. "The thought of a journalist with a grenade launcher makes me very nervous," came D'Agasta's voice out of the darkness. "We'll set the charges, then leave," Pendergast said. "Fire only as a last resort. The sound will bring the entire nest down upon us. Vincent, set the flash unit to strobe and use it at the first sign of trouble. We'll blind them first, then fire.
Be sure to remove your goggles first. The flash unit will overload them. We know they hate light, so once they know we're here, let's use it to our advantage. He turned. Margo, just how sure are you about the vitamin D? 100% sure, she answered immediately. Then she paused. Well, 95% anyway. I see, the FBI agent replied. Well, if there's a confrontation, you'd better use your pistol first. Pendergast took a final look around, then began cautiously leading the group down the ancient tunnel. Margo could see D'Agasta leading the journalist forward, gripping his arm tightly. After about 50 yards, Pendergast raised his hand. One by one, they all stopped. Very slowly, he brought a warning finger to his lips. Reaching into a pocket of his jacket, he removed a lighter and held it close to the nozzle of the flamethrower. There was a puff, a flash of light, and a low hiss. A tiny blue pilot flame played around the end of the copper nozzle. "S'mores, anyone?" Mephisto murmured. Margo breathed through her nose, struggling to stay calm. The air was heavy with the combined reek of methane and ammonia, and overlying them both was a faint goatish odor she knew only too well. Snow leaned his aching back against the brick wall of the landing. Easing the fins from his feet, he laid them carefully along the wall, where the weights and tanks were being placed in neat rows. He thought about removing the rubber duffel at his side, then remembered what the commander had said about not parting with it until the mission was over. The landing felt slimy beneath his neoprene booties. He removed his mouthpiece, wincing at the smell of the ambient air. His eyes stung, and he blinked several times. Better get adjusted, he thought, taking a hit of oxygen. From this point on, he knew, it would be on foot. Around him, the SEALs were removing their masks and tanks, opening waterproof packs, ready in gear. Commander Rachlan snapped on a flare and jammed it into a crack in the brick wall. It hissed and sputtered quietly, bathing the room in fitful red light. Ready your comm sets, emergency use only on the private frequency. I want noise discipline enforced at all times. Remember, each team has a Candyman carrying redundant charges.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. If for any reason one of the 3 forward teams is unable to carry out their mission, the other teams will cover. He took another glance at his waterproof map, then rolled it tight and snugged it into the curve of his knife strap. "Delta," he said, speaking to Donovan, "you're failsafe. You hang back here at the rally point, provide loose cover to the rear. If any team fails in its objective, you fill in." He looked around. "Beta, take that tunnel. Gamma, the far tunnel. They'll end in vertical shaftways at about 500 meters. That's where you'll place your charges. We meet back here no later than 2320 hours. Any later, and we're not leaving." Rachlin looked hard at Snow. "You all right, darling?" Snow nodded. The commander nodded. "Let's go. Beecham, you're with me." Snow watched the 3 teams disappear into the darkness, shadows bobbing against glistening walls, their booties squelching in the thick muck. The comm set felt awkward and foreign on his head. As the sounds faded away, swallowed by the darkness of the outflow tunnels, he felt a gathering sense of menace. Donovan was exploring the cavern, examining the shorings and aged bricks. In a few minutes, he stepped noiselessly back toward the equipment cache, ghostly in the light of the flare. "Smells like gosh down here," he said at last, squatting down beside Snow. Snow didn't bother to make the obvious reply. "Not bad swimming for a sieve," the SEAL continued, adjusting his web belt. Apparently, Snow's performance in the tunnels had convinced Donovan it wouldn't be beneath his dignity to speak with him. "You're the guy that pulled the 2 bodies out of the cloaca, aren't you?" "Yeah," Snow replied defensively. He wondered what Donovan had heard. "Crazy varied job, looking for dead bodies." Donovan laughed. "No crazier than killing Viet Cong or packing explosives under some poor bastard's hull," Snow thought. Aloud, he said, "We don't just look for dead bodies. That day we were actually looking for a cache of heroin somebody thrown off a bridge." "Heroin, huh? Must have been some pretty messed up fish down there for a while." Snow ventured a laugh, but even to himself it sounded forced and awkward. "What the freaking matter with you? Be cool, like Donovan. I'll bet the cloaca hasn't seen a live fish for 200 years. "Got a point there," Donovan said, heaving himself to his feet again. "Man, I don't envy you. I'd rather do a week of PT than swim 5 minutes in this muck." Snow saw the SEAL look at his harpoon gun with a smirk. "You'd best have a real weapon, just in case we have to go in." Donovan rummaged in one of the kit bags and pulled out a machine gun with a cruel-looking metal tube fixed to the underside of its barrel. "Ever fire an M16 before?" he asked. "The tactical guys let us try some on the range during the Academy graduation picnic," Snow said. A look of incredulity mixed with amusement crossed Donovan's features. "Is that right? The Academy graduation picnic? And I'll bet your mother made you a sack lunch." He tossed the rifle toward Snow, then reached into the bag and passed over some magazine pouches. "Those are 30-round clips. They'll empty in less than 2 seconds on full automatic, so keep your trigger finger light. Not exactly new technology, but tried and true." He passed over another pouch. "That forward trigger is for the XM-148, the grenade launcher attachment. Here are 2 40mm canister rounds, just in case you get ambitious." "Donovan?" Snow had to ask. "What's a chunk boy?" A long, slow grin spread across the SEAL's painted face. "No harm in telling, I guess. It's the unlucky stiff who catches high mag duty for the operation." High mag duty? Snow was as much in the dark as he'd been before. White magnesium flares. Mandatory issue for all night ops, even stealth runs like this. Stupid-ass regulation, but that's the way it is. They're ultra, ultra bright. Twist off the top to arm the detonator. Toss one a safe distance, and you've got 500,000 candle power on impact. But they're not too stable, if you know what I mean. All it takes is one bullet in that bag, even something small like a .22, and boom! Chunk boy, if you know what I mean. He chuckled, then wandered off again. Snow shifted position, trying to hold the bag as far from his torso as possible. Except for the fitful sputtering of the flare, there was silence for several minutes.
Then Snow heard Donovan's low chuckle again. Man, take a look at this. Can you believe some crazy bastard's been wandering around here, in bare feet no less? Putting the rifle aside, Snow stood up and came over for a look. A set of bare footprints tracked through the mud. Fresh, too. The mud around the edges was damp, not dry. Big mother, Donovan murmured. Must be a size 14 triple E at least. He laughed again. Snow stared at the strangely broad footprint, the feeling of menace increasing. As Donovan's laughter subsided, Snow heard a distant rumble. What was that? He asked. What? Donovan asked, kneeling and adjusting his hay harness. Isn't it too early to set off the charges? Snow asked. I didn't hear anything. I did. Suddenly Snow's heart was hammering in his rib cage. Donovan listened, but there was only silence. Chill, sport, he said. You're starting to hear things. I think we should check it with the patrol leader. Donovan shook his head. Yeah, and annoy him good. He glanced at his watch. Strict noise discipline, remember? The op site isn't even a click away from here. They'll be back in 10 minutes. Then we can get out of this awful place. He spat fervently into the stagnant mud. The flare guttered and died, plunging the vault into darkness. Gosh, Donovan muttered. Snow, hand me another from that ditty bag near your feet. There was another rumble, which slowly resolved into the faint, muffled staccato of gunfire. It seemed to shiver through the ancient walls, rising and falling like a distant storm. In the dark, Snow could hear Donovan rise quickly to his feet, finger-punching the comset. Team Alpha, patrol leader, do you read? He hissed. A mass of static came crackling over the frequency. There was a rolling shudder in the ground. That was a very grenade, Donovan said. Alpha, Beta, come in. The ground shuddered again. Snow, get your weapon. Snow heard the long rattle of a well-oiled bolt being drawn back. What a mess this is turning into. Alpha, do you read? 5 by 5. Rachlin's voice came crackling over the comset. We've lost communications with Gamma. Stand by. Roger that, Donovan said. There was a brief, tense silence. Then the commander's voice returned. Delta, Gamma must have run into difficulty setting their charges. Handle the redundancy. We've already set our charges and will check Beta status. Aye, aye. A light snapped on, and Donovan looked at Snow. Let's move, he said. We'll have to set Gamma's charges. Twisting the light into his shoulder snap, he set off at a lope, running low, his rifle held perpendicular to his chest. Taking a deep breath, Snow followed him into the tunnel. Glancing down, he noticed footprints in the flickering illumination. More prints here, crossing and crisscrossing in a crazy welter, too numerous to pick out the seal booties of Gamma Team. He swallowed hard. Within minutes, Donovan slowed at what looked like an old siding, surrounded by a mass of pylons. Shouldn't be much farther, he muttered, switching off his light and listening carefully. Where are they? Snow heard himself asking. He wasn't surprised when Donovan didn't bother to answer. We're back at the rally point, came the voice of Rachlin in his comset. I repeat, charges success.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue,
Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Donovan shook his head as if to clear it, then tensed to move forward again. At that moment, the comm unit buzzed in Snow's ear. There was a hiss, then Rachlin's voice suddenly came through. Attack, drop flares. Snow wondered if he'd heard right. Rachlin had spoken with abnormal calmness. Then there was a burst of static from the comm unit, and a rattle that sounded like gunfire. Alpha, Donovan yelled. You reading? Over. That's a ROG, came Rachlin's voice. We're under attack. Couldn't reach Beta. We're setting their charges now. Beecham, there. There was a whump, then a terrific explosion. Emerging from the electronic snow were unintelligible sounds, shouting, perhaps a scream, yet somehow too deep and hoarse to be human. Again, the low rumble of gunfire came through the walls. Delta, came Rachlin's voice over the roar of static. Surrounded. Surrounded? Donovan shouted. Surrounded by what? You need backup? There was more gunfire, then a massive roar. Alpha, Donovan called. Do you need backup? My God, so many. Beecham, what the hell is that? Rachlin's voice died in a roar of static. All at once the sound stopped, and Snow, rooted in place in the close darkness, thought that perhaps his comm unit had gone dead. Then it emitted a hideous, coughing scream, so loud it seemed to come from beside him, followed by the rubbery noise of neoprene being torn. Alpha, come in. Donovan turned to Snow. This channel's still live. Commander, this is Delta. Reply. There was a burble of static, followed by what to Snow seemed the sound of sucking mud, and then more static. Donovan adjusted his comm unit unsuccessfully. He glanced at Snow. Come on, he said, readying his weapon. Where? Snow asked, shock and horror turning his mouth to sandpaper. We still have to set Gamma's charges. Are you crazy? Snow whispered fiercely. Didn't you hear that? We've got to get out of here now. Donovan turned to look at him, his face hard. We set Gamma Team's charges, my friend. His voice was quiet, but it held unshakable determination, perhaps even an implicit threat. We finished the op. Snow swallowed. But what about the commander? Donovan was still looking at him. First, we finished the op, he said. Snow realized there was no room for argument. Gripping the M16 tightly, he followed the seal into the darkness. He could make out a fitful illumination ahead of them, light from around a bend in the tunnel, dancing off the brickwork of the far wall. Keep your weapon at the ready, came the murmured warning. Snow moved cautiously around the curve, then stopped short. Ahead of him, the tunnel came to a sudden end. Iron rungs in the far wall led to the mouth of a large pipe set in the ceiling. Oh, Christ, Donovan groaned. A single flare, sizzling in the muck of a far corner, cast a dim light over the scene. Snow looked around wildly, taking in the frightful details. The walls of the tunnel were scarred and raked with bullet marks. A deep bite had been taken out of one wall, its edges burned and sooty. Two dark forms lay sprawled about the mud beside the flare, packs and weapons strewn beside them in wild disarray. Feathers of cordite drifted through the dead air. Donovan had already leapt toward the closest of the figures, as if to rouse it. Then he stepped back again quickly, and Snow caught a glimpse of a neoprene suit torn from neck to waist, a bloody stump where the head should have been. Campion, too, Donovan said grimly, looking at the other seal. Jesus, what would do this?
Snow shut his eyes a moment, taking short, choppy breaths, trying to keep a hold on the thin edge of his control. "Whoever they are, they must have gone up that way," Donovan said, indicating the pipe above their heads. "Snow, grab that magazine pouch." Doing as he was told, Snow leaned forward and snatched the pouch. It almost slipped out of his hands, and looking down, he saw it was slick with blood and matter. "I'll set the charges here," Donovan said, pulling bricks of C4 out of his own haversack. "Cover our exit." Snow raised his weapon and turned his back on the seal, staring down toward the bend in the tunnel, flickering crazily in and out of sight in the lambent glow of the flare. His comm unit hissed briefly with the sound of static, or was it the sound of something heavy dragging through the mud? Was that a soft, moist gibbering beneath the electrical cracklings and spittings? The unit dropped into silence again. From the corner of his eye, he saw Donovan plunging the timer into the explosive, punching up a time. 23:55, he said. "That gives us almost half an hour to find the PL and get the hell out of here." He stooped, pulling the tags from the headless necks of his fallen comrades. "Move out," he said, picking up his weapon and shoving the dog tags inside his rubber vest. As they began to move forward again, Snow heard a sudden scrabbling from behind and a sound like a cough. He turned to see the forms of several figures clambering down from the pipe and dropping into the muck by the fallen seals. Snow saw with a sense of eerie unreality that they were cloaked and hooded. "Let's go!" Donovan cried, racing toward the bend in the tunnel. Snow followed him, panic driving his legs. They clattered down the ancient brick passage, racing from the horrible scene. As they rounded the curve, Donovan slipped in the mud and fell, tumbling head over heels in the murky gloom. "Make a stand!" he shouted, grabbing for his weapon and snapping on a flare at the same time. Snow turned to see the figures heading toward them, running low with a kind of sure-footedness. The brilliant flare light seemed to give them a momentary pause. Then they surged forward. There was something bestial about their scuttling that turned his blood to ice. His index finger eased forward, feeling for the trigger guard. A huge roar sounded beside him, and he realized Donovan had fired his grenade launcher. There was a flash of light, then the tunnel shook with the concussion. The weapon jerked and bucked in his hands, and Snow realized that he was firing his own M16 wildly, scattering bullets across the tunnel before them. He quickly took his finger off the trigger. Another figure rounded the bend, emerging from the smoke of the grenade into Snow's field of fire. He aimed and touched the trigger. Its head jerked back, and for a split second, Snow had the image of an impossibly wrinkled and knobby face, features hidden within great folds of skin. Then there was another roar, and the horror disappeared in the flame and smoke of Donovan's grenade. His gun was firing on an empty clip. Snow released his finger, ejected the clip, dug into his pocket for another, and slammed it home. They waited, poised to fire again, as the echoes gradually faded. No more figures came loping out of the smoke and the darkness. Donovan took a deep breath. "Back to the rally point," he said. They turned back down the tunnel, Donovan reaching up to snap on his flashlight. A thin red beam shot into the murk ahead of them. Snow followed, breathing hard. Ahead lay 3 points, and their gear, and the way out. He found he was thinking from moment to moment now, concentrating only on getting out, getting to the surface, because anything else would mean thinking of the horrors that had scuttled out toward them, and to think of those. He suddenly plowing to Donovan's back. Staggering for a moment, he glanced around, trying to determine what had caused the seal to stop so suddenly. Then he saw, in the beam of Donovan's light, a group of the creatures ahead of them. 10, perhaps a dozen, standing motionless in the thick atmosphere of the outflow tunnel. Several of them were holding things that dangled by what looked to Snow like dense threads. He peered more closely, in mingled fascination and horror. Then he looked away.
Margo took a deep drag from the oxygen mask, then passed it to Smithback. The oxygen cleared her head immediately, and she glanced around. At the head of the group, Pendergast was placing bricks of plastic explosive around the base of an open hatchway.
Each time he pulled another charge from his pack and dropped it in place, clouds of dust and fungus spore billowed up from the ground, obscuring his face momentarily. Behind her stood Dagosta, weapon at the ray. Mephisto stood to one side, silent and motionless, his eyes red embers in the dark. Pendergast shoved the detonators into the C4, then set the time carefully, checking it against his own Patek Philippe. Then he retrieved his pack and rose silently, signaling it was time to move on to the next position. From the circles of his night vision goggles to the base of his chin, Pendergast was a mask of light gray dust. His normally immaculate black suit was torn and muddied. Under other circumstances, he would have looked ridiculous, but Margo was in no mood to laugh. The air was so bad she realized she had placed a hand protectively over her nose and mouth. She gave up and took another pull from the mask. "Don't bogart that oxygen," Smithback whispered. He smiled weakly, but his eyes remained grim and distant. They moved down the narrow corridor, Margo now helping Smithback through the darkness. Huge iron rivets, spaced about 10 feet apart, hung from the ceiling. After a couple of minutes, they stopped again while Pendergast consulted his plans, then took the charges from Margo's pack and placed them in a niche near the roof. "Very good," he said. "One more series and we can head for the surface. We'll need to move quickly." He started down the passage, then stopped abruptly. "What is it?" Margo whispered, but Pendergast held up his hand for silence. "Do you hear that?" he asked at last in a low tone. Margo listened but could hear nothing. The close, fetid atmosphere was like cotton wool, muffling all sound. But now she heard something, a dull thump, then another, like rolling thunder far beneath their feet. "What is that?" she asked. "I'm not sure," Pendergast murmured. "It's not the seals setting off their explosions?" Pendergast shook his head. "Doesn't sound powerful enough to be plastic. Besides, it's too early." He listened a moment, frowning, then motioned them forward again. Margo followed close behind, leading Smith back as the passage rose, then fell, tracing a crazy course through the bedrock. She found herself wondering who could have constructed this passage, perhaps 36 stories beneath the streets of Manhattan. She saw herself as in a vision, walking along Park Avenue, but the road appeared as just a thin skin of asphalt, covering a vast network of shafts, tunnels, galleries, and corridors, plunging deep into the earth, crawling like a wasp's nest with the activity of. She gave her head a vicious shake and took another hit of the oxygen. As her thoughts cleared again, she realized that the muffled sound was still coming from somewhere beneath her feet. Now, however, it was different. It had a cadence, like the sound of a throbbing engine, rising and falling and rising again. Pendergast stopped again. Nobody speak above a whisper. Understood? Vincent, ready the flash. Ahead of them, the tunnel ended in a large sheet of iron, punctuated with more rivets. A single door stood open in the middle of the metal wall, and Pendergast glided through, flamethrower at the ready. The flaming tip darted from side to side, leaving a scribble of glowing tracks on Margo's goggles. In a moment, he turned and motioned the group to follow him. As she stepped carefully into the enclosed space, Margo realized that the sound beneath her feet was the beating of drums, mingled with what sounded like a low, murmuring chant. The ghost jostled her from behind as he stepped into the compartment, and she jumped forward with a sharp intake of air. She could see ancient brass levers and gears lining one wall, their broken dials encrusted with verdigris and dirt. A massive winch and several rusted generators stood in the far corner. Pendergast moved swiftly to the center of the room and knelt by a large metal plate. This was the central switching room for the Astor tunnels. If I'm correct, we're directly above the Crystal Pavilion. It was the private waiting room below the old Knickerbocker Hotel. We should be able to see into the pavilion below. He waited until an absolute silence had descended on the group, then he slipped the corroded brackets from the plate and slid it carefully to one side. As Margo watched, a flickering light came streaming up, and the goatish odor, the old familiar scent of nightmare, grew stronger. The sound of drumming and muffled chanting swelled. Pendergast peered down, the lambent glow from the crystal pavilion moving fitfully across his face. He stared for a long time, then stepped back slowly. "Vincent," he said, "I think perhaps you should take a look." D'Agosta stepped forward, tilted up his goggles, and peered into the hole. Margo could see beads of sweat popping out on his brow in the faint light, and his hand unconsciously settled on the butt of his gun. He stepped back wordlessly. Then Margo felt Smithback push himself forward. He stared, breathing loudly through his nose, hardly seeming to blink. "Ah, the scribbler in heat," whispered Mephisto, sarcastically. But Smithback did not look to Margo as if he was enjoying the view. His hands began to shake, first slightly, then almost uncontrollably. He allowed D'Agosta to pull him away from the viewplate, a look of horror frozen on his face. Pendergast gestured to Margo. "Dr. Green, I'd like your opinion," he whispered. She knelt by the hole, lifted her goggles, and peered down into the cavernous space. For a moment her mind couldn't quite grasp the image that was spread out beneath her. She found herself looking down through the remains of a shattered chandelier into the center of the vast space. She could make out the ruins of what had once been a room of great elegance, Doric columns, giant murals, and tattered velvet draperies, contrasted with the mud and filth that coated the walls. Directly beneath her, in between the cracked candelabra arms and dangling crystals, she could make out the hut of skulls that Pendergast had described. At least 100 hooded figures stamped and shuffled in front of the hut, swaying in ragged lines, murmuring a toneless, unintelligible chant. In the distance, the monotonous tattoo drummed on as more figures streamed in, taking their places, picking up the chant. Margo stared, blinked, stared again, in mingled fascination and horror. There could be no doubt. These were the Wrinklers. "It seems like some kind of ritual," she whispered. "Indeed," Pendergast replied from the darkness beside her. "No doubt this is the other reason that people were never killed on the nights of the full moon. The ritual, whatever it is still in place. The question is who or what is leading it now that Kawakita has been killed." "It's quite possible there was some kind of coup d'etat," Margo said. "In primitive societies, the shaman was often killed and replaced by a rival shaman, usually a dominant figure from within the group." She watched, intrigued despite the great fear and loathing she felt. My God, if only Frock could see this! "Yes," Pendergast replied. "If one of these creatures took Kawakita's place, killing him in the process, that could explain why the murders have grown more numerous and more vicious." "Look at how they walk," Margo whispered, "almost as if they were bow-legged. Could be incipient scurvy. If they can't take vitamin D into their systems, that would be a result." Suddenly, there was a commotion, a chorus of guttural sound beyond Margo's field of vision. The group of Wrinklers shuffled apart.
There was a low series of calls, and then Margo saw a figure, cloaked and hooded like the rest, being carried slowly into view in a sedan chair made of bone and twisted leather. As she watched, the procession approached the hut, incorporeal in the flickering light. The sedan chair was carried inside, and the swelling of the chant increased, reverberating through the chamber. "Looks like the shamans arrived," she said breathlessly. "The ceremony, whatever it is, could start at any moment." "Hadn't we better get moving?" she heard D'Agosta mutter. "I hate to spoil this National Geographic moment, but there's about 30 pounds of high explosive down the hall just waiting to go off." "That's correct," Pendergast said, "and one last charge to set." He placed his hand on Margo's arm. "We must get moving, Dr. Green." "Just a minute, please," she hissed. There was a sudden stir in the crowd below, and perhaps a dozen cloaked figures came into view, heading directly for the hut. At the entrance they knelt, arranging several small black objects in a semicircle. The chanting continued, as a figure stepped out of the hut, bearing 2 burning torches.
Margo looked closer, trying to determine what the black things were. There were 6 of them, and from her vantage point, they looked like irregularly shaped rubber balls. Obviously, they were an integral part of the ceremony. The Chudzi tribe of Natal, she remembered, had used round stones painted white and red to symbolize the daily cycle. Then one of the figures tugged at the nearest object, the black rubber cowl sloughed away, and Margo took an instinctive step backward, smothering a groan of dismay. Pendergast quickly moved to the opening and stared downwards for a long moment. Then he stood up and stepped away. "We've lost the SEAL team," he said. Mephisto came forward, glancing down into the flickering space, his long tangle of beard given a Mephistophelian tinge by the ruddy glow. "Now, dearies, don't forget it's dangerous to swim after a heavy meal," he muttered to them. "You think they set their charges before?" D'Agasta's voice trailed off in the darkness. "Well, we'll just have to hope they did," Pendergast murmured, sliding the cover back into position. "Let's set the last charge and leave while there's still time. Keep in position. Remember, we're practically in their nest now. Exercise hypervigilance." "Hypervigilance," Mephisto snorted. Pendergast gazed toward the homeless leader in mild reproof. "Well, we'll discuss your low opinion of me and my own opinion of your taste in haute cuisines some other time," he said, turning toward the exit. They left through a passage on the far side of the housing and moved quickly along the passageway. After traveling about 100 yards, Pendergast stopped short at a spot where a ragged-walled tunnel came up from below to join the main passageway. "Odd," the FBI agent said, gazing at the intersecting tunnel. "This access route isn't marked on my map." "Well, it won't matter. The last charge should bring down this entire structure of drifts, in any case." They moved forward again, arriving in a few minutes at the entrance to what looked like an old maintenance area. Massive rusted wheels were stacked against one wall, along with what looked to Margo like various types of signaling and switching equipment. A tin lunchbox sat on a rotting table. Inside, Margo could see the ancient, desiccated skeleton of a half-chicken. The whole place had the air of being abandoned in a hurry. "God, what a spot," D'Agasta said. "Makes you wonder what the true story of these tunnels is. Or if anybody still knows it, almost a century later," Pendergast said. He nodded toward a metal-banded door in a far corner, between stacks of dusty equipment. "That's the maintenance stairway leading down to the Astor tunnels. Here's where we'll set the last charge." He pulled another brick of explosive from his bag, rolling it in the mud beneath his feet. "What's that for?" D'Agasta asked. "Camouflage?" "Exactly," came Pendergast's whispered reply as he molded the charge around the base of a cement pylon. "This is apparently a more heavily trafficked area." He nodded back down the tunnel in illustration. "Jesus," Margo breathed. The floor of the passage they had just come down was lined with the tracks of countless bare feet. She dug for the mask and took a drag of oxygen. The humidity was close to 100%. She took another deep breath from the mask, then offered it to Smithback. "Thanks," he said, taking 2 slow hits. Margo watched as a dull gleam returned to his eyes. His hair hung limply over his forehead, and his shirt was torn and streaked with blood. "Poor Bill," she thought. "He looks like something that just crawled out of a sewer. Come to think of it, that's not far wrong." "What was going on topside?" Margo asked, hoping to draw him out of his thoughts. "All hell was breaking loose," the journalist replied, handing the mask back to her solemnly. "In the middle of Wisher's March, hundreds of mole people began popping up from underground, right there on Broadway. I heard somebody say the cops tear-gassed the tunnels under 59th Street and the park." "Mole people, Scriblerian?" Mephisto hissed. Yes, we're mole people. We shun the light, not because of its warmth or its brightness, but because of what it shows us. Venality and corruption and countless useless worker ants running on treadmills. A crowd flowed over London Bridge, so many, I did not know death had undone so many. Stow it, D'Agosta snapped. Just get me back to that venal, corrupt surface, and I promise you can crawl into the deepest pit you can find, and I'll never come looking for you, ever. While you two have been filling the air with stropha and anti-stropha, I have set the final charge, Pendergast said, rubbing his hands and tossing away the now empty munitions bag. I'm surprised you haven't brought the entire foul nest down on us with your bickering. Now, let's get out as quickly as possible. We have less than 30 minutes. He led the way back out of the storage area. Suddenly he stopped. There was a brief silence. Vincent, Margo heard him whisper, are you ready? I was born ready. Pendergast checked the nozzle on the flamethrower. If necessary, I'll flame, then we retreat. Wait for the flames to clear before advancing. This fires a fast, clean burning mixture designed for close fighting, but the propellant clings to surfaces for several seconds before flaring out. Understood? Remove your goggles and get ready to close your eyes against the flash. Hold off until I signal. The rest of you, ready your weapons. What is it? Margo whispered, pulling out the Glock and snapping off the safety. Then she smelt it, the foul reek of the creatures, hanging in the air like an apparition. We've got to get past that access vent, Pendergast whispered. Let's go. Then there was a sudden scrabbling in the tunnel ahead and beneath them. Pendergast brought his hand down, and D'Agosta switched on the beam at low power. Margo saw with dread that a knot of cloaked creatures was scrambling up the passageway toward them. They moved with sickening speed. Suddenly, everything seemed to happen at once. Pendergast cried out. There was a sharp snap from D'Agosta's flash gun, and a white light of almost supernatural intensity burst through the tunnel, turning the dim black outlines of the rock to instantaneous color. There was a strange, drizzling roar, and a blue-orange flame shot from the flamethrower. Even though she was behind the FBI agent, Margo felt a terrific wave of heat cross her face. The stream hit the onrushing creatures with a loud popping sound and a firestorm of swirling sparks. For a moment, the figures kept coming, and to Margo it looked as if the front ranks were wearing strange, blossoming robes of flame, which crisped and vanished into cinders.
The flash gun winked out, but not before a terrible image of humped, misshapen bodies swathed in burning flesh, falling forward, legs windmilling, imprinted itself on Margo's brain. "Retreat!" Pendergast yelled. They stumbled back into the storage area, Pendergast sending another gout of flame toward the creatures. In the burst of orange light, Margo saw countless more running up the access tube toward them. Instinctively, she raised the gun and squeezed off several shots. Two of the creatures pinwheeled backwards and were lost in the flickering dark. Dimly, she was aware of having lost Smith back in the confusion. There was an explosion in her ear, and both barrels of Mephisto's shotgun went off. He could hear somebody shouting, perhaps it was her, and the frantic, blubbering screams of pain from the wounded creatures. There was a sharp report, then a massive explosion shook the tunnel as D'Agosta lobbed a grenade into the group. "Quick," Pendergast said, "down the maintenance stairway." "You crazy?" D'Agosta cried. "We'll be trapped like rats." "We're already trapped like rats," came the reply. "There are too many of them. We don't dare fight here. We might set off the C4. At least in the Astor tunnels we have a chance. Go." D'Agosta yanked open the metal-banded door, and the group stumbled down the stairs, Pendergast trailing, squirting tongues of fire back up the tunnel.
Acrid smoke billowed down, burning Margo's eyes. Blinking back tears, she saw another cloaked figure loping after them, its hood flapping, its wrinkled face twisted in fury, a jagged flint knife raised high in one hand. Dropping into a weaver stance, she emptied the rest of her clip into the monstrosity, noting almost with detachment how the hollow points blossomed as they tore into the leathery flesh. The figure fell and was almost immediately replaced by a second. There was a burst from the flamethrower, and the figure fell backward, dancing and convulsing in a corona of fire. They emerged in a small, high-ceilinged room, the walls and floor covered in tiles. From beyond a Gothic archway, the red glow of the ceremony could be seen. Margo looked around quickly, scattering rounds across the floor as she desperately reloaded her clip. Smoke hung in the air, but with relief she sensed the place was deserted. It appeared to be some kind of secondary waiting area, perhaps intended for children. Several low tables surrounded them, some still set for games of checkers, chess, and backgammon, the pieces thickly draped in cobwebs and mold. "A shame for Black," said Mephisto, glancing at the closest table as he broke open the shotgun and reloaded. He was a pawn ahead. There was sound on the stairway, and a fresh group of Wrinklers scuttled out of the darkness toward them. Pendergast crouched into position, sending the long flame licking toward them. Margo dropped into firing stance, the popping of her gun drowned out in the general roar. There was a movement from beyond the arch, and more creatures came running toward them from the pavilion itself. She watched as Smithback, frantically working the grenade launcher, was overcome and dragged to the ground. Pendergast had his back to the tiled wall, sending a sweeping arc of flame across the creatures around him. With a curious sense of unreality, she aimed at the heads of the running figures before her and began pulling the trigger. One creature dropped, then a second, and then she was firing on an empty clip. She moved backward as fast as she dared, grabbing in her carryall for another handful of ammunition. Then there was movement all around her. Arms like steel cords wrapped around her neck and ripped the gun from her grasp. A fetid odor like the breath of a corpse filled her senses, and she closed her eyes, crying out in pain, fear, and rage, composing herself as best she could for inevitable death. Snow watched as the dark figures massed, filling the mouth of the tunnel before them. They had paused in the harsh brilliance of the flare, but were now moving forward with a kind of deliberation that made Snow's skin crawl. These were not brainless creatures throwing themselves mindlessly into battle. Some kind of strategy was at work. "Listen," Donovan said quietly. "Load one of those canister rounds into the XM-148. We'll fire together on my signal. You aim at the left of the group, I'll aim at the right. Reload and fire again as fast as you can. Grenade launchers have a tendency to pull high, so keep your aim low." Snow loaded the round into the launcher, feeling his heart thumping at the back of his throat. Beside him, he felt Donovan grow tense. "Now!" Donovan yelled. Snow pulled the forward trigger, and the weapon almost bucked out of his hands as the load roared toward the group. The bright plumes of the two explosions filled the narrow tunnel with orange light. Snow found he had aimed too far to the left, hitting the wall of the tunnel. Then, with a deep shudder, a section of the ceiling collapsed. Horrifying screams came from the group of hooded figures. "Again!" Donovan cried, loading another round. Snow reloaded and fired again, letting the barrel drift slightly to the right this time. He watched, mesmerized, as the shell erupted from the barrel and, seemingly in slow motion, pinwheeled its way over the heads of the roiling group at the tunnel's mouth. There was another shudder and a fresh burst of light. "Lower!" Donovan screamed. "They're closing!" Sobbing now, Snow ripped open the extra pouch with his teeth, loaded the round, and fired again. The bright, fierce plume erupted in the midst of the figures. Muffled shrieks sounding piercingly over the roar of the explosion. "Again!" Donovan yelled, firing his own grenade launcher at the figures. Hit them again. Snow loaded, fired. The shot fell short, sending a concussive blast of heat toward them, knocking him to his knees. He righted himself, blinking against the clouds of dust and smoke that billowed through the dark space. He was out of grenades, and his finger moved from the forward trigger to the rear trigger. Donovan held up his hand in the signal for danger point. They waited, guns pointed into the blackness, for what seemed to Snow like several minutes. At last, Donovan relaxed his weapon. "That was a hell of a gosh storm," he whispered. "You did all right. I want you to hang back for a moment while I recon. If you hear anything, give a holler. I doubt we'll find anything larger than a pinky waiting for us after that, but I'm not taking any chances." He checked the magazine of his M16, snapped on a flare, and tossed it into the drifting smoke. Then he moved forward slowly, hugging the tunnel wall. As the smoke dissipated, Snow could see the dim outlines of Donovan's head and shoulders as he moved stealthily forward, the dark bar of his shadow flickering behind him. As Snow watched, the SEAL picked his way around the broken, smoking forms that littered the mouth of the tunnel. Reaching the mouth of the tunnel, Donovan looked cautiously around, then rotated himself out into 3 points. Finally, he took a step into the chamber and was swallowed up by the blackness, and Snow was left alone with only the dark for company. It suddenly occurred to him that the duffel of magnesium flares was still hanging by his side, forgotten in the fight. "Rachlan said it stays with me until the mission's over," he thought. "So it stays." Rachlan. It seemed impossible that those creatures could have killed all the SEALs. They were too well armed, too battle-savvy. If the other 2 tunnels were like this one, maybe some of the men escaped up the ladders at the end. If so, we ought to go back and try to. Suddenly, Snow stopped, surprised by the coolness with which he was thinking these thoughts. Maybe he was braver than he thought, or just more stupid. "If only that bastard Fernandez could see me now," he thought.
His thoughts were interrupted, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying.
His thoughts were interrupted as the form of Donovan once again emerged from the blackness, looked around, then motioned him forward. Snow moved quickly toward him, then slowed as a grim sight came into view. The gear was still neatly piled along the wall, a stark contrast to the dismembered, headless figures lying at crazy angles in the muck of the tunnel floor. "Hurry up," he heard Donovan whisper. "No time for rubbernecking." He looked up. Donovan stood there, arms folded, surveying the equipment with an impatient scowl on his face. Above Donovan, in the thick darkness of the vault, a black form dropped from the dangling chain with a sudden shriek and landed on his back. Donovan staggered and managed to shrug the thing off, but two more figures dropped nearby and grappled with the seal, bringing him to his knees. Snow stumbled backward, aiming his gun, unable to get a clear shot. Another lunged forward, knife in hand, and Donovan screamed, an impossibly high, almost feminine sound. There was a strange sawing motion, a guttural roar of triumph, and the figure raised Donovan's head in the air. Momentarily paralyzed by the sight, Snow thought he saw Donovan's eyes rolling wildly in their sockets, dim reflections of the red glow at the rear of the tunnel. Snow fired then, short staccato bursts, as Donovan had taught him, hosing the barrel left and right toward the obscene group huddled over Donovan's body. He knew, somehow, that he was shouting, though he couldn't hear it. The magazine emptied, and he slammed home the spare, screaming and firing until the clip ran dry. As his ears rang in the sudden silence, he took a step forward, waving the cordite aside, searching the gloom for the nightmare apparitions. He took another step, then another. The blackness ahead seemed to shift, as if moving in against itself, and Snow wheeled and ran for the end of the tunnel, his feet churning through the mud and the dank water, the empty clip clattering forgotten onto the slick stones behind him. Margo closed her eyes tightly, trying to empty her mind against the ultimate pain. But a moment passed, then another, and she felt herself wrenched from the ground and borne away, slung roughly from side to side, the heavy carryall chafing at her shoulder. Despite the transcendent horror, relief flooded through her. At least she was still alive. She passed through a close, foul-smelling darkness, then into a large, dimly illuminated space. She forced her eyes open, straining to orient herself. She could see a ruined mirror, covered in what looked like countless layers of dried mud, most of its glass shattered and lost long ago. Beside it, an ancient tapestry of a unicorn in captivity, rotting from the bottom up. Then she was jostled again, and she now saw the marble walls rushing toward a high, glittering ceiling, the ruined chandelier. A tiny metal plate glinted at the ceiling's center, their view hole, not 10 minutes before. "I'm in the crystal pavilion," she thought. The foul odor was stronger here than ever, and she fought against panic and a rising despair. She was brusquely thrown to the ground, the blow knocking the breath from her lungs. Gasping, she tried to rise to one elbow. She saw she was surrounded by Wrinklers, shuffling back and forth, swathed in their ragged patchwork cloaks and hoods. Despite her horror, she found herself looking at them with curiosity. So, these are the victims of glaze, she thought, her mind clearing. She could not help feeling a stab of pity over what had happened to them. She wondered again if it was necessary for them to die, even as she knew in her heart there was no other answer. Kawakita himself had written that there was no antidote, no way to reverse what the Rio virus had done to them, any more than there had been a way to reverse what had happened to Whittlesey. But with this thought came another, and she stared around wildly. The charges had been set and would soon detonate, even if the Wrinkler spared them. One of the creatures bent forward, leering at her. The hood slipped back a moment, and all thoughts of pity, even thoughts of her own immediate danger, fled away in overwhelming revulsion. She had a brief, searing vision of grotesquely wrinkled skin with pendulous folds and dewlaps, surrounding two lizard-like eyes, black and dead. their pupils constricted to quivering pinpoints. She turned away. There was a thump, and Pendergast was thrown to the ground beside her. Smithback and Mephisto, struggling wildly, followed after him. Pendergast looked at her questioningly, and she nodded that she was unhurt. There was another commotion. Then Lieutenant D'Agosta was dumped nearby, his weapon tugged from him and tossed aside. He was bleeding freely from a large gash above one eye. A Wrinkler tore the pack from her shoulder and tossed it to the ground, then started toward D'Agosta. "Keep away from me, you very mutant," the policeman swore. One of the Wrinklers leaned forward and dealt him a slashing blow across the face. "You'd better cooperate, Vincent," said Pendergast quietly. "We are slightly outnumbered." D'Agosta rose to his knees and shook his head clear. "Why are we still alive?" "The question of the hour," replied Pendergast. "I'm afraid it might have to do with the ceremony that's about to begin." "Hear that, Scriblerian?" Mephisto chuckled mirthlessly. "Perhaps the Post will buy your next story, How I Became a Human Sacrifice." The soft chanting rose once again, and Margo felt herself pulled to her feet. A path was cleared among the shuffling throng, and she could make out the hut of skulls, perhaps 20 feet in front of them. She stared in mute horror at the macabre structure, stained and unclean, grinning 1,000 grins. Several figures moved around within it, and great wafts of steam rose above the unfinished roof. It was surrounded by a paling of human long bones, indifferently cleaned. Before the entrance, she could make out several ceremonial stone platforms. Inside, through the countless empty eye sockets, she could see the vague form of the sedan chair on which the shaman had been brought in. She wondered what the terrifying apparition within might look like. She was not sure she could bear to see another face such as the one that had leered at her hungrily moments before. A hand at her back propelled her roughly forward, and she half walked, half stumbled toward the hut. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see D'Agosta struggling with the Wrinklers prodding him along. Smithback, too, was silently resisting. One of them drew a long, evil-looking stone knife from beneath the folds of his cloak and held it to the journalist's throat. "Cuchillos de pedernal," Pendergast murmured. "Isn't that what the subway survivor told you?" D'Agosta nodded. A few feet from the paling, Margo was brought to a halt, then forced to her knees and held along with the others. Around her, the chanting and drumming had increased to a fever pitch. Suddenly, her eyes focused on the stone platforms around the hut. There were several metal objects on the nearest, lovingly arranged as if for some ritual purpose. Then she caught her breath. "Pendergast?" she croaked. Pendergast looked toward her inquiringly, and she gestured with her head toward the platform. "Ah," he whispered, "the larger of the souvenirs. I could only carry the smaller pieces." "Yes."
Cloaked figures stepped out and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Speaking style, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert.
Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 by 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Cloaked figures stepped out in groups of 2, carrying between them large cauldrons of steaming liquid. Around her, the chanting increased until it seemed to Margo one long, monotonous cacophony. The Wrinklers seeded the cauldrons into depressions beaten into the floor of the pavilion. Then the sedan chair emerged, covered in dense black material, flanked by 4 bearers. The bearers processed with measured step around the bone paling. Reaching the farthest, largest stone platform, they carefully placed the sedan chair upon it. The supports were drawn away, the covering removed, and the lieutenants moved slowly back into the hut. Margo stared at the shadowed figure in the chair, his features invisible in the darkness. The only observable movement, the slight flexing of thick fingers. The chanting ebbed, then swelled again, taking on an unmistakable undertone of anticipation. The figure raised his hand suddenly, and the chanting ceased in an instant. Then, as he leaned forward, the flickering firelight slanted across his face. For Margo, it was as if time itself were suspended for a brief, terrible instant. She forgot the fear, the aching knees, the detonation timers relentlessly ticking in the dark corridors above her head. The man who sat on the litter made of lashed human bones, dressed in the familiar gabardine pants and paisley tie, was Whitney Frock. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came. "Oh my God," Smithback said behind her. Frock gazed across the assembled throng, his expression impassive, devoid of emotion. The huge hall was deathly silent. Slowly, Frock's eyes swept forward to the prisoners before him. He looked at D'Agasta, then Smithback, then Pendergast. When his gaze reached Margo, he started suddenly. Something kindled in his eyes. "My dear," he said, "how truly unfortunate. Frankly, I didn't expect to see you as science advisor for this little outing, and I am indeed sorry. No, it's true, and you needn't look at me like that. Remember how, when it came time to get rid of that meddlesome Irishman, I spared your life. Against my own better judgment, I might add." Margo, reeling in shock and disbelief, could not speak. However, it can't be helped. The flicker in Frock's eyes died away. "As for the rest of you, welcome. I think some introductions are in order. For example, who is this hirsute gentleman with the ragged clothes?" He turned to Mephisto. "He has the face of a wild animal caught in a trap, which I suppose is exactly what he is. One of the natives, I imagine, brought along as a guide. I will ask you again, what is your name?" There was a silence. He turned to one of his lieutenants. "Cut his throat if he doesn't answer. We can't tolerate rudeness now, can we?" "Mephisto," came the sullen reply. "Mephisto, indeed. A little learning is a dangerous thing, especially in a derelict. But Mephisto, really, how banal. No doubt meant to strike fear into the hearts of your scabby little followers. You don't look like much of a devil to me, just a pathetic, drug-addled bum. I should not complain, however. You and your likes have been exceedingly useful, I will admit. Perhaps you will find an erstwhile friend amongst my children." He swept his hand across the gathered ranks of Wrinklers. Mephisto drew himself up, saying nothing. Margo stared at her former professor. This was like no Frock she had ever seen before. He had always been diplomatic and soft-spoken. Now there was an arrogance, a cold lack of emotion that chilled her even beyond the fear and confusion she felt. "And Smithback, the journalist," Frock sneered. "Were you brought along to document this intended victory over my children? Pity you won't be able to tell the real outcome in that scandal sheet you write for." "The jury's still out on that," Smithback said defiantly. Frock chuckled. "Frock, what the gosh is all this?" D'Agosta said as he struggled. "You'd better explain, or what?" Frock turned toward the police officer. "I always thought you a crude, ill-bred fellow, but I'm surprised it's necessary to point out you are in no position to make demands of me." "Are they disarmed?" he asked one of the hooded figures closest to him, who nodded slowly in reply. "Check that one again," Frock said, pointing to Pendergast. "He's a tricky devil." Pendergast was hauled roughly to his feet, searched, then shoved back to his knees. Frock slowly scanned them with his eyes, smiling coldly. "That was your wheelchair, wasn't it?" Pendergast asked quietly, indicating the platform. Frock nodded. "My best wheelchair." Pendergast said nothing. Margo turned to Frock, finding her voice at last. "Why?" she asked simply. Frock looked at Margo for a moment, then signaled his lieutenants. The cloaked forms moved into position behind the huge cauldrons. Frock stood up, jumped down from the sedan chair, and approached the FBI agent on foot. "This is why," he replied. Then he stood proudly, lifting his arms high above his head. "As I am cured, so shall you be cured," he cried in a clear, ringing voice. "As I am made whole, so shall you be made whole." A loud answering cry came from the assembly. The cry went on, and Margo realized it was not an inarticulate cry, but a kind of programmed guttural response. "The creatures are speaking," she thought, "or trying to." Slowly, the cry died away, and the chanting resumed. The deep, monotonous beat of the drums began again, and the lines of Wrinklers came shuffling forward toward the semicircle of cauldrons. The lieutenants brought delicate clay goblets out from within the hut. Margo stared, her mind unable to connect the beautifully formed implements with the hideous ceremony. One by one, the creatures came forward, accepting the steaming cups in horny-nailed hands, drawing them up into their hoods. She turned away, repelled by the thick slurping sounds that followed. "This is why," Frock repeated, turning to Margo. Don't you see how this would be worth anything in the world?" There seemed to be something almost imploring in his tone. For a minute, Margo didn't understand. Then it hit her. The ceremony, the drug, the wheelchair pieces, Pendergast's reference to the lured shrine with its miraculous healing powers. "So you could walk," she said quietly. "All this just so you could walk again?" Instantly, Frock's face hardened. "How easy for you to judge," he said. "You who have walked all your life and never given it a second thought. How can you begin to know what it is like not to walk? Bad enough to be crippled from birth, but to know the gift and to have it snatched away."
When his subjects realized what he had done to them, they killed him. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene.
Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. When his subjects realized what he had done to them, they killed him. So you purified the drug, Pendergast said, and took it yourself. We did the final work at a rather untidy little lab he'd set up along the river. Greg had lost the conviction he needed to go forward. Or perhaps he'd never had that kind of courage, that intestinal fortitude a truly visionary scientist needs to see things through to their conclusion. So I finished what he'd started. More accurately, I perfected what he'd started. The drug still creates morphological change, of course. However, those changes now heal rather than disfigure what nature has corrupted. It is the true destiny, the truest iteration of the real virus. I am living proof of its restorative power. I was the first to make the transition. In fact, it is now clear to me that no one but myself could have made it. My wheelchair was my cross, you see. Now it is venerated as a symbol of the new world we shall create. The new world, Pendergast repeated. The Mbun lilies growing in the reservoir. Kawakita's idea, Frock said. Aquaria are so expensive and take up so much room, you see. But that was before. His voice trailed off. I think I understand, Pendergast went on, as calmly as if he was debating with an old friend at a comfortable coffeehouse table. You'd been planning to drain the reservoir all along. Naturally. Gregory had modified the plant to grow in a temperate environment. We were going to drain the reservoir ourselves and release the lily into these tunnels. My children shun light, you see, and this makes the perfect warren. But then friend Waxy made it all unnecessary. He, or rather was, so eager to take credit for other people's ideas. If you recall, it was I who first suggested the notion of draining the reservoir. Dr. Frock, Margo said, trying to keep her voice under control. Some of these seeds will make it out to the storm drain system, and from there to the Hudson and the open ocean. When they hit salt water, they'll activate the virus, polluting the entire ecosystem. Do you know what that could mean for the world's food chain? My dear Margo, that is the idea. Admittedly, it's an evolutionary step, a step into the unknown. But as a biologist, Margo, you surely realize that the human race has become degenerate. It has lost its evolutionary vigor, become grossly maladaptive. I am the instrument for the reinvigoration of the species. And just where were you planning to hide your large self during the flood? Dagosta asked. Frock laughed. No doubt you foolishly assume that, by virtue of this little excursion, you know all there is to know about this underground world. Believe me, subterranean Manhattan is far more vast, more terrible, and more wonderful than you could imagine.
I've wandered again and again, glorying in the use of my legs. Here I'm free from the dissembling I must continue above ground. I've found natural caverns of incredible beauty, ancient tunnels used by Dutch smugglers in the days of New Amsterdam, snug little places where we can all retire while the water rushes past on its way to the sea. You won't find them on any maps. When 20 million cubic feet of water drains through here shortly, delivering the very ripe seeds of Liliaceum buonensis into the world, my children and I will be safe in a tunnel just above the flood. And when the flood is over, we will return to our freshly scoured quarters to enjoy the fruit left behind. And, of course, to await the arrival of what I like to call the Holocene discontinuity. Margo stared at Frock in disbelief. He smiled in return, an arrogant, distant smile she had not seen before. He seemed supremely confident. It occurred to her that Frock might not know of the charges they'd placed. Yes, my dear, it's my theory of fractal evolution, taken to the logical extreme. The reovirus glaze, if you will, inserted directly into the bottom of the world's food chain. How fitting, don't you think, that I myself will be its vector, its activating agent. The mass extinction at the KT boundary will seem minuscule by comparison. That simply made way for mammals by removing the dinosaurs. Who knows what this transformation will make room for? The prospects are tremendously exciting. You're a very sick man, Margo said, feeling even as she said it a chilling despair grip her heart. She'd had no idea just how much Frock must have missed the use of his legs. It was his secret obsession. He must have seen the potential for the drug's restorative effects, even from within Kawakita's misery. But he had clearly discounted the drug's potential for poisoning the mind. He could never understand, he would never believe, that in perfecting the drug's action on the body, he'd increased exponentially its ability to stimulate mania and violence, to magnify buried obsessions. And she sensed there was nothing she could now say that could bring him back. The processions continued to shuffle up to the cauldrons. As the Wrinklers raised the cups to their lips, Margo could see shudders ripple their cloaks, through pleasure or pain, she could not tell. "And you knew our moves all along," she heard Pendergast say. "As if you were conducting them yourself." "In some ways I was. I'd trained Margo here too well to hope that she could leave well enough alone. And I knew your busy mind would always be spinning, so I made sure the draining of the reservoir couldn't be stopped. Finding one of my wounded children here, the one you shot, merely cemented my conviction. But how clever of you to send your little frogmen in as a precaution. Luckily, my children were all on their way to the ceremony and prevented them from crashing our little party." He blinked. "For one so clever, I'm surprised you thought you could come down here and defeat us with your pathetic weapons. But no doubt you misjudged just how numerous my children have become, as you've misjudged so much else." "I think you've left something out of the story, Doctor," Margo said suddenly, as evenly as she could. Frock stepped closer to her, an inquiring look on his face. It was very difficult, seeing him move so nimbly on his feet. It made it hard to think straight. She took a deep breath of the noxious air. "I think it was you who killed Kawakita," she said. "You killed him and left his body here to look like just another victim." "Indeed," Frock replied. "Why, pray tell?" "Two reasons," she said, speaking louder now. "I found Kawakita's journal in the wreckage of his laboratory. He was clearly having second thoughts. It mentioned thioxin. I think he had learned about the effect salinity would have on the reovirus, and he was planning to destroy the plants before you could flush them into the Hudson. He may have been warped in mind and body, but in him, at least, some small voice of conscience must have remained." "My dear, you don't understand. You cannot understand," said Frock. "And you killed him because he knew the drug's effects are irreversible, isn't that right? I learned that much through my own experiments. You can't cure these people, and you know it. But do they?
The chanting in the ranks around them seemed to falter slightly, and Frock glanced briefly from side to side. These are the claims of a desperate woman. This is beneath you, my dear. They're listening, Margo thought. Perhaps they can still be convinced. Of course,
It's not lack of the drug anymore, is it? Now you've got a reservoir full. There's another agenda, an obsessive one, an architectural one. He nodded toward the hut. You needed a temple for your new religion, for your personal deification. Frock looked at Pendergast, his lips twitching. And why not? Every new age needs its new religion. But it's still a ceremony at its core, isn't it? And everything relies on control. If these creatures know the effects are irreversible, what hold will you have on them? Murmurs were rising from among the closest Wrinklers. Enough, Frock cried, clapping his hands. We don't have much time. Prepare them. Margo felt her arm seized again. Then she was dragged to her feet, a knife point placed against her throat. Frock looked at her, a strange mix of expressions again playing across his face. I wish you could be here to experience the change for yourself, Margo. But many must fall in the transition. I am sorry. Smithback lunged toward Frock, but was dragged back. Dr. Frock, Pendergast cried, Margo was your student. Remember how the three of us struggled against the museum beast. Even now, you're not wholly responsible for what's happened. Perhaps there is still a way for you to go back. Will heal your mind and destroy my life? Frock leaned toward the FBI agent, lowering his voice to whisper. Go back to what, may I ask? Being a helpless, superannuated, slightly ridiculous curator emeritus? One whose years are rapidly dwindling? Surely Margo's research showed you there is another side effect to the new drug. It eliminates the concentration of free radical molecules in living tissue. In short, it extends life. You would have me give up both my freedom of movement and my life? He looked at his watch. 20 minutes to 12. We're out of time. There was a sudden puff of wind, and a series of small dust clouds arose from the skulls forming the top rank of the hut. Almost immediately, there was a sharp rattling noise, and Margo realized she was hearing the sound of automatic weapons fire. There was a strange popping sound, then another, and suddenly the entire pavilion exploded in a burst of brilliant light. Screams and squeals of pain sounded from all sides. There was another burst, and the knife point vanished from her neck. Margo shook her head, stunned, temporarily blinded by the fierce glare. The chanting died away into confusion, and Margo heard angry howls arise from the group. While her eyes were closed, there was yet another burst of light, accompanied by more screams of pain. Margo felt one of the Wrinklers drop his hold. With the instinctive speed of desperation, she twisted out of the grasp of her other captor and lunged toward the ground, rolling away, scrambling onto her hands and knees, blinking desperately in an effort to restore her sight. As the spots of black and white began to clear, she could see several plumes of smoke rising from the floor, burning impossibly bright. Wrinklers everywhere had fallen to the ground, pawing at their faces, hiding their heads beneath their cloaks, convulsing with pain. Nearby, Pendergast and D'Agasta had also broken free and were rushing to the aid of Smithback. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and one side of the hut collapsed in a gout of flame. A shrapnel cloud of shattered bone flew across the closest ranks. Some of the seals must still be alive, Pendergast shouted, pulling Smithback toward them. That shooting is coming from the platform outside the pavilion. Let's head for it while we still can. Where's Mephisto? Stop them, Frock boomed, shading his own eyes. But the blinded Wrinklers milled about in confusion. Just then, another shell landed in the clearing before the hut, bursting the paling into countless pieces and shattering 2 of the cauldrons.
A great gush of steaming liquid began pouring across the floor, gleaming in the torchlight. Cries of dismay rose from the Wrinklers, and several of those on the ground nearby began to lap up the precious fluid. Frock was shouting, gesturing in the direction from which the shells had come. D'Agosta and the others ran toward the free ground at the rear of the hut. Margo hesitated, looking around desperately for her carryall. The intense light was dropping, and a few of the creatures were beginning to shamble toward them now, hands up against the glare, stone knives glinting evilly. "Dr. Green, now!" Pendergast cried. Suddenly she saw it, lying torn and open on the dusty ground. She grabbed for it, then sprinted after Smithback. The group had halted near the tunnel leading toward the platform, their exit blocked by a ragged line of Wrinklers. "Gosh," D'Agosta muttered fervently. "Hey!" Margo heard the unmistakable voice of Mephisto shouting above the noise and confusion. "Fat Napoleon?" She turned to see Mephisto scrambling onto one of the empty platforms, turquoise necklace swinging wildly around his neck. There was another blast, farther away this time. A gout of flame arose from the midst of one of the scattered processions. Frock turned in his direction, squinting. "Drug-addled bum, am I? Take a look." Mephisto dug deep into the crotch of his filthy pants and drew out what looked to Margo like a kidney-shaped disc of green plastic. "You know what this is? Anti-personnel mine, chock full of metal splinters coated in Teflon, propelled by a charge equal to 20 grenades. Very ugly." Mephisto shook it in Frock's direction. "It's armed, so tell your leathery minions to back off." The Wrinklers paused. "A bluff," Frock said calmly. "You may be filth, but you're not a suicide. Are you so sure?" Mephisto grinned. "Tell you what, I'd rather be blown to pieces than end up decorating that little A-frame of yours." He nodded toward Pendergast. "Yo, Grant's tomb. You'll forgive me, I hope, for appropriating this tidbit from your armory. Promises are all very nice, but I plan to make sure nobody ever rousted Route 666 again. Now you'd best hie yourself over here if we're going to get topside." Pendergast shook his head and tapped his wrist, signifying they'd run out of time. Frock gestured frantically to the hooded figures surrounding the platforms. "Cut his throat!" he cried. The Wrinklers swarmed toward Mephisto, who pulled himself up to the center of the platform. "Goodbye, Mayor Whitey," he called. "Remember your promise." Margo turned away in horror as he tossed the disc into the masses surging around his feet. There was a sudden orange flash, the dank, filthy space filled with the heat of the sun. Then the overwave of pressure hit, a massive blast that threw her to the ground. Rising to her knees, she looked back to see a great sheet of flame roar up behind the ruined hut, red against the brilliant white of the flares. For a moment, she could see the silhouette of Frock, standing as if triumphant, his arms outstretched, his white hair tinted orange by 1,000 tongues of fire, before all was engulfed in roiling smoke and flames. In the confusion, the ragged group of Wrinklers before them was parting. "Move!" Pendergast cried over the roar of the firestorm. Hoisting her pack, Margo followed them under the archway at the far end of the Crystal Pavilion. On the railway platform beyond, she could see D'Agosta and Smithback come to a halt beside a slender man in a black wetsuit, his face slick with sweat and camouflage paint. There were wet, wheezing sounds behind her. The Wrinklers had closed ranks and were bearing down on them. At the narrow mouth of the archway, Margo stopped and turned. "Margo!" Pendergast shouted from the platform. "What are you doing?" "We've got to stop them here," Margo cried, digging into her pack. "We'll never outrun them." "Don't be a fool," Pendergast said. Ignoring him, Margo grabbed 2 of the leader bottles, one in each hand. Gripping them tightly, she hosed a stream of liquid across the archway entrance. "Stop!" she cried.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter,
or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 by 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I've got 2 billion units of vitamin D3 in these bottles. The Wrinklers came on, their eyes blood red and streaming, their skin mottled and burned from the intense light. She shook the squeeze bottles. Hear me? Activated 7-dehydrocholesterol, enough to kill all of you 10 times over. As the first Wrinkler reached her, knife raised, she hosed it in the face, and then hit a second Wrinkler just behind it. They fell backward, writhing horribly, small wisps of acrid smoke rising from their skin. The other Wrinklers paused, a gibbering sound rising from their ranks. "Vitamin D," Margo repeated. "Bottled sunlight." She raised her arms and sent 2 delicate streams of liquid arcing over the milling crowd. A wail rose up, some falling and tearing at their cloaks, splattering droplets on their companions. Margo stepped forward and hosed the rest of the front rank. They fell backward in sheer panic, the sounds of gibbering and wailing filling the air. She advanced again, spraying a thick line of solution from left to right, and then the mass of Wrinklers broke and turned, scrambling over one another to get away, leaving a dozen convulsing, smoking bodies on the floor, ripping desperately at their cloaks. Margo stepped back and hosed the rest of the solution across the floor of the archway, then up along its sides and ceiling, leaving the exit tunnel wet and dripping. She tossed the empty containers into the pavilion. "Let's go." She ran after the others, catching up to them by an open grating at the far end of the platform. "We've got to get back to the rally point," the black-suited figure said. "Those charges are set to go off in 10 minutes. "You first, Margo," D'Agosta said. As she dropped to the level of the tracks and began to descend into the drain below, a series of shattering explosions sounded behind and above her. "Our charges!" D'Agosta cried. "The fires must have set them off prematurely." Pendergast turned to answer, but his voice was drowned in a rumble which, like an earthquake, was felt first in the feet, then in the gut, growing in violence and volume. A strange wind kicked up in the passageway, a gathering roar of air, forced along by the collapse of the crystal pavilion, pushing dust, smoke, scraps of paper, and the ripe smell of blood before it. Margo dropped through the drain into a long, low tunnel. lit only by the sputtering glow of a dying flare. Several piles of rubble were strewn here and there, poking up from the standing water on the tunnel floor. Above her, the passages still rumbled and shook from the after-effects of the concussion. Dust and debris drifted down through the drain, settling onto her shoulders. Smithback fell into the water beside her, followed by Pendergast, D'Agosta, and the diver. "Who the hell are you?" D'Agosta asked, "and what happened to the rest of the SEALs?" "I'm not a SEAL, sir," the man said. "I'm a police diver, Officer Snow, sir." "Well, well," said D'Agosta, "the guy who started it all. Got a light, Snow?" The diver snapped a new flare to life, and suddenly the tunnel was illuminated by a harsh crimson glare. "Oh, God," Margo heard Smithback murmur beside her. Then she realized that what she thought to be piles of rubble were actually rubber-suited divers, battered and headless, their bodies splayed in mute agony. The surrounding walls were pocked and scarred by countless bullet holes and the charred tracings of shells. "SEAL Team Gamma," Snow muttered. "After my partner bought it, I ran back here to make a stand. Those creatures chased me up the drain, but then abandoned the chase on those tracks up there." "Guess they were late for the debutante's ball," D'Agosta said, looking around at the massacre site, his face hard. "You didn't see any of the other SEALs in there, sir?" Snow asked. "I followed the prints. I hoped some of them might have survived." His voice trailed off when he saw the look on D'Agosta's face. There was a moment of awkward silence. "Come on, Snow," urged, once again animated. "There's still 40 pounds of C4 around here, waiting to go off." Margo stumbled forward in a dark daze. She felt the floor of the tunnel solid beneath her, and she tried to draw that solidity up through her feet, her legs, and her arms. She knew she could not allow herself to think about what she had seen, what she had learned, inside the crystal pavilion. If she stopped to do that, she would be unable to go on. The tunnel took a long, shallow bend. Ahead, Margo could see Snow and D'Agosta already moving into a large vaulted space at the end of the tunnel. Beside her, she could hear Smithback's breathing turn choppy. Her eyes drifted toward the tunnel floor. Around her lay the torn and bloodied bodies of perhaps a dozen Wrinklers. She caught a glimpse of a dirty hood, burned away to expose skin, seamed and veined to an extraordinary thickness. "Striking," Pendergast murmured at her side. "The reptilian traits are unmistakable, yet the human attributes remain dominant. An early way station, so to speak, on the way to the full-blown Mbwinhood. Odd, though, how the metamorphosis is so much greater in certain specimens than in others. No doubt due to Kawakita's continual refinements and experimentations. Shame there's no time for further study." The echoes of their footfalls grew broader as they moved into the large space at the end of the tunnel. There were several more still forms lying scattered in the shallow water. "This was our rally point," Snow said, as he sorted quickly through the rows of equipment lining one side of the vaulted space. Margo could hear the sharp edge of nervousness in his voice. "There's more than enough scuba equipment here to get us out, but no suits. Look, we've got to move quickly. If we're still here when those charges blow, this whole place is going to come down on us." Pendergast handed her a set of tanks. "Dr. Green, we have you to thank our escape," he said. "You were right about the vitamin D. And you were able to contain the creatures within the pavilion until the explosions blocked their escape. I promise you'll be welcome on any further excursions we may make." Margo nodded as she snugged her feet into a pair of flippers. "Thanks, but once was enough." The FBI agent turned toward Snow. "What's the exit strategy?" "We came in through the sewage treatment plant on the Hudson," Snow replied, shouldering his air tank and strapping on a headlamp. "But there's no way to return through the plant. We were to leave via the north branch of the West Side Lateral to the 125th Street Canal." "Can you get us there?" Pendergast asked, quickly passing air tanks to Smithback and helping to fit them. "I think so," Snow panted, pulling masks out of the equipment pile. "I had a good long look at the commander's maps. We retrace our route as far as the first flow riser. If we ascend the riser instead of descend, we should reach the access spillway leading out into the lateral. But it's a long swim, and we'll have to be extremely careful. There are sluice gates and evacuation shunts. Get lost down those and—" His voice petered off. "Understood," Pendergast said, shrugging into a set of air tanks. "Mr. Smithback, Dr. Green, ever used scuba gear before?" "Took a few lessons in college," Smithback said. "Skin dived in the Bahamas," Margo said. "The principle's the same," Pendergast said to her. "We'll adjust your regulator. Just breathe normally, stay calm."
Margo heard Snow curse fervently under his breath. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Smithback stepped back toward the lieutenant. "I'll help you out," he said. "You can follow me." "I told you, I grew up in Queens. I don't know how to swim," Dagosta snapped. "I'll sink like a very stone." "Not with all that blubber you won't," Smithback said, snatching a tank off the ground and placing it on Dagosta's back. "Just hold on to me. I'll swim for both of us if need be. You kept your head above water back in the sub-basement, remember? Just do what I do and you'll be okay." He thrust a mask into Dagosta's hands, then pushed him ahead toward the group. At the far end of the chamber, an underground river ran off into darkness. Margo watched as first Snow, then Pendergast adjusted their masks and eased themselves into the dark liquid. Pulling her mask down over her eyes and placing the regulator in her mouth, she slid in after them. The air of the tanks was a welcome relief after the foul atmosphere of the tunnel. Behind her, she could hear a loud splashing as Dagosta half swam, half floundered through the viscous, lukewarm liquid, Smithback urging him on. Margo swam as quickly as she could through the tunnel, following the flickering light of Snow's headlamp, expecting at any moment to feel the massive concussion of the seal charges bring the ancient stone ceiling down behind them. Ahead, Pendergast and Snow had stopped, and she pulled up beside them. "We go down here," Snow said, popping the regulator from his mouth and pointing downward. "Be careful not to scratch yourself, and for God's sake don't swallow anything. There's an old iron pipe at the base of the tunnel here that leads—" At that moment they felt, rather than heard, a vibration begin over their heads, a low, rhythmic rumbling that grew to a terrible intensity. "What's that?" Smithback gasped, coming up with Dagosta. "The charges?" "No," Pendergast whispered. "Listen, it's one continuous stream of sound. It must be the dumping of the reservoir, prematurely." They hung there in the foul liquid, mesmerized despite the danger by the long, rolling sound of millions of gallons of water roaring down the ancient network of pipes that crossed and recrossed above their heads, heading directly for them. 30 seconds until the rest of the charges go," Pendergast said quietly, checking his watch. Margo waited, trying to steady her breathing. She knew that if the charges failed, they'd be dead within minutes. The tunnel began to violently, the surface of the water jiggling and dancing. Small pieces of masonry and cement began to rain down into the water around them. Snow tightened his mask and took a last look around, then sank beneath the surface. Smithback followed, pushing the protesting Dagosta before him. Pendergast motioned Margo to go next. She sank into the darkness, trying to follow the faint light of Snow's headlamp as it descended into a narrow, rust-coated pipe. She could see the ungainly thrashing of Dagosta subside into more regular movements as he became used to breathing tank air. The tunnel leveled out, then snaked around 2 bends. Margo took a quick look behind to reassure herself that Pendergast was following. In the dim light of the swirling orange effluent, she could see the FBI agent motion her forward. Now she could see the group pausing at a junction ahead of her. The ancient iron pipe ended, and a gleaming steel tube continued onward. Beneath her feet, at the point where the 2 tunnels met, Margo could see a narrow tube leading downward. Snow gestured ahead, then pointed upward with his finger, indicating that the vent riser to the west side lateral was directly ahead.
Suddenly, there was a roar from behind them, an ominous, deep rolling sound, horribly magnified in the tight water-filled space. Then a sharp concussion sounded, and another, following one upon the other in rapid succession. Beneath the wildly flickering beam of his headlamp, Margo could see Snow's eyes widen. The final set of charges had gone off, barely in time, crushing the spillways from the Devil's Attic, sealing it forever. As Snow frantically signaled them toward the riser, Margo felt a sudden tug at her legs, as if a tidal undertow were pulling her back toward the rally point. The feeling stopped as quickly as it had begun, and the water around her seemed to grow strangely dense. For a split second, she had the strange sensation of hanging motionless, suspended in the eye of a hurricane. Then an enormous blast of overpressure boiled up from the iron pipe behind them, a roiling cyclone of muddy water that caused the tunnel itself to jerk and dance spasmodically. Margo felt herself battered against its iron flanks. Her mouthpiece came loose and she reached for it frantically, hands grabbing through the storm of bubbles and thrashing sediment that surrounded her. There was another burst of pressure, and she felt herself forced downward, sucked into the pipe beneath her feet. She righted herself desperately and fought to swim back up to the junction, but a horrible suction only pulled her deeper into unguessable depths. The roaring sound continued like the rushing of blood in her ears. She felt herself being knocked from side to side against the walls of the pipe, a piece of flotsam in the flood. Far above her now, she could see, through the dim illumination of Snow's headlamp, Pendergast staring at her, his hand reaching down, tiny as a doll's, from what seemed countless miles away. Then there was another blast. The narrow tunnel collapsed above her head with a shriek of protesting metal, and as the endless rumbling continued, she felt herself falling ever farther into a watery darkness. Hayward jogged up the mall toward the bandshell and Cherry Hill, Officer Carlin by his side. For all his bulk, he ran easily, with the grace of a natural athlete. Didn't even break a sweat. The encounter with the moles, the tear gas, even the chaos they'd found when they regained the street hadn't fazed him. Here in the darkness of the park, the noise that had seemed so distant before was now much louder. A strange, ululating cry, continuously rising and falling, possessing a life of its own. Odd flickers and gouts of flame arose, blushing the underside of the ragged clouds overhead with patches of bright crimson. "Jesus," Carlin said as he jogged, "it sounds like 1,000,000 people, all trying to murder each other." "Maybe that's what it is," Hayward replied, as she watched a troop of National Guardsmen double-timing northward ahead of them. They trotted over Bow Bridge and skirted the Ramble, approaching the rear line of the police defenses. A long, unbroken string of news vehicles was parked along the transverse, engines idling. Overhead, a fat-bellied helicopter glided, its huge props smacking the air as it moved at treetop level. A row of policemen had formed a ring around the castle terrace, and a lieutenant waved her through. With Carlin in tow, she crossed the terrace, then moved up the steps toward the castle ramparts. There, amidst a milling throng of police brass, city officials, National Guardsmen, and nervous-looking men speaking into portable telephones, was Chief Horlocker, looking about 10 years older than when Hayward had seen him barely 4 hours before. He was speaking with a slight, well-dressed woman in her late 50s. Or rather, he was listening as the woman spoke in clipped, decisive sentences. Hayward moved closer and recognized the woman as the leader of Take Back Our City, the mother of Pamela Wisher. "Atrocity unlike anything ever seen in this city before," Mrs. Wisher was saying. "A dozen of my personal friends are lying in hospitals as we speak, and who knows how many hundreds more from among our ranks have been wounded. I promise you, and I promise the mayor, that lawsuits are going to fall like rain on this city. Like rain, Chief Horlocker." Horlocker made a valiant attempt. "Mrs.
Wisher, our reports indicate that it was the younger element among your own marchers that incited this rioting. But Mrs. Wisher was not listening. And when this is all over, she continued, and the park and the streets are scrubbed free of the filth and ruin that litter them now, our organization will be stronger than ever. If the mayor feared us before tonight, he will fear 10 times more tomorrow. The death of my daughter was the spark that set our cause on fire, but this outrageous assault on our liberties and our persons has set it ablaze. And don't think that. Hayward backed off, deciding this was perhaps not the best time to approach the chief. She felt a tugging at her sleeve and turned to find Carlin looking at her. Wordlessly, he pointed over the esplanade toward the great lawn. Hayward glanced over, then froze, stupefied. In the close summer darkness, the great lawn had become a plain of fire. Several dozen groups of people were clashing, withdrawing, attacking, retreating in a scene of pandemonium. The flickering light of numerous small fires in the trash cans that dotted the outskirts showed that the lawn, once a beautiful carpet of grass, had become a sea of dirt. The combination of darkness and dirt made it impossible to determine which of the rioters were homeless and which were not. To the west and east, double lines of police vehicles had positioned themselves, headlights pointed in toward the scene. In one corner, a large group of well-dressed marchers, Take Back Our City's last remaining elite remnants, were retreating behind the police barricades, apparently realizing that the midnight vigil could not possibly take place. Squads of police and National Guardsmen were moving forward slowly from the periphery, breaking up fistfights, wielding batons, making arrests. Gosh, Hayward breathed with fervent conviction. What a mess. Carlin turned toward her in surprise, then coughed disapprovingly into his hand. There was a sudden flurry of movement behind them, and Hayward turned to see Mrs. Wisher moving gracefully away, head held high, leading a small knot of retainers and bodyguards. In her wake, Horlocker looked like a fighter who'd finished a bad 12 rounds. He leaned against the sand-colored stone of the castle wall as if seeking its support. "Have they finished dosing the reservoir with whatever it's called?" he asked at last, fetching a ragged breath. "Thioxin," said a well-dressed man standing by a battery-powered radio. "Yes, they finished 15 minutes ago." Horlocker looked around with sunken eyes. "Why in the world haven't we heard anything?" His eyes landed on Hayward. "You, there," he barked. "What's your name? Harris." Hayward stepped forward. "It's Hayward, sir." "Whatever." Horlocker pushed himself away from the wall. "Heard anything from Dagosta?" "No, sir." "Captain Waxy?" "No, sir." Abruptly, Horlocker sank back again. "Goodness," he muttered. Then he looked at his watch. 10 minutes to midnight. He turned to an officer at his right. "Why in the world are they still at it?" he said, pointing out toward the great lawn. "When we try to round them up, they just break and reform somewhere else. And more seem to be joining, leaking through the perimeter at the south end of the park. It's hard without tear gas." "Well, why in the world don't you use it then?" Horlocker demanded. "Your orders, sir." "My order? Wisher's people are gone now, you idiot. Gas them. Now." "Yes, sir." There was a deep, booming sound, strangely muffled, seemingly from the center of the earth itself. Suddenly life returned once again to Horlocker's limbs. He sprang forward. "Hear that?" he demanded. "Those were the charges, the very charges." A scattering of applause rang out from the cops manning the various communications devices. Carlin turned toward Hayward, a puzzled look on his face. "Charges?" he asked. Hayward shrugged. "Beats me. What are they so happy about with all chaos breaking loose down there?" As if on an unspoken signal, they both turned back toward the great lawn.
The spectacle below was perversely fascinating. Cries and shouts rushed up toward them, a sonic wave almost physical in its force. Every few moments, a single sound would separate itself from the roar, a curse, a scream, the smack of fist on flesh. Suddenly, from beyond the great lawn, Hayward heard a strange sighing sound, as if the very foundation of Manhattan had decided to give way. At first, she was unable to pinpoint its location. Then she noticed that the surface of the Central Park Reservoir, normally as calm as a mill pond, was suddenly in motion. Little wavelets broke the surface like whitecaps, and a series of bubbles began to roil its center. A silence fell in the command center as all eyes turned to the reservoir. "Breakers," Carlin whispered, "in the Central Park Reservoir. I'll be very surprised." There was a deep-throated belching sound, followed by the awesome rumbling of millions of cubic feet of water pouring with incredible force into underground Manhattan. On the plain of the Great Lawn, out of sight of the reservoir, the rioting continued. But beneath the sounds of conflict, Hayward heard, or rather felt, a great hollow rushing, as of vast underground galleries and long-forgotten tunnels filling with the onslaught of water. "It's too early," Horlocker cried. As Hayward watched, the surface of the reservoir began visibly dropping, first slowly, then more rapidly. In the reflected glow of the spotlights and the innumerable fires, she could see the exposed crescent of reservoir wall, its banks boiling and frothing from the force of a great central whirlpool. "Stop," Horlocker whispered. The level continued to drop inexorably. "Please stop," Horlocker whispered, staring fixedly northward. The reservoir was draining faster now, and Hayward could see the surface of the water surging downward by the moment, exposing more and more of the cracked far wall abutting the east meadow and the ball field. Suddenly, the rumbling sound seemed to falter, and the turbulence lessened. The water grew calmer, slowing in its rapid descent. The silence in the command center was absolute. Hayward stared as a narrow band of bubbles flowed into the reservoir from its northward end. First a fine jet, then more and more until it had expanded into a heavy roar. "Oh, for goodness sake," Horlocker whispered. "They did it." With the exits below sealed off, the reservoir ceased draining. However, water continued to pour into the reservoir from the upstate aquifers. With great sizzles and pops, the level of the water began to rise again. The churning at the northward end of the reservoir grew until the entire mass of water seemed to tremble from some kind of subterranean pressure. With a steady surge of thunder, the water rose and rose until at last trembled on the edge of the embankment. Then suddenly it crested. "Goodness," Carlin said, "I guess they're going swimming." A massive flood of water spilled over the top of the reservoir and hurried away into the lambent darkness of the park, drowning the sound of fighting with its splashing, hissing, tumbling roar. Frozen in place, staring at the awe-inspiring sight, Hayward was reminded of a vast bathtub that had been allowed to overflow. She watched as the onrush of water leveled mounds of earth and worried away the ground among small trees and copses. It was like a huge river, she thought, gentle, shallow, but irresistible. And there was no mistake about where it was headed, the low ground of the great lawn. There was a moment of unbearable suspense as the onrushing water was hidden from the rioting plain that stretched beneath the castle ramparts. Then it appeared, between the trees at the northern end of the lawn, a glistening swath of black, churning sticks and weeds and garbage before it. As it struck the edges of the crowd, Hayward could hear the noise of the fighting shift in tone and volume. A sudden uncertainty rippled through the rioters.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Hayward watched as knots of people dispersed, reformed, dispersed again. Then the water was rushing over the length of the great lawn, and the shrieking mob was breaking for the high ground of the trees, supping and stumbling over each other as they struggled toward the park exits and safety. And still the water advanced, licking around the baseball diamonds, swallowing up countless fires, knocking over trash cans. It swept into the Delacorte Theater with an immense gurgling sound, surrounded and then swallowed up Turtle Pond, and swirled around the base of Belvedere Castle itself, breaking against the stones in dark rivulets of foam. Then at last the sound of rushing water began to die away. As the newly made lake grew still, bright points of reflected light appeared on its surface, more and still more as the water grew quieter, looking at last like a vast mirror of stars. For another long moment, the entire command center remained still, awed by the spectacle. Then a spontaneous cheering burst out, filling the chambers and turrets of the castle and swirling upward into the crisp summer night air. "I wish my old daddy could have seen that," Hayworth said over the noise, turning to Carlin with a grin. "He woulda said it was just like water on a dog fight. I bet money he would." The early morning sun snuck in low over the Atlantic, kissing the sandy fork of Long Island, gliding over coves and harbors, villages and resorts, bringing a cool summer sweat to asphalt and pavement. Farther west, the brilliant arc illuminated the nearest reaches of New York City, briefly turning the gray welter of buildings a pale shade of rose. Following the ecliptic, the rays hit the East River, then burnished the windows of 10,000 buildings to a temporary sparkle, as if washing the city new in heat and light. Beneath the thick tangles of railroad track and overhead wire that crossed the narrow canal known as the Humboldt Kill, no light penetrated. The tenements that reared up, vacant and gray as vast dead teeth, were too numerous and too tall. At their feet, the water lay still and thick, its only currents formed by the rumble of the subway trains passing infrequently on the rail bridge above. As the sun followed its inexorable course west, a single beam of light slanted down through the labyrinth of wood and steel, blood red against the rusted iron, as sudden and sharp as a knife wound.
It winked out again as quickly as it had arrived, but not before illuminating a strange sight. A figure, muddy and battered, curled motionless upon a thin revetment of brick that jutted mere inches above the dark water. Darkness and silence returned, and the foul canal was left to itself once again. Then its sleep was disturbed a second time. A low rumble sounded in the distance, approached in the dim gray dawn, passed overhead, receded, then returned. And beneath this rumble followed another, deeper, more immediate. The surface of the canal began to shake and quiver as if jostled reluctantly to life. In the bow of the Coast Guard cutter, Dagosta stood, stiff and vigilant as a sentry. "There she is," he cried, pointing to a dark figure lying on the embankment. He turned to the pilot. "Get those choppers the hell away. They're stirring the stink up off the water. Besides, we might need to get a medevac in here." The pilot glanced up at the craggy, burnt-out facades and the steel bridges overhead, a look of doubt crossing his face, but he said nothing. Smithback crowded to the rail, straining to see in the lightening gloom. "What is this place?" he asked, tugging his shirt up over his nose. "Humboldt Kill," Dagosta replied curtly. He turned to the pilot. "Bring us in closer. Let the doctor get a look at her." Smithback straightened up and glanced over at Dagosta. He knew the lieutenant was wearing a brown suit. He always wore brown suits, but the color was now completely undetectable beneath a damp mantle of mud, dust, blood, and oil. The gash above his eye was a ragged red line. Smithback watched the lieutenant give his face a savage wipe with his sleeve. "God, let her be okay," Dagosta muttered to himself. The boat eased up to the revetment, the pilot backing the throttle into neutral. In a flash, Dagosta and the doctor were over the side and onto the revetment, bending low over the prone figure. Pendergast stood in the shadows aft, silent, an intense look on his pale face. Margo suddenly jerked awake and blinked around at her surroundings. She tried to sit up, then clapped a hand to her head with a groan. "Margo," Dagosta said. "It's Lieutenant Dagosta." "Don't move," the doctor said, gently feeling her neck. Ignoring him, Margo pushed herself into a sitting position. "What the hell took you guys?" she asked, then broke into a series of racking coughs. "Anything broken?" the doctor asked. "Everything," she replied, wincing. "Actually, my left leg, I think." The doctor moved his attentions to her leg, slicing off her muddy jeans with an expert hand. He quickly examined the rest of her body, then said something to Dagosta. "She's okay," Dagosta called up. "Have the medevac meet us at the dock." "So," Margo prompted, "where were you?" "We got sidetracked," Pendergast said, now at the side. "One of your flippers was found in a settling tank at the treatment plant, badly chewed up. We were afraid that—" He paused. "Well, it was a while before we decided to check all the secondary exit points of the west side lateral." "Is anything broken?" Smithback called down. "Might be a small green splint fracture," the doctor said. "Let's get the stretcher lowered." Margo sat forward. "I think I can manage the—" "You listen to the doc," Dagosta said, frowning paternally. As the cutter rode the water next to the dank brickwork, Smithback and the pilot lowered the stretcher over the side. Then Smithback jumped down to help Margo onto the narrow canvas. It took the three of them to lift her back over the side. Dagosta followed Smithback and the doctor back on board, then nodded to the pilot. "Get us the hell out of here." There was a rumble of the diesel engine, and the boat backed off the revetment and surged into the canal. Margo leaned back carefully, resting her head on a flotation pillow, as Smithback dabbed her face and hands clean with a damp towel. "Feels good," she whispered. 10 minutes and we'll have you on dry land," Pendergast said, taking a seat next to her. 10 more and we'll have you in a hospital bed." Margo opened her mouth to protest, but Pendergast's look silenced her. "Our friend Officer Snow told us about some of the things that grow in the Humboldt Kill," he said. "Believe me, it'll be for the best." "What happened?" Margo said, closing her eyes and feeling the reassuring vibration of the boat's engines. "That depends," Pendergast answered.
What do you remember? I remember being separated, Margo said. The explosion. The explosion knocked you into a drainage tunnel, Pendergast said. With Snow's help, we made it up the riser and eventually into the Hudson. You must have been sucked into the lateral sluice that drains into the Humboldt Kill. Same's you followed the same path those two corpses took when the storm washed them out, Dagosta said. Margo seemed to doze for a moment. Then her lips moved again. Frock. Pendergast immediately touched his fingertips to her lips. Later, he said. There will be plenty of time for that later. Margo shook her head. How could he have done it? She murmured.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. After all, the drug that Kawakita took himself was obviously a later strain than that which created the Wrinklers frock. Must have been supremely self-confident in his ability to correct that which Kawakita had overlooked. He saw the drug's potential to correct physical flaws, and he pushed that potential to its limit. But the final iteration of the drug warped the mind far more than it mended the body, and his deepest, most hidden desires were thus brought to the fore, magnified, twisted, and allowed to govern his actions. The hut itself is the ultimate example of this corruption. He wanted to be God. His God, the God of evolution. Margo winced, then took a deep breath, dropping her hands to her sides and allowing the rocking of the boat to carry her thoughts far away. They moved out of the cloaca, through the Spoiton Devil, and into the fresh air of the Hudson. Already the pale light of dawn was giving way to a warm late summer day. Dagosta stared off silently into the creamy wake of the cutter. Idly, Margo realized that her right hand was lying over a bulge in her pocket. She reached in and pulled out the waterlogged envelope that Mephisto had given her in the black tunnel not so many hours before. Curiously, she opened it. A brief note lay inside,
But whatever message it had contained was now washed into faint swirls and stains of ink. Enclosed by the note was a damp black and white photograph, faded and heavily creased. It showed a young boy in a dusty front yard, wearing coveralls and a pint-sized version of a train engineer's cap, riding a wooden horse with wheels. The chubby face was smiling at the camera. In the background was an old house trailer framed by cacti. Behind the trailer was a mountain range, low and distant. Margo stared for a moment, seeing in the happy little face the ghost of the man he would become. She carefully replaced the photograph and envelope in her pocket. "What about the reservoir?" she asked Pendergast in a quiet voice. "The level hasn't fluctuated in the last 6 hours," Pendergast replied. "Apparently, the water has been contained." "So we did it?" she said. Pendergast did not reply. "Didn't we?" she asked, her eyes suddenly sharp. Pendergast looked away. "It would seem so," he said at last. "Then what is it?" she prodded. "You're not sure, are you?" He turned back to her, his pale eyes staring at her face. With luck, the collapsed tunnels held, and there was no leakage. In another 20 hours or so, the thioxin will have destroyed the plants remaining in the reservoir and in the tunnels below. But none of us can be sure. Not yet. "Then how will we ever know?" Margo asked. D'Agusta grinned. "Tell you what, 1 year from today, I'm gonna head down to Mercer's on South Street and have one of those 2-pound swordfish steaks, nice and rare. And if I don't catch a good buzz, then maybe we can all breathe easier." Just then, the sun broke over Washington Heights, turning the dark water to the color of beaten electrum. Smithback, looking up from patting Margo's face dry, gazed at the scene. The tall buildings of Midtown flashing purple and gold in the morning light. The George Washington Bridge swept with silver light. "As for myself," Pendergast slowly, "I think I too will avoid Frutti del Mare for the foreseeable future." Margo looked at him quickly, trying to read the joke in his expression, but his gaze remained steady, and eventually she simply nodded her understanding. "Please paste the content you want me to rewrite. I am